พกกัน
แล้วเดี๋ยวเล่นให้ไปเลยอ่ะโอ้โหรู้ว่าเหมือนปืนเปล่าอ่ะไม่รู้เล่นไงไม่รู้ทำไงดีไปเลย
หนักจัด
ชีวิตแบบโอ้โหยากมากไปเลย
กลับมาแล้วต้องครั้ง ผมเชื่อพี่ไม่อยากเล่นเวจริง ตัวแม่งแบบตกใจนึกว่าไทยจะกิมเขากลับมาแล้วครับ
เอาละ
เดี๋ยวค่อยแบบ
ขอ
น้ำ
แชมป์แป๊บ
เคยบอกว่าวันนี้ไม่เอาจังก็บอกว่าอยู่ดีก็ลั่นที่สุด
ใบสุดท้ายใบสุดท้าย
ดีโอ
some viewers.
เอ้ยซีเน็ตไปแล้วพี่มาเทียร์
เดี๋ยว
ทีม
นะ มาทำอะไรอ่ะ อ้าวแขกรับเชิญ
ก็ก็ให้เขาหน่อย อดีตแชมป์โลก ใช่ไหม มานั่งดึงหน่อย
เย้สมัยพ่อหนุ่มผมยาว
โอ้จริง ๆ แล้วยุคทองของผมจบลงไปแล้วครับแต่รอบที่แล้วผมหวังไว้กับฟุตมากเลยได้ เฮ้อตอนนี้ผมก็อดเล่นแล้วครับเขาเอาผมออก ไม่รู้เพราะอะไรครับ ผมคือแชมป์โลกเลยนะ แต่ผมก็ไม่เศร้าครับ อย่างน้อยผมก็สานฝันในการเป็นแชมป์1 ครั้ง แต่
ไม่
แต่
น่า
แต่
น่า
ส
จะ
มั
ย
ย
ก
มัน
ไว้
เวอ
ฮะ
ร์มันโหดจัดเลยนะ
โหดก็ตามยุคกันแหละ
อืม
จริง ๆ มันก็โหดจนไอ้นี่นะ ยุคไอ้เนี่ยนาวีอ่ะ
ใช่ มันช่วงนาวีมันก็โหดอยู่นะ
ช่วงแรก
แต่ช่วงเด็กช่วงปีนะ2024กับถึง2025เนี่ยคือช่วงเด็กตื่นไงเด็กเทียร์ 2วันเกิดดีเน็ตบอกโอ้โหถึงก็ไม่ไหว เจอแต่คม
ไม่มา
ๆแพ้ครับเมื่อวานโอเวอร์ชนะแพ้เมื่อวานเอเปกแม่งแพ้ได้ยังวะงง
นาวีมันเก่ากว่าจริงวัน
ถือว่าไทยถูกป่ะพี่เอ๋ย
เมื่อวานนะ
นี่ตัวเดือดเลยมินนี่เนี่ย
อ๋อไอ้นี่เสือจริง ท็อปลีดเดอร์บอร์ดตอนนี้
โคตรโหดยิ่งกว่าซุดอีกเหรอ
ก็
พอๆกันนะ
ซุดโหดกว่าตอนนี้
ซุดเอ็มแม่ง
ถ้า
ไม่ไหว
ตา
จริ
สถิ
ง
ตินะเหมือนซุดจะที่ 1มั้ง
ซุดแม่งเกินไป เอ็ม
ดู
แม่
ก่
ง
อน
เบอร์เกิน
เหมือนจะที่ 1ตอนนี้ไม่รู้โดนแซงยัง
ทำไมเขาพูดไปเขาต้องยักไหลไปเลย
ก็ยังที่ 1อยู่
การหั่นข้าวโพดอย่างมันกินยากขึ้นนะคุณเป๊ปซี่เขาไหนเป๊ปซี่เขาอันนี้คุณเอามาเป็นฝักเดี๋ยวอันนี้กินโคตรยากเลยจริงๆเอามาเป็นฝักแล้วเอาเนี่ยจิ้มตะเกียบจิ้มตรงกลางโอ้โหกินง่ายเลยก็ขูดมาเลยก็ได้ขูดใส่ถ้วยมา
โอ้โหแพ้ได้ไงวะเนี่ย
ซุดของฟุตเนี่ยแหละครับ ของดีเลยว่าซีเน็ตมันน่าไอฟุตมันน่าจะส่องซุดมันสักพักนะ
มันก็คงแบบวางแผนมันมีคุยดีลกันไว้แล้วแบบมันถึงแบบ
ได้ของดีไป
จบทัวร์จบลีกปุ๊บอะปิดฤดูกาลปุ๊บไปเลย ชื่อไปอย่างไวเลย งงเลย
มันเล่นจนแบบเยตูเจ้ไม่ต้องเล่นแหละจากเยตูเจ้มันเป็นตัวเอมในทีมอ่ะคนอื่นแม่งไม่ต้องยิงอ่ะแม่งมันอยู่คนเดียว
ปกติคนอื่นต้องเดินงานเนี่ย
อืม
ครูกด2 ดาวดีจี
นี่ไงสูตรสำเร็จตบลิควิดเลย มินนี่ไอ้แม่งโคตรโหด
มันโหดอยู่แล้วนะ แต่ว่ารอบนี้แม่งโหดกว่าเดิมเยอะ
อืมมีคนฝากมาถามว่าพี่เอ๋ยโดนลูกซองเป็นไงชิลใช่ไหม
โอ้โห งงเลยเจอลูกซองแล้วมือไม้อ่อน เหมือนเจอแล้วแบบสติหลุดอะวันเนี้ย
มันแก้ทางยากอยู่เวลาโดนประชิดตัวลูกซอง
อุตส่าห์รู้ทั้งรู้ว่าบางรอบรู้ทั้งรู้ค่อยๆแบบว่าเดินกระดึบอะเดินปล่อยกะยิงเลย เจอลูกซองมากระโดดตึ้ม
การตัวแกล้งอ่ะ
เจอเวเลแดส2 ทีมาข้างหลังทีนึงตกใจแม่งแยกเสียงเวเลไม่ออก เวลาเวเลแดสอะ
ไอแอสเซนต์นะที่พี่เอามีดฟันนะ
มัน
พี่รู้ว่ามันแดดไปไหน มันแดดขึ้นไปบนหัวพี่อะ แดดลงมาถ้าเป็นผมก็มองไม่เห็นมัน ทีนี้ลงมางงมันอยู่ไหนวะ
มันจะมีช็อตตรงบีมอันนั้นไม่รู้เรื่องเลย
อ๋อ
ตอนแรกนึกว่าแดดในมาร์เก็ตก็เลยยืนนิ่ง
จริงจากที่เห็นในกล้ามันยิงเดดแมทมันเหมาะการเป็นดูเอลเหมือนกันนะ
เหมาะจริง
อากาศชิบหายเลยกระเป๋าจริงเขากินแซลมอนคุณหมดเลยเขาเก่งไหม2 ชิ้นใหญ่ๆอะคือครึ่งตัวอันนั้นอะกินเหมือนกินครึ่งตัวไหมเล่นนี่เท่าไหร่ไม่100บ้าเกินอยู่แล้ว น่าจะประมาณไอพี่แครกจะลั่นเมื่อวันนี้ นี่เลยฟาลินเหมือนกัน ฟาลินก็เอาให้ หน้าตาเหมือนไม่ใช่นักแข่งมันหน้าตาเหมือนคุณพ่อแสนดีแดดดี้มาก
ในฟาลินนะ
เออ มันเหมือนแดดดี้
โอ้พี่เจอคอมบ้าไปแล้ววะ
but
ทำอะไร
สมิล่า
Andy
สายตา strategy ใช่ป่ะ5 และแอม3
โอ้กำลังฮิตเลยคอมนั้นอะ
โอ้โหเอาไม่ลงเลยอะ
คอมเชี่ยไอบล็อกด่านแรกพุทเลือกแฟกเจอร์เหรอ
2-0 เลย
20จริงๆผมว่าถ้าลากไป ถ้าฟุตลากไปแมป3ได้ ยังไงฟุตก็ชนะโรตัสมันโคตรโหดฟุตนี่คือเกาหลียังเอาไม่ลง
โลตัสฟุตนี่ภาพติดตาตลอด
แม่งเวอร์เกิน
ของดี
น่าจะไปต้องไปสู้กับ G2 อย่างนั้นอะเทียร์บนพวกโลตัสมาครับตัววักที่วัก
จบพอดีถือว่าพอดี
วันนี้ลั่นเลยตอนกล้าเรียกพี่เอ๋ยว่ามัน เอ้ย โอ้โหเลยอย่างนี้เลย
เห็นพิมพ์มาอยู่
พี่กล้ามันเกิน
มัน
เฮ้ย
คน
มัน
เดียว
ต้อง
เลย
คอม
แบบ
อ
แร
ย่าก งนี้ ไอ้
อุ้ย
คิกงงอีกแล้วพี่ สงสารมันวะ
คิกไม่เข็ดหรอ
โอ้แล้วโดยไอ้ซุดเล่นดิเข้ามือแน่นอนบอกเลย
ฟุต2-0 ครับ
ฟุต20ทำไม อุ้ยมันวินมา100%เลยกัน71%เลยไอตีไว้ทำลายครับ กดไอบ็อกใส่ แล้วพี่จุดเจ้เขาเทโฮไงไม่มีแล้วครับเซนติเนล
แต่คอมฟุตซิ่งอยู่นะ
แล้วเคโอเอ้ยมันบัฟมายังใช่ไหม
อย่าง มันจะเล่นแพทใหม่นู่นเลยไอ้ทัวร์หน้าเลย
นี่คือมันมาซ้อมเผื่อเลยฮะ เอาอยากกินก็อยากสดน้ำ
แต่ KO
ไม่หายยาก
โหแม่งต้องแม่งกลับมาจริงๆว่ะ
กับโอ้โหเก่งจริง
คือ
แฟนแล้วควักปืนไวก็ดี
พวกทีมที่ใช้คอมฟินิกอะเอาฟินิกออกเปลี่ยนเป็น KO ดีกว่า
ผมว่าที่มันบัฟ KO เพื่อที่มันจะเอามาแทนไอเทโจเนี่ย
see if he can continue the
Okay,
trend
well,
of which we've
big
seen
one,
so
big
far
one,
up
big
against the
one.
Waylay,
Don't
yet to
care
register
if
a
it's
win. That
I reckon.
agent against a non-mirror
Man, don't
opponent,
fall.
and well, it's
I
the
need
first
to
player
wrap
that
it.
drops. Click goes down.
เก่งๆอะ
That's a kill for Atta and some time and space to work with for FUT.
At least two of the initiators stopping
อันใหม่เล่น
that
ง่ายครับ
drone
เห็น
but
เห็น
heading
บั
for
ฟ
the
ใหม่อย่าง
fall
น้
of
อย
the
เลย
tail though, picking up the slack because FUT don't seem to be stopping, but they are going at a
มาถึงทีก็ไป
very
ก่อน
slow
เลย
pace.
To the site now, finally flashed up. They fall. It's a double up between Zeus and Yetajay. Those newer players
Ui.
injected into the ancient squad, as you say before, and they hold firm, but just for a moment. Zipan, one back.
Ui.
Still plenty to
Back.
try and recover this, but FUT are falling one at a
Flip.
time. Players out of position, and now a
ทำไมมัน
chance to
ง่ายอยู่
reset in
ดี
the
กลายเป็น
retake.
This is really
ยากเลย
winnable
วะ
for
นั่น
Drone
ไง
trying
Yeah,
to help
you
Mini
didn't
get
have
back
to
into
learn
the
that.
site. Doesn't need the information. Just playing heads up. At a captain already low. Cracks his
Okay.
head. Goal!
เป็นไง
And so is the
ไอ้
rest
ที่นี่มัน
of
ของจริง
FUT. A brilliant way to start Icebox.
มันเดินยิงอยู่
Electric
ชิวๆเลย
beginning for Gentlemates. They won both pistols on this map last time out against Liquid, and they'll pick the first one up here as well. Click getting investigative, and that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Using the Waylay Refract very often paired up with the light speed to get into those deep positions. But then here, for a team who have been around for so long,
guys.
like you said, Not playing in tandem there
ไม่
whatsoever.
ใช่2-4
It looked like
2-5 เลยป่ะตอนแรกอะ
something that's really out
ก็ไอ้
of character
ซิป
for
แพน
FUT
เก็บ
just
2 ก่อนป่ะ
because
มิ
they
นี่เก็บ
I've always had this sort of characteristic, right, where fundamentally they are so solid. Listen, it's only pistol round though. Getting the outlaw on Zeus as well as a heavy shield.
3ก่อ25 3 คน
I'm so good I'm so good ต้องไอ้
Has
นี่
a vandal of
เปิด
course
ก็
as
สวย
well.
ครับ
Very strong
ได้ลุ้นอยู่
start to him on the IGL. A role which he has held on to before. He had that mantle on Enterprise.
Ui.
Can
Dạ.
hit. Does get
แล้วให้
punished
บอส
by the
ถือ
outlaw. So Zeus
เอารอแบบ
already finding some
เกาะเต็ม
value,
มาด้วย
and that is a weapon which can be returned.
คือโคตรแสบเลย
Still within touching distance of one outlaw bullet. One of those is the
เจ
rifle.
ต
of
นา
Mini.
ชัดเจนจากแผนนี้
They at the very least
Yeah,
have
for
this pretty
Samsung.
well. They've got 3 bodies towards this side of the map. Click again, looking to try and do some of the mid-rounding solo. He's not going to be greeted with any information right now as Atta Captain sat back. The knife comes in.
กดดันจัดอะ
There's little
เวลา
plant
แบบว่า
protection here for
โดน
FUT.
เนี่ย
They're going to be able to get the spike on the deck on the B
เอาสวย
side.
ละตัดไม่ได้ทักตัว
Going down. There is a
วางเรียบร้อยครับ
lead coming in from the A side.
โอ้โห
One to
มา
keep
แล้วครับ
your eyes on
ไฮไลท์
Atta
กำลังคืบ
Captain
คลาน
making his
มา
way forward. Mates, they need to get onto this spike soon.
Zeus has to be the main tool
Hey,
right now to
ow.
try and dissuade the push as it comes in. But
Mani
it's the
manchai
rifle
ไปหน่อย
back in Yetterjay's hands that has already dealt the damage. The captain falling and the rest of the team need to follow this one up. They
งงบอก
can't
เฮ้ย
straight into the face of
ยังไม่
opposition.
ตาย
ไม่ตาย
The outlaw presses yet again, and it's a
เป็นไปได้
5
ไง
versus 2 in FUT's favour. They won't make the same mistake this time. A
เป็นไป
double
ได้
pick
ไงเนี่ย
together will net Yetterjay yet another.
เนี่ยกูชนะ
That's
มา
going to
กู
be the
ยัง
scoreline
เกาะ
tied
กาก
up
เลย
right out the gate.
There's
Oh,
the last
hột
player
ôi,
as well.
một team
Very
lên.
well played.
Chứ
An
vẫn
end
hột
zone
chặt.
flawless by FUT.
โหดจัด
From the
เลย
get-go,
มี
though,
รอยยิ้ม
there
แล้วตอน
seemed
นี้
to be a plan about how FUT wanted to go about
ไอ้
this.
แผนเอารอ
The
นี่
fact
ของ
that
กับ
they had
Vitality
that
นะ
heavy shield outlaw, which is so out of the
แต่
ordinary
ปกติมัน
from Valorant.
ไม่ใส่เกาะใหญ่
I
ปะ
mean, yeah, Valorant's the name of the game after all.
แค่ดอกเอารอให้
I
อัน
completely
นี้ลูก
agree.
พี่จัดเต็มเลย
สุดมันเอา
This
สุด
a couple of times. We saw it against Koi on Lotus, where Mr. Farman was taking the hit on the pistol round, for example. Yetu loving things
Okay.
as always.
Right.
Back to winning ways immediately. They've doubled up on the outlaw as well. So just
คือ
looking to
คน
punish
ชนะ
what
มี
is
2เอา
next
รอ
to
มันคือ
nothing
เกาะเต็ม
here
ไม่
for
ได้อยู่แล้ว
Gentlemen.
It's a really tough one. Being on the defense
ต้อง
as
ยิง
well.
อีกตัวห
Your
นึ่งคือเกาะ
economy
เต็มได้
immediately being
ไม่น่าพอ
broken.
ปะยิงตัวของตัว
Very quick
Ê.
over rotation from Mage
Ôi.
Fall off the back of this mini, just going to snatch straight at it. That's fine.
Ồ,
Zeus
ngay
goes
tốt.
down. That's the tip of the spear. Blunted for now.
มุมมันง่ายจริงเมื่อกี้
4-on-4 situation.
กำลังรอๆเลย
As the
เมื่อกี้
Druid
ง่ายๆ
clears
กันแหละ
out FUT
ไม่ค่อยเช็คกัน
just taking these mid rounds to reset.
Time. Me as well. I mean, mates though are not.
ดูชอบบุกบี
Every single player towards this side, looking to play outside of the wall and click. Well, he'll get one playing through it.
And mates do have quite a lot of tools to deny a potential plant here as well. You've got to be looking at the molly and the fragment that's just been thrown out by Kamek. They are forcing the issue, and now Atta's in position.
การฟุกคนเลื้อยมา
Himself, but the pistol's not quite working out at all. Classics, you're not expecting the most.
เฮ้ยนี่ใช้สกินเดียวผมเลย
Kamek Sheriff
เสียง
though.
โคตรแน่น
Yeah, there you go. It's the expected
อันไหน
outcome. It
Sheriff
will
อะ
be a
เออ
set
ชลิป
for
เอ็กโซ
FUT.
อ่ะ
Yeah, mates just running themselves into the ground a little bit there. As I said before, I've actually been fairly impressed with some of the defender-sided calls that we've seen from Mini so far. To flesh out that point I mentioned earlier, his time spent on Enterprise, he was the IGL there
แน่นอนครับ
in
ว่า
Challengers, his
ไม่อยู่
main
ที่เรากิน
stint
หนัง
in
หรือเปล่า
Tier 2. He
แต่ถ้า
resided
ทอด
over Benji at that point
ไม่
in
เป็นไรหรอก
time. You know, the guy has
เรากิน
skin in
ไม่
the
อยู่อะ
game. It's more in the
ภา
game
พมัน
zone
ไม่ได้แย่ขนาดนั้น
we had been a little bit concerned,
แต่
and
ฝรั่งเนี่ย
when we
หา
flip
ทำไม่
over
ได้
to that attack side, but for now, you can see his performance isn't hindered either.
But remember, he also like IGL'd the team to second in East back all the way back in Tier 2.
Did, but
เป็นไง
it's not
มุ
gonna
ม
count
แฟ
for
ด
much here as
แม่ง
Kling
แฟด
again
ออก
has
มาชน
tried
กัน
to
ทั้งบน
make an opening duel happen for himself. 7 and 18 in terms of those first engagements versus Liquid. It's a stat that he'll be wanting to rid of, and well, that doesn't have looked to have changed so far.
He's trying to flood out into backside A just in case that hit was coming through at the same time
Oi.
though. Kada's gonna wander.
We're in the coal mine, but in terms of information, it's just Atta on the extremity yet again playing a traditional lurk role as the rest of FUT creep closer. This contact piece has scaled quite far up,
Ow.
and now they will be
Fuck,
without
we've
that
done.
Viper when the execute comes through. No smokes.
Yeah, FUT may feel as if their hand has been forced here as well. At the same time, they're still trying to come through, but it doesn't work out. Mate's creating a little bit of chaos, but Zeus, well, he's trying to be the lone one on top of all 10, making it work. The rifles of FUT hit, and now it's just the late luck of Kada that has to rescue this round.
ยืนอยู่ข้างบนน่ะเจอใครยิงไปหมด
แม่งยืนเป็นป้อมปืนเลย
Zeus is holding from top 4.
Yeah.
10 is a fairly laboured duel, but Cracks can haul them over the line. So with FUT now having a third round under their
ทำ
belt,
ไมของทอด
and
แม่ง
the
ต้อง
bye
อ้วน
broken of
ไม่เข้าใจ
Gentlemates,
ทั้งที่
things
มัน
are
อร่อย
looking on the up for them.
Lòi
It
họ.
is looking on the up for FUT, and
แต่
this
คน
is
คิด
something
มา
we're
เขา
going
ค
to
ง
have
แบ
to
บว่า
keep tab
ไม่
on.
เป็นอาหารที่
Mates
ให้พ
can
ลังงาน
get
เย
their
อะนะ
economy under control because on the defense, very difficult to do so. You don't have that extra economy from the spike plants, etc.
It's a big round from Zeus as well. That head-to-head between him and Click, not something that we've spoken about all too much so
แต่
far.
ละคน
But you're talking about a player who has highest ACS, or did until the floor show took place last night, in the league. Same stat which he had in Turkey the year before.
ไปโดน
อยาก
มีด
ทราบ
ด้
เล
วย
ยยิงให้ได้เพียวันนี้
Something
วันนี้มันลั่นเกิน
Also, BBL
ลั่นอย่างกับพี่เอ๋ย
using
เจิม
a lot
ทีม
of
ตัวเอง
the,
เหลือเชื่อ
ultimates on ecos, but
อยู่ดีก็
Mates
ลั่น
do
แบบ
have things to work with
ลั่น
here,
แบบ
right? You're
พี่เอ๋ย
looking at that
งงเลย
lockdown, you're looking at the annihilation.
ไอโซ่ที่จริงใจ
Gentlemates can put themselves in a position where they can try and capitalize, force players back. You look at that
เชอร์ลง
block,
เชอรีฟเลยให้
can
เม็
be
ดเดียวห
very
มด
difficult to hold from there, right? Quick peek out confirms what FUT are up to. Mr. Fallen will be the one to get the pick. FUT's annihilation, though, is the one that's going to be used.
Yeah, it's a small win for Mates in this position, right? Trying to bait out any kind of ultimates that they possibly can. Still a couple left in the war chest for FUT at this point in time. It's Cracks and Atta Captain that we're looking to try and build towards theirs in terms of player positions, though. It's Cracks furthest out
ปี
towards
นี้
yellow.
ก็ไปนะมาสเตอร์ 1
But
Champion,
just
yeah.
going
เออ
forward,
แชมเปี้ยน
is able to get one, but
ไม่แต่ปีนี้ก็ได้ไป
that's all it's realistically going to be when you look
จอง
at
มาแล้ว
FUT's
1 ที่ครับผม
rifles, the way they're playing
โต
off
ลอน
one
โต
another. Excellently done. That will be 4.
And after
Form
that
Mendes.
initial blip that we saw in the pistol round, and it being the one which Mates
ด่า
have
น
been
ตรว
able
จ
to post
EMEA
so
ครับ
far,
ทีม
the
นี้
spacing is looking a lot
ไป
better
ผ่าน
for
ฟุต
FUT,
ไม่
and
ได้
I think that's
อย่าหวัง
something
ว่า
that
จะ
we've
ได้ไป
got to
อิน
be
เตอร์
thinking about. When we talk of the player change and what it is that Zeus brings to the table,
เห
different
มือนว่า
to
จะ
CNET,
สล็อต
as
สุด
we've
ท้ายอ่ะ
had him on the desk
จอง
here
ไว้อยู่
as
แล้ว
well. He plays with a rifle in his hands. He's amongst the pack. It helps
Oh,
support
boy.
players like Cracks that you're seeing on the KO, on the Fade, that have that clearing utility, that are close next to you. You know, that's a discussion we'll get into in a little bit, I think, on his behalf. But yeah, Zeus is very well integrated into this team
เชื่อว่า
already.
ทีมผมจะ
With
ยิง
that
สู้
timing
ทีม
kickoff under their
บัตไหว
belt,
เป
you
ล่า
can see the improvements that they've made.
Right
Oh,
now,
ได้อยู่นะ
Steph for Gentlemates
Ui,
going to
ไม่น่า
stop
พี่
things and have a chat.
ไม่มี
Because
โฟร์
realistically, when we look at the rounds
ปี
and
ก็
how they've
เอาเรื่อง
gone,
เลยเนี่ย
the only round that Gentlemates have won
ถ้าฟอร์มแบบวัน
it
เนี้ย
has
นะ
technically
มี
been
ภาพ
a clutch, right? When you think about it.
ได้มัน
Yeah,
เลย
That pistol round.
ได้มัน
Yeah, just individual heroics, things like this. Something to keep tabs on at this point in time. Goked leading the charge in terms of the discussions in the timeout. We know that Mini, in terms of what his position is as the in-game leader, it is the sort of the pre-round calls. We're keeping a closer eye on the mid-round. He's become a lot more vocal since Robbie BK's departure. It was an idea that they'd been flirting with up until that point anyway. But now having fully committed to it, I think the importance here as well is just, is there any preparation that they can go off? Because for as much as we lauded Gentlemates having brilliant acting, we haven't seen FUT play this map since, you know, the international stage last year.
No, I think we saw them play it in the off-season.
The off-season,
Yeah,
but
but
for
the set
VCT,
form,
I
ไม่น่า
think
มัน
the
ตะโกน
best result is
แต่ตี
best
ตี
left.
อัดก็ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นวาโลน
เออจริง
Well, as for this round, we look
Me
towards
back.
as the initial bout goes off. Zeus already up, and well, there's
กูยังไงก็
3 players here for Gentlemates.
กล้านะไอ้กล้าคือไอ้กล้า
Toxic screen up, they've just been looking to play behind it. Hunter's Fury coming
แต่
in,
ที่มันยิงเราใน
Armageddon
เดน
the
แมน
way back. They're fighting forwards here, Gentlemates, and it's working out. Zipan on the Tahoe yet again, starting to already feel quite familiar for him. But closing that gap, getting the space back towards Maze. They can't move any further than the brackets before Zipan gets his second, and Click puts his foot down. Finally, Maze retaliating with some proactive defense. FUT falling flat, in zone flawless.
Magic
เฮ้ยวันไอ
stuff,
ซีเรียน
brilliantly
มัน
played by Mates. Just
พอ
felt as
ดี
if
ว่า
FUT
ซีเรียล
were
ดิ
maybe caught by their own
เฉยๆ
pace in there.
แต่ดี
You
ขึ้น
saw it like trying to ult through, create a little bit of chaos.
รอ
and
ไป
it
ลุ้
was
นใน
Mates
นี่ดี
that
กว่า
were thriving in
เป็น
it.
จีนอ่ะ
As for FUT, they just didn't really get a grasp of where the positioning was
What
of
I
certain
show him.
players. They would look away. You can see
Oh,
right now.
wee.
Oh, it's a lovely.
Saturate.
Yeah, thank you, mate.
All good.
เซตอัพมันโหดนะเนี่ย
I do really like this from Gentlemates though, staying proactive, and I think this is something that we will have to critique FUT for. When you're running triple initiator, we saw the issues with it from BBL yesterday. If you're not making the most of that clearing utility, it comes in cycles. You have plenty of signatures in there, such as the
มันเทคอะไรมันทุกวันวะ เยี่ยมเห็นขยันเทคจริง
moments, but the big, point that centered off that was that it can take a lot of resources to try and set that.
นี่คือมันทำเอาต่อเลย
He doesn't feel like a
คิด
player
ได้
that
ว่า
you're
ไหนๆ
relying
ก็ได้ไหนละ
ตั้งน้ำไปแล้วทำไมอ่ะเรียบร้อยเก็บไปเล่นแต่ไอโฟอาร์มแข็งปักอะเป็นอ้วนที่แขน
Sort of ultimates
Well,
coming
okay,
online,
okay,
and then
okay.
maybe create a further plan, taking more space towards screens, for instance,
Yeah,
where that
do me well,
lockdown
yeah.
would usually go down.
แม่ง
and
อ้วน
to
แบบ
just
ตึง
then bring that back to the game
Like,
state,
long
we're coming
the
into a big ult cycle, ladies and gents. If you couldn't tell, these next couple of rounds could decide how the rest of the half ends up looking. Whether FUT can stay in front, because that's what
Oi,
they
alai.
aim and do right now.
Man-
Zeus
man
leading
ยิงอะไร
the
ของมันวะ
side B.
Already taking that space, although Kratz
ไม่
has
เสีย
been
ดายเลย
led
เหรอ
towards mid, and it's going to
ที่จอย
confirm
เห็
an
น
advantage for FUT. Spike goes down. What does the post
Deathman
plan
ว่ะ
look
แควก
like?
They are very restricted right now, and the pit's just going to fall immediately. Mini still holding on to the lockdown, doesn't need it. His second kill already before Yetijay is forced to face the music. He'll get one, but that's not enough. So much more that mates are able to do, completely constricting FUT.
Mini looks like a
จริง
superstar
ๆ
ตอน
แผน
พอ
every
ก็
time
ต้อง
we
ต้อง
see
รีบ
him
คุยแผน
in a
คุย
game.
วิธีแก้เกมครับ
Map to map, as an IGL as well, the responsibility that he holds, not just because of the calling, but just performance-wise as well.
Yeah, and when you then begin to draw that comparison between him and Mr. Fallen on the other side for FUT, a player who, has also gone through the same kind of process as Mini, where he was regarded one of the best up-and-coming IGLs out of Turkey.
They're scared now.
And yes, you can tell, Click starting to intensify things just a little bit more. Is that promise has been delivered on for FUT? That they've made international events now, but whereas for mates, it is a process.
So far, the way FUT have been playing this attack, very straightforward, very to the point, executing maybe a little bit slower, but sticking to one side of the map, right? Right now, this is the first real proper default that we're seeing. Spike not committed anywhere, exploring every avenue.
Need to be a little bit careful here. It was just Kamek towards B, but a rotation made. Kada supporting, has the toxic screen towards A. Mid left completely open. After FUT made that move in the previous round, the expectation from mates is that, you don't double dip, you're not going back. So they set up accordingly, and with that stealth drone finding info A, they should have the read.
Looks like they're committing to it. Want to re-clear mid though, just to be sure there's not any late lurks that we saw from Cracks in that last round. No command invested, straight in. Mates can't stop anything at the minute in terms of utility, so they're held back.
Yeah, as I said before, there's little plant security here, so it's really just the null command you're relying on to actually get this one down. But as they drop back into a deeper post plant, look at the ults that Mate have to come back in with. Even just a lockdown well placed through the middle of sight from Mini could be all the difference in
รู้ว่าไอ้
resecuring
ช็อตที่วางสไปร์แล้วกู้เลยอ่ะ
He's already want to try and
ได้ยินปะ
wall space, and the wall's
คนนึก
done
ว่าเก
so
มบั๊ก
well. It's just a quick spam. Mates haven't thought about this, and it's
ว่าแล้ว
such
ทำไม
a
พวก
simple
คลิป
way
ที่แบบ
to
เนียน
deal with the
กู้
lockdown.
ได้
Trying to get out
อุ้ย
of the
ฟาลิน
wall, and it's Mr.
อุ้ยเกือบได้ตัวสี่
ฟาลินก็อีกเป็นคน
บ้า
นะ
จัด
อินเกมที่แบบยิงไม่หยุดอ่ะ
Mr. Fallen says, you want to see a fragging IGL? I'm going to show you one.
Fine,
Taking matters into
always
his own
sad.
hands, and it just feels like a slight oversight from Gentlemates. I mean,
ที่นั่น
Yeah,
คือ
don't
แบบเป็นถุงร้อนครับ
lockdown, and
Long.
it's just cut short. The second
เขย่า
layer from
กำ
Matter
แล้ว
is so
อุ่น
well
มือ
timed as well after they hadn't
ยิ่งบีบ
really
ยิ่ง
been
ร้อนด้วยนะ
present mid, as we say. They didn't start
ต้อง
the round
บีบ
with
เหรอ
any pressure there.
นึกว่า
They
เขย่า
started to give it up, but then they pay a
ไม่
hefty
ไม่แน่ใจอะ
price
ผมไม่ได้
as
ล
the
องข
round
ยับ
drags
ผม
on.
ลองบีบ
It's so hard as well because you see mates they pay a little
ที่
bit
งาน
of
มัน
attention, they clear it before
ไอ้ตอน
going for
เทส
that
ตัวละคร
retake.
ปะ
ใช่
And
ใช่
then again, as you said,
พี่ยัง
that
เก็บไว้
was
ในกระเป๋าอยู่เลย
late
พี่หยิบมาเป็นกำเลย
through it. Some
อันนี้ขโมยป่ะเนี่ยพี่
in terms of
ก็เขาหยิบให้หยิบได้หมดเลยตรงนั้นน่ะ
เออ
ขนมน้ำถุงร้อน
จะได้น่าจะ เอา
พี่หยิบมากำหนึ่ง
ถุงดำใหญ่ๆเข้าไปนะถุง
เอ
แพ
อน
ต้าเลย
หยิบมากำมือ
Just
ใส่
taking
เป๋า
up 3 players, taking the drone offline, not maximizing the space.
แล้วผมหยิบมา2 อัน
You can see
ใช้ไป
FUT
แล้ว
always leaving at least one player
อยาก
towards
ดู
A, whether it's a
feeling ไง
lurk or just waiting for Click to throw himself at the belt.
ไม่มีครับเขาให้หยิบได้หมดเลยโอ้ขนมเต็มโต๊ะเลยใครจะเดินมาหยิบอะไรก็ได้ข้างในเป็น
There's a big gap
นี่หยิบอัด
towards
หน้าพนักงาน
Snowman here, and so
Fair,
Click is
มัน
ขอ
holding
ถุง
on
หนึ่
from
งนะ หยิ
Kitchen,
บเสร็จ
but
แล้ว
it's
ก็
an
ใส่กระเป๋าเดิน
isolated
ออกมา
duel, one which Click
โอ้
will
นั้น
win.
พี่ก็หยิบถามว่าหยิบได้เปล่าเนี่ย
little head glitch there.
เขาบอกได้ก็กำหนึ่ง
Sorry, it's not a head glitch. You know what I mean? Head peek. I'm so used to from holding
Hey!
balls, but
โอ้โห
Canada
มั่วได้เฉย
Kamek helping alone. Well, the Viper
Rotate it, no?
follows this foot
ต้องโยกอย่างเงี้ย
right at
ไม่ทันละ
stop
ไม่
here.
ฝืนเลย
No way out, no way to try and rescue this, and Click's got the information needed to lay up the slam dunk of an in-zone flawless.
Brilliant. And even just that double light speed from Click over the top towards the end signifies to you at home what exactly his role is in the team. Again, just creating space for the rest of his team. Kind of like how you've seen a Neon player
ง
before.
งมากเลย
just use that
Valorant เป็น
slide
ครั้ง
to
แรกที่ผ
open
ม
up
เคย
some
นะ
extra
ลบ
space
0.0
and
วิ
drag
ที่
the
แบบ
crosshair
กู้
away from
กู้
position.
เป๊ะขนาดนั้น
Kamek does a brilliant job here at holding
เอาที่ไม่
sight.
ทันใช่ไหม
เออ
With
ผม
what
ง
he
ง
was saying after
มี
the
0.0
game last
ด้วย
week as well, saying he feels like he has more responsibility
เคย
in his
ทำได้
team as well as like
0.01
the second caller as things
เรีย
have
กว่า
been
เรามีปัญ
reshuffled
หา
a
ด้าน
little
ไหน
bit.
ครับ
He gets the
สำ
reinforcements
หรับ
that
พี่
he
พี่
wants.
รู้สึกว่า
Into the next gun round, FUT will want a response. Otherwise,
ถ้าเรามีปัญหา
scoreline's tied
ตรง
again.
เรื่องแผนนิดนึงครับมันอาจจะแบบ
Utility coming through.
เขาเรียกว่าไง
So the drone usually to try and identify the position
เล่นได้ไม่
of the
เป๊ะ
B player.
แต่ก็เข้าใจครับ
Look at
They don't-
Kamek though, he was the player that
มั
was
นไม่
being
สม่ำเสม
further
อ
up B,
แผ
he's
น
now
มัน
towards
เป็น
kitchen, and
ทีมที่เพิ่ง
you can
ทำขึ้น
see
มาใหม่
Gentlemates thinking about actually starting to move up on the A side. Instead, they're going to pull back, not capitalising off the stealth drone information.
And I wonder what FUT do with this too, because it wasn't quite caught on screen, but as we shift back to the players, I think 2 or 3 of them suppressed towards B long. This is such an
นี่ควิด
important
เตะ
area
ทำ
of
อีกอ
the
อก
map
นั่นน่ะดิ
for the
หิว
attackers,
มากกู
because
2-0
แต่ว่า
gotta go clearing it, and
มัน
that's what Cad is gonna do.
Ow!
Face checking around the corner of yellow. It's Zeus to solo peek it into the poison.
ไม่ควร
Choked
ไม่ควรเลยเนี่ย
alive, cracks.
ประมาทไปหน่อยนี่
And with Click up the guts of mid as well, he'll cut
Voilà.
off the rotate for good measure. This is, well, I was going to say a potential
What?
back-to-back in-zone flawless,
พอ
but,
โดนล้อมแล้ว
you know, damned not to happen as soon as those words leave my lips. Mate, very good,
ทำไมมัน
mate.
ถึงแบบเดินทะเลอร์ทะล่ามาแบบชิลขนาดนั้น
Good
นะ
pattern, mate. But with that being said, what we are seeing is some very good rounds. Cada doing very well to hold on to yellow, and you can see the partnership with Kamek on this B side of the map.
In terms of that KO utility, we saw a few times before from Mate with it being Zipan on that role,
คือ
but
ไอ
obviously
บอม
the
ไม่ได้
change
กันข
making
นาดนั้น
sense
นะ
in
ถ้า
terms of
เจอ
comfortability.
บาง
Kamek,
ที
one of
แบ
his
บ
more played agents.
มาเล่นโพสแพนมันก็กัน
It's
ไม่อ
suiting
ยู่
them
บาง
so
ที
well in terms of the supportive flashes. So light towards this B side though.
F8
They've
ตรง
been
นี้ขึ้น
able
ไหม
to
โอ้ดี
do
ขึ้น
a lot more than the sum of their parts so far.
แน่นอน100%
It's the first Last time we've seen Gentlemates really
Ooh.
trying to be aggressive.
And how do you get out here as well? The Armageddon's right behind them. They've got to fight yellow.
เฮ้ย
To try and get
โอ้โหโดนลุม
something, and well, they've
ต้องเอา
already
สองมาเอา
got
ไม่
one.
เอาไม่ลงมาตัว
Kanika
เนี้ย
brought low, and they're looking
เฮ้ย
still to keep going forward.
นี่อ่ะ
The
คนเดียวพอ
KO
แปด
flash,
สูต
the
รครับ
flash
เอาไม่ลง
absolutely picture perfect, and so is
เรา
the
เล่น
look
ไป
from
โคตรสวยเมื่อกี้จาก
Attica
แร็ก
Finding crazy
อุ้ย
timings as
แก้
Yet's
เก
just
ม
going to add more fuel to
นี่
the
คน
fire.
เล่น KO
Many
มันต้อง
last
แบบ
left, and that
มันต้องมี
Armageddon
อะไร
just
พวกเนี้ย
boxed in. The
ไอ้
rest
ไอ้
have
โอเวอ
made
ร์ไอ้ตัวเนี้ย
nowhere that they could possibly go.
ยิงแม่ง3 คนเลย
Mini one kill deep into the clutch effort, but it's
Fallin
not
ก็ยัง
further.
ได้
The
อยู่นะ
sixth secured at long last for FUT.
Hey, listen, at least they're going to come into towards the next half
คา
at
ด้า
an
ตัว
even
โหดเลย2
scoreline
4
at the bare
3
minimum.
มิ
They'll
นิ
be wanting to capitalise now, push it forward to 7, taking
no
the
way.
advantage
Impact.
because they've been sitting on this for
Public
so
Liquid man.
long. This advantage.
นี่อ่ะเร็วธรรมชาติ
Seeing the flash here into yellow as well. So well timed to take down those 2 players. And that's one of the problems as well. When you are a little lighter on the hold, you have to consider what space you're able to hold on to. And then
วางเป้าคลีน
Teho doing Teho
ไอ้
things makes you completely adjust the scales once again, as there was no retreat in sight. Final round of the half, Kanik holding onto an op, but it's the first thing that gets spotted.
Same again that we saw previously with the Hunter's Fury being used off rip on A, but FUT scaling so much slower compared to last time. Scared of what Gentlemates could do on the A side.
นี่สุด
Well,
ยัง
and
หลับ
because
อยู่
they know it, they've set up an alarm bot as well. Mini has deep control to where the orb is. Not really been
Actually,
fighting for this
Metal
kind of
on
control all
something
too
don't
often,
mind.
but it's a nice early heads up.
ผมว่าจิม
A bit
มี่
of pressure put towards
น่า
B
จะ
at a deposited
เล่นได้
lane.
ทุกตัวแหละ
His
แต่
value
แค่
in a
ว่า
lot of these rounds
เหมื
has
อน
come
แบบ
from the
ด้วย
lurks, but
ความที่เป็น
looks
ตำ
to
แหน่
be
งมัน
backing
อะ
away
มัน
while the drone's
ต้อ
coming
ง
up.
ทำให้เพื่อนอะ
คาดาไม่ได้ใครไอ้คาดาคือไอ้
I mean, at the same time,
คนที่ยาวๆคนเดิม
Gentlemates identify that as the lurker and start to commit towards A.
โอเค
The pressure
เรา
that's
ต้องยอม
coming
รับว่า
on
ลากกลับมาได้ครับ
มันได้ดี
down. It certainly looks
Ui.
like it. Trading even going one
อุ้ยช็อต
better.
นี้เกินไป
Now in a 3 versus 2, and you still have Click's ultimate to be used.
Still holding on to it.
โอ้โห
Gonna
โคตร
send it
บ้า
in a little bit earlier, and actually it's just a solo play. Click right in, refracts
Oh my
back,
God,
but you've only
like
got 10 points of health, and all of a sudden the pool isn't looking as healthy as it was
Ed.
before. But Mini still stands tall.
อุ้ยนี่ก็บ้า
ไม่
เหมือน
ให้
กัน
ไม่ให้
Snatched away at the final moment, and now
Oi.
Yeti with a chance to close the half. To step back as the
good.
stun drops, and Zipan will finally confirm it.
Yetuche.
Will be all even.
We certainly will, has up.
เดี๋ยวสิพาใน
One
หัว
all
เลย
even, and I think that
ไอ้มินี่ยิงไป4เมื่อกี้ยังมันอยู่คนเดียวเลยโอ้โหหันมาให้หัว
มินี่เสกประมาณ 3-4 บินเนี่ย
นี่มันเจแจ๊ดตัดผมสั้นแล้วเหรอทำไมมันลากของนั่นน่ะดิมินนี่แต่ก่อนเล่นเจ็ตโยรุมันมีช่วงหนึ่งนะที่ผมเห็นมันเล่นโยรุ
อายุ 19เองเหรอ
ส่วนตัวพี่ชอบคิวเล่นตัวไหนสุดพวกเจ็ตโคฟนี่แหละตัวยิงหลายแหละแชมเบอร์อย่างเงี้ย
towards mid here, and the fact that 2 initiators are right behind Zeus.
Yeah, and there's a flash coming in as well to just incentivize the peak. Click playing forwards into the refract. Falls back Zeus, double kill.
Easy
ตอน
as
ลงมันมง
that. At the same time, mates are going to pivot, try and get on towards A, and hopefully get a spike plant down.
To tap just for now, they are looking for extra jewels, something to just move the needle back and help the numbers, the man count, as they do trail by just the 1 for now, looking for a fight.
At the same time, because they've been tapping the spike and trying to bait everyone in for a peak, FUT are all here. They're ready for this.
Who's taking the contact? Mini having a little bit of a look. 2 players towards screen as Zeus gets yet another dashes past to set up Atta as FUT come crashing back through. The A site their own. A 7th round has secured the lead again.
You can see what Gentle mates are trying to do, but it's the tee up in towards mid, taking the advantage, and also being so disciplined in the retake.
And that's one of the advantages that FUT have coming into this as well, is that there is tape on how Gentlemen like to play Icebox, whereas nothing can be said, the inverse. It was another A pistol that we saw from them previously, and that's why they go for the mid setup, right? You can get a nice quick early flank if we do see a repeat. I mean, mates did try and interact with it a little bit. Didn't work out for them. And they're not going to be fancying their chances of any kind of an outlaw buy on the 2nd round this time.
I don't think so. Almost something similar when you look towards mid. This time it's the 3 initiators that are trying to take that space once again.
Frax cross-map knife, so Garage already confirmed to be vacant, and with mate grouping up towards A, it is a 4-player stack.
Look at the damage. That's why it's going to be easy for Click to trade out. At the same time, though, you
ทำไม
have to
ซุด
try
ไอ้
and gain control of
ฟุต
backside.
ช่วง
Stop
นี้เห็น
players
แต่
peeking
ไอ้
you.
ยูทิเก
And
ม
it's
น้อย
Mr.
อยู่คน
Fallen's
เดียว
Ghost is
ก็
actually
มัน
the
โว
one
ยวาย
doing
หลาย
the
คน
most damage. It's not looking good at all. As
What
Mini
about
Sheriff
Colin
tries to get
Focus
to
game?
work.
Focus คนเดียวเหรอ
At nothing. That's a
Sub time.
2-round advantage that we're able to grab.
And responding really well to the setup as well. Like, I think Yetu had huge value from his special delivery there. A birthday present for Click perhaps dropped on towards default. No one capitalizing directly off the back of the stun as you see it land in there. But the Fallen in and amongst it, 16 and 7 as it stands. It's both IGLs leading the way. I don't really know how that works, but hey, big brain, big aim.
Hey, listen, that's what it's got to be, right? Still be long. Look at Zeus, he's ready for this.
Ui.
Tee up is absolutely gorgeous. Can't quite get the
คน
third
นู้น
though.
ตื่นไววะ
But it's teed
มัน
up
มัน
at
แด
a
นแบบ
captain
กับหลังแล้วแบบ
towards
ส่งแฟลช
garage.
ไปผม
The captain's already parked up in the
ได้ไป
garage.
สอง
Hangs
ยั
around
ง
here
คุ้ม
too
อะ
long, he's going to get a ticket. Mates need to clear this space out, but
He'll
they've
heal it,
not really considered it at
ไม่
all.
เช็ค
He
ด้วย
is
นะ
going to remain to be that deep deposit,
เอา
and
ไป
while Mini's
สอง
not
ตั
going
ว
to give
ขึ้น
away any steps, it's a stab in the back that you're just waiting for.
Listen,
Ui,
CF1
một.
absolutely
อย่างนี้หมดจริง
massive. At the same time, though, Attica.
Wait, ow.
Wait, how does he play this?
มันยังไม่ได้เคลียร์เลยไง
Cleared it. Absolutely
เอ้า
perfect.
อะไรอะ
Mates
อะไรอะอะไร
doing
สะ
well
กิดให้
to
มา
try
เช็ค
and
อะ
convert from a bad position, and Kamek finishing it off with a little cherry on top.
เนี่ยเช็คจริงจังด้วยนะ
Walks around, clamps the tire in the end finally, like, yeah, mate, you've been here for far too long. You thought I forgot about you? No, I'm coming back for that one. So,
It's like being VAR'd, isn't it? Like, you think you've just scored and it gets brought back.
yeah, the celebration swiftly muted. I mean, this was brilliant from Zeus to just kick things off. 2 kills off the back of the flash, and then Kada taking control of the situation as
Good job.
one of the more experienced heads on this team, I think it's fair to say, after doing his fair share of work in challenges as well.
Yeah, it's interesting
ไม่
when
น่า
you
ปล่อย
look
อะ
at both teams because they're
ปล่อย
essentially both
ปล่อยถือต้อง
products
บ้ามาก
of
มัน
the
ไม่
tier
น่าปล่อย
2
เสียง
system.
เมื่อกี้
FUT, different age, debut yet.
Mid though, Mini's found a little pocket to
ไป
work
ชิบ
within.
หายแล้วขึ้นครัวไปแล้ว
Could he be cooking up in the
Let's check
kitchen
that.
here? I mean, this is a very cautionary drone that's going to come out from Mr. Fallen, and
Let's go and
yeah,
check.
Click does find the kill towards
Tap
yellow.
cùng
So
lên.
right now, Mini is a big yellow
ผม
distraction.
ดูว่ามันจะให้
As
หวย
the drone flares off on his position, mates get into theirs,
Yeah, no,
right
I
on the site, digging heels in on B.
เตะมาเว้ย
Zeus clawing one back as he always does, but so much work left to be done.
นี่แหละจังหวะนี้แหละ
Still need to get on the spike.
โอ้โห
Nearly denied
มีโอกาสทีเดียวแล้วทำไม่ได้
Almost able to flick back. Still though, a significant
right.
advantage.
Zeus, one more kill, would have had the dash up, but the player who charges in front this round is Click, tying the scoreline 8 apiece.
I mean, massive from Mini, right? Finds a little gap, been taking damage from the spam or wherever it's come from. But on top of that, as you said perfectly, a big yellow distraction for FUT to try and collapse upon, when at the same time it put mates into position to try and swing towards deep mid, towards those back positions, and yeah, FUT just lost so much space there.
I think too, when you have the Teho, you can make these really deep clears, and I think the synergy between the dash on Click and obviously Kamik's flashes as well, you're seeing the value. Ada keeping an eye on Garage, 1v1 opposite number, nice shot at her. Does this force mate's hands? They've still got over a minute and 20 seconds to play around with, but now feeling A inclined, Refract is enabled. It gets the saturate off, but with the suppression, he is locked into this site, and so is the rest of the team.
Spike should be easy to go down. Blades being used, that rifle can be chucked
Tap power
over to one of Zeus's teammates. That's exactly what happens.
Crack still has both flashes here
ตอน
on
ตาย
the way
มาเป็น
back
เสียง
through,
เขา
and
บอกไว้
Zeus blades
คุย
in
กับเพื่อนครับผม
hand. We're looking to take a fight, but instead
Oi.
Bates want to go on the offensive, or at the very least, just slow them down with the hinder.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to try and get back into. You've got to be thinking Salvo's still there. Mini still has the nano swarms as well as Kamik having his molly.
Already bought half of the time off the spike, and that will continue to tick away. Zeus
อุ๊ด
removes the first of those
Đâu
players as
phải
Crack
lòi
gets
mà
in
hả?
towards the defuse. Deep positioning
Ôi,
from Mace. They
ôi.
need to try and get
Ôi.
back on the
Ôi.
line, look for a fight.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Zeus dictating the play instead. A swing from Crack to
Ôi.
save the day, but he goes
What?
down early.
What?
Holy
So
shit
Mr. Fallen
บ้า
will
จัด
give FUT a pace
มันเป้า
safeguard
มันแบบ
thrifty.
มันเป๊ะยังไง
I don't know, like, when
Đi
you
đẹp
see
thật không?
all of mates falling back, you're thinking, well, it's just a post plant, right? There's no way that FUT are able to get back onto this, and it's not only
ตัวแรกว่า
that,
คม
Zeus does so well to
ตัว
try
สอง
and take the fight on the front line. This is absolutely insane.
รีบ
Attack
ตี
helicopter flying through the sky, man.
เฮ้ยนี่ไงมีเสียงแล้ว
81-30, armed and dangerous.
Really well played. Zeus does
นี่
absolutely
คือ
And
มัน
there
เล่น
is
แบบ
never a
ตัด
round
ความหวัง
right
ซี
off
เน็ต
when he
ที่จะ
has
กลับมา
those blades in his
เทิร์นโปร
hands.
เป็นไปไม่ได้เลย
round right off when it's FUT.
That's probably a fair assessment as well, but we have to give the same credit to
Oi.
Mates right now. Click
Ooh,
deep blue
ui,
boiler,
sủi.
gets the value from it this time. It's a kill onto Mr.
Ih,
Fallen.
set up
He's out of
คนเล่นใน
dodge.
เลนมันต้องแบบ
This is lovely stuff. At the same
ต้อง
time,
ไม่ต้อง
FUT
มี
need
อะไร
to
อย่าง
try
นั้น
and
ไม่
get
งั้นคือ
something back. But
ต้อง
in
ใจ
the
ถึง
แบบ
meantime,
ปืนเปล่าอ่ะ
losing players.
Oh, this is a really
Không phải
nice
khui
choice
à.
from Ata Captain. He's going to
Ủa,
fight
mấy
in
con lén
towards
gặp Hương
main
cái
deep,
da.
where he has the flank coming in. Now Zipan is the player who's hot under the collar, where instead it would have
ต้องเป็น
been
เพื่อน
him as the
นั่ง
anchor
นั่
on
ง
the
อยู่ห้อง
site.
เดียว
If
กัน
he
อะ
wins the fight, though, it's just one player.
ลอง
Where is
ลองซ้อม
Hitton
ลอง
in
คอม
all
โบ
of this? He's hedged his bets,
สุด
and
โดนไปแล้ว
well,
เมื่อกี้
neither of them have come up.
This is not looking good whatsoever. Still, Frolin shoes. Zipan finally dealt with. Spike's been ticking away this full time.
It has.
Yeah.
It's boiling over right now. The cauldron cooked away by Mates. In position, Kamik holding firm onto yellow. He's got contact from Click deep in Snowman. Set up for success as time continues to play against FUT. Another player dropping to the deck. It's Yetege this time as Kamik has found a triple for himself on the round. But that all spins back to be long.
Yeah, it does. Zipan
Definitely
does
don't think I need-
excellently.
I think
But
them
also
too.
on top of that, Gentlemate's realising the mistakes, not letting players take them off guard.
I love this deep dive from Click. He did it a
Ui,
couple
mega
of
bot.
times on the attack against Liquid, but most of that was just trying to create a little bit of
Yeah.
space. There wasn't a full rollout. You weren't seeing the extra value. He's managed to land it a little bit more
Let's go.
practice on the lineup perhaps. And
Yeah.
you're
มันได้
golden.
วิชา
I
ทู
think
ส
as
เปซ
well, like on top of that,
เอาวิชา
FUT
ทู
are
สเปซมาแบบ
interacting with
เพื่อน
mids a
กลุ่มใหม่
lot
เลย
here, right, in terms of the utility that they're using out here. A early Vipers pit towards 8.
Let's go very quiet on the map. Scurrying.
ระหว่างคอแตกเกมจบ
Steps
นั่นเลย
as
น่าจะ
they
คอแตก
give each other a chest bump. No players caught in the process. Yetu is suppressed now, and he is solo
สวย
yellow.
ละผมรับกลับ
Very lenient, I guess, with the uses of
แต่มันรู้ว่ามีอะ
the Hunter's Fury that we're seeing come through from
เอ
Mr.
เก้ไปไหน
Fallen.
ไม่ได้ละตรงเนี้ย
No real value to come off
นอน
the
รอ
back
คอย
of
ยืน
it.
รอความตายเนี่ย
There's a couple of players in position. I mean, they were thinking about potentially re-exploring A.
Kraxus has no flashes either here, so it's just straight up gunfights.
To install a little
Wait.
longer, the salvos at the feet, and then
Oh.
turns his head around. Click has found a different
แทน
point
ที่
of
มันจะส
entry.
ตันด้านขวา
SJ's head explodes.
ไอ้นี่มันคือคน
The
คิดมาก
Armageddon goes on sight, a slight gap. Mr. Fallen falling in the back.
คิดมาก
Nano
จริง
Swarm dropping beside him. And as he tries to play forward, Zeus in support, it's not going to be enough for them. Gentlemate staring down the possibility of double digits here. As FUT's rifle round has gone to pot. Atta is going to get one on the fadeaway, but he needs 3 more.
Still has an orb to work with as well. We could try and disguise on the
ไป
spike,
แค่ตัว
but
แรก
it won't even get onto it. Double digits confirmed for Gentlemates.
Nice stop-start round from Gentlemates on B-Long there. As we said before, it's not just about the space that you take, but then the denial of information, and yet to just hands are tied from that position. If you go and face check as the tail at that point in the round, when you'd already invested your drone, you don't want to be the guy that gives away the bozo death that sort of ruins the round for the rest of your team. But you also need confidence, you know, if you're afraid to win, then every move is a risk.
Now into timeout, we're starting to get to crunch time, right? These two teams have been trading rounds back and forth, at least it would seem like that, but Gentlemates are the ones who are able to string these rounds together, right? It's looking more concrete from the attack. And something I wanted to talk about, Hazard, is the fact that like Gentlemates are actually only a year behind FUT in terms of the life cycle if you look at both rosters, right? Both have come from Tier 2, FUT won VRL finals in 2022, and then you look at Gentlemates, they won Ascension in 23, right? You look at the development of the roster, both rosters and how it's going.
Yeah. That's the asterisk, right? Both rosters, because you are talking about a different team here. I think one of the big things for me is that if Gentlemates can, you know, confirm this, find a way to beat FUT against all odds. Well, you know, both of these teams are top of their group as it stands.
Yeah.
But few people would have forethought that Gentlemates would be in this position. They haven't won 2 games in a row since it was the French side that came up from the lower bracket of Ascension in 2023 to beat Apex. It feels like every single time the roster played a team before, it would be, you know, a weaker team and then a stronger team.
Yeah.
You had Liquid with the changes. Now you're coming into, what, you know, FUT on form. So, hey, if you can find a win today, then perhaps they have just hit their stride.
And I think as well, considering yesterday's result against BBL, this would rip the group right open, identifying that Zeus has taken a forward position and Gentlemates straight in towards Kitchen.
A lot of pace about this, despite the fact it's an anti-eco, and right into the spawn they go! Click doubling
เมื่อ
up,
กี้ดูเดี๋ยวถ้ามันบัฟมา
dishing out
ขาวหนักกว่าเดิม
all of the
เขามี
damage.
ส่งกล่อง
I mean, if you look at FUT right now, they are so
แบบ
split up from one another. You had that fight in spawn,
เสีย
all
ดาย
of a sudden trying to fill the gap through the snow pile. Gentlemates all over them like a rash in terms of what you hope to try and take away from this round. Maybe a bit of damage, but credits are building up.
Kamek's ready for this. Flash is actually spot on, but can't capitalise. Click
ตอนนี้ลิขิต
certainly
งง
looks
แล้ว
to,
ส
but
รุปมึงใช้ของดีหรือ
it's
ไม่ดีกัน
only
แน่วะนะ
just one. Canada will be the one to finish it off. We are getting closer and closer to map finish.
Next gun round is huge. The winner of this one, map point for
ไม่รีเพย์มันเป็น
Gentlemates
คิว
up
จอย
against
แล้ว
their
มัน
FUT
ไม่ได้
half
ฟิ
by
นิ
at
ชแล้ว
best, you think. And now you can see that Click is starting to play with confidence. As I said before, not necessarily the player who in this team you're investing so much to set him up, but as he's come on leaps and bounds from that SK team, which feels completely different to this Gentlemates roster.
Yeah.
This is a roster with the goal of staying in VCT rather
เงินมัน
than
เยอะจน
staying in
ซื้อ
the
เอา
dark
ลอง
league.
ไปยิงตั้งได้
Yeah, that's totally different standards. And on top of that, as for this round, we're going to be looking at the ultimate game. That's the big thing that will be the difference, and with it being so harsh on FUT's economy, I mean, you can see both teams looking
Hey!
at Zeus looking for a kill,
Oh!
but
Oh
can't
my
get
God.
it.
ยิงแบบคนหมดใจ
For that
ไอ้
play.
เหี้ยแพ้แล้ว
Oh,
Yeah.
Yetishi can't get more than
Oh,
two,
wing
and
KO.
easily picked up Kamek. Gentlemates can just go straight into this with an advantage.
All of the time in the world, and as the Killjoy lockdown drops in, there's no way to deny it. Yetijay gone. Can't combine the Armageddon or salvos, a hefty investment perhaps. A free reign over the A site is the name of the game for Gentlemates right now, and a possibility to get the spike plant
นี่
in.
จะว้าวอะจะเล่นหน้าเดิม
Hungry as ever, but perhaps his eyes bigger than his stomach, because with that we go back 3-on-3. Kamek to stabilize. Spike only just getting
ส
picked
รุป
back
ไอ้วอล
up.
นี่มันดีหรือไม่ดีวะ
Gentlemates have plenty of time to
ต้องมี
rotate.
เอาไว้
play around with the
Retake.
map, create pressure points elsewhere in the map to move FUT, and on top of that, they have a player advantage. They just need to be wary
ฝั่ง
of
รับนี่
when
ถ้าไว
they'll
เปอ
come
ร์ตาย
back
นี่
in.
คือ
They will have the
จ
no
บเลยนะ
command.
เออะ
They will. And with the knife just
Don't
being
mind.
used on A, Krax has called this rotation ahead of time. Mr. Fallen coming into the retake will have the recon.
I don't think Kada wants to use the Viper's Pit either, but just because of
สแปม
how
ขากับ
easily you'd be spammed out.
อุ้ย
Death's door, and he's
อุ้ยเป็นไง
arrived
สแปม
across
ขา
the
กับ
threshold. Krax kicking him over the
Sắp em dạng
doorstep. 3 kills
If you
picked
crack-
up, and now
แต่มันเหลือ
all
มินนี่
eyes
เดี๋ยว
to
สุดท้าย
Mini.
อะทำไม
And
คนโดน
does
สแปมไม่เป็น
Anybody
มิน
want
นี่
to
วะ
rely upon, it has to be Mini.
So many clutches last year, but now making his debut on the big stage.
ได้ตำแหน่ง
Will he be blinded by the lights, or can he take them all for himself? 12th round, Arstov.
แต่รอก่อนครับ
It's fragged out so heavily thus far. But going wide for the first, it's Krax
ถ้ามันเอา
to shut
สอง
down
ก็
the
จะเกิน
second.
ไปใช่ไหม
He is the
Krax ตื่นละ
star of this
เงียบอยู่นาน
round. A quad kill, which keeps FUT
วิ
in
แคร็กมัน
it.
เสกเลยทีเนี้ย
Excellently done. On top of that, the pressure that would have been on it, and FUT just playing together. Zeus very unlucky not to get one pick.
เป้ามันใหญ่ไปเปล่า
So
สุดฮะ
uncharacteristic. And
มันลดเป้าไหม
he
ปกติมันไม่ได้เล่นเป้า
is
นี่
the
นะ
hero of
เหรอ
this round.
มันเล่นเป้าไหน
Being able to get that
มันเล่น
double kill
ไอ้
เป้า
สาม
บวกปะ
ศูนย์อะป้าบวก
Oh, see that. Kraxis was pretty much the hero.
I mean, look, he gets a double kill, but then
ถ้าอย่างนี้ไม่
Krax
ดีละ
gets a
แสดงว่ากำลัง
double double. I mean,
แบบ
ไม่มั่นใจ
เพิ่มความมั่นใจ
The steady. The
แต่วันนี้ผมเล่นผมเปลี่ยนแค่2เป้าแล้วเป้าจุดกับเป้าจุด
for us here
จุดเล็ก
on
กับ
the
จุดใหญ่
commentary desk, but you can
Aw.
already see Click preparing the light speed. The ult ready, Zeus in position, but with his presence detected, he drops back.
I respect it, right? The utility
Bao-
being
bao
put
chuột nè,
forward by
chuột này
Gentle
coming
Mates.
nè.
At the
Chuột
same time, though, you can see Krax is holding this flash.
อุ้ย
A play queued up for
Ai
FUT,
mà.
but it's just not going to come to all that great effect. And while
Dân
Zipan's
slow
going to be
đấy mà.
hindered, doesn't matter. It's only Click that we have to worry about right
เกิน
now.
ตีเว
but
เลมันแบบ
we can't find
เพื่อน
the
ไม่สโลว์
space,
แต่เพื่อนได้
and
ส
so
ปีด
it's
ดู
a
อย่างมัน
second
โอ้ยัง
expedition
กลัว
to the
นะ
site with utility once more.
Just the head scene. Kamek can't quite get the kill he was looking for. At the same time, Annihilation coming on down,
Ui.
trying to force players out. But I don't know if FUT want this smoke. It looks like Gentle
Ah,
Mates have
เปลี่ยน
everything
reload
they need. And that's going to be map
ได้
point.
A brilliant round for Mates to win. They respond immediately, and as good as that previous round win was, it was only Krax left standing. A hero moment to save them for just that point in time. And it's a modified defensive setup here as they try to flood backside, or at least fill that gap a little bit more with
Guys, we
bodies.
aim so much better, I swear. Let's go.
This is
When it comes to the jewels, they were prepared.
Yeah, they were, and on top of that, Hazza, things get worrying when you look at this buy. When you look what FUT actually have to try and finish out or get close to finishing, stopping Gentle Mates finishing out this map. There's an ultimate still to be used in Kada's pocket as well. Gentle Mates in the perfect position to try and finish this map out.
Gentle Mates, with every passing round, the attack speed increases, turning the dial, increasing the pressure. But with a reclear, little bit of mid-rounding here after that first phase of utility coming through, so the salvo should return to Zipan momentarily, as they have left Mini in position, calling away from the rest of the pack to set up the team to now take mid-control.
He's thinking about this.
He's gonna be overwhelmed, unless he hits a collab or something crazy. No, it's just Click at the front of the horde once more. And now Atta to be overwhelmed.
เนี่ย
Needs to try and hold on to something, you think.
Mini.
Oh,
Ây.
no. Oh,
มีให้เห็นมีให้เห็น
That's
มิ
a
นี่
little bit of a disaster. At least the rest of the roster's there
Đi, đi.
to try and close this out. It's around the
Ồ,
world, and it's
muốn
going to
đôi
be
em bẹt.
a map. Gentle Mates, a bro.
ไม่อยากจะเชื่อสายตาตัวเอง ระดับฟุต
ไงถือว่าเป็นด่านตรวจไงถ้ายังแป
ด่าน
ด
ตร
ผ่าน
วจ
ได้
อันนี้แบบรถวิ่งมาด่านตรวจกระเจิงอ่ะด่านแรก ไม่ไหวยังไงก็คัมแบ็กว่ะ ยังไงก็คัมแบ็กมินนี่มันเสกเยอะเกินอ่ะ
ไอ้คามิกทั้งมินนี่แต่มินนี่ได้ไปหลายราวอยู่นะ เอ้ามันจอดำอ่ะเอ้ามันจอดำตามไหมเนี่ย อืมเราไม่เหมือนเดิมอ่ะแม่งไม่ย่อแล้วแบบแรกฝั่งนี้นะเฮ้ยมันกลายเป็นสแตทไปเฉยเหลือเชื่อไม่เล่นกันได้วะ
TX20โอ้ยไม่ใช่ดิ
จีสแอนกดแรงว่ะ
Match found.
มันกดแรงอ่ะอัดแพ้ได้ไงโอ้
Enough training. It's time.
อืมอัดแพ้ได้ไงอ่ะตึงห้าเลยเหรอ่ะตึงห้าเลยเหรอ่ะเดี๋ยวพี่เดี๋ยวพี่จัดการเองจริงๆวันเนี้ยพี่ไม่ได้เล่นพี่ให้เท็กเจอร์มาเล่นแทนแล้วพี่ก็ไปนั่งดูไปซ้อมแทนเท็กเจอร์อืมจริงๆวันเนี้ยผมเอาเท็กเจอร์มาเล่นแทนพี่เนียนอยู่
เชื่อเลย ตอนเข้าไปโดนไอโซดอ่ะ พี่คิดว่าเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวต้องโดนหลายรอบแล้วเดี๋ยวต้องได้สักรอบหรอวะ ไม่ได้สักรอบเลย
ทำไมมันคนใช้เยอะจังวะไอจุด 3เนี่ยอันบอกว่าถ้าเจอพี่เอ๋ยเดี๋ยวเจอกัน ไม่ใช่หมายถึงไอ้นี่เนี่ยไม่ใช่ยาอ่ะมายังวะแอดวานก็ดูวันในใต้ห้องโอ้โหมันโหลดนานอะไรขนาดนั้นเฮ้ยของนี้เจนจีอ่ะ
Reloading. Let's begin.
Somebody's there.
Confirmed kill. Reloading.
Revealing area. There they are. Reloading.
That was quick. Munition.
Next.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Got 3.
Somebody's there. Gotcha.
เกมมายังอะเกมมาแล้วบอกเนี่ยพี่
So hard.
10 seconds until stage change.
Up you go. Reloading.
Reloading. Stage 2.
เก็บเลือดหน่อยอู้มันอะไรเนี่ยดักฉัน
Focusing.
Blow him up, bud.
Neutralized.
Reloading.
Who else? Your turn.
Reloading.
Stopping fire.
Dizzy has targets.
เลน่ามึงมันเลิกเลย
Die.
Target down. Adios. New stage in 10.
เออ
Stage 3.
Focusing.
Run, little man. Your fault. The wingman's down.
Exchange.
Lock the sight.
Best directed.
Dizzy's up.
โอ้ my goodness
One down. Ultimate orb spawning. That's great. My ultimate is ready. Drone going out.
Reloading.
Target down.
Got 10 seconds until stage change.
Someone's there.
No distractions.
Final stage.
Got 4.
This is how it ends.
Show me a target.
Huevo nada. Reloading. All right.
จากข้างบนมาอยู่นั่นน่ะ
Enemy down.
Targets. Sit down. Yeah, my ult's ready.
จะมาเลย
Watch this.
โอเคพี่แป๊บนึงใกล้ละ
It's you and me. Stand aside.
Silence.
Focusing.
Dizzy's up top.
All missiles away.
Reloading.
Cállate.
Be faster.
Oh, you mush. See ya. It's all you, little. Gone. Let's go.
Not enough.
Charge your ults.
Got him.
แล้วแครกเลือกใช้ตัวที่ตัวเองถนัดไม่ได้ใช้ตัวตามเมตานะอันนี้
Die.
เฮ้ยทำไมอะคุณ
Oh, I'm pissed.
ป้าแบบฟูลเฮดดี
ไวกว่านี้แครกไวกว่านี้
One site anchor on towards B.
Right.
Get a captain at the same time is exploring A main all the way through
Oh,
in
don't
towards
sit
attacker
down there, what?
spawn. How diligent do you go?
ลบหลังกล้อง
Is it
หลัง
just going to be a freebie? Yeah, it is. Zipan with one kill, but in the meantime, fight's going on towards Jen. Forwards goes clear.
เฮ้ยจะปุ๊บ
He's going to drop. Now looking at the position, Zipan is so far out of play. He'll just be looking to try and use those salvos late, but not too much time already bought here. It's a true 1v1.
You've got to look at the position of the spike plant as well. It's not anywhere near for Zipan. They've already got the salvos out in cracks now. Owen just needs to wait on the peak. It comes through, and it's a 4K for
เม
cracks.
ตาไม่มีผลครับ
Another
แครก
quad kill,
ยืนยันที่เป็น
full of
KO
impact from one
เลือก
of
ตัวถ
FUT's
นัดใช่
longest
ตัวนี้มันเมน
standing
ใช่
players. And it's the kind of response that you really needed after Gentlemate's getting away with so many of these pistols, having good prep coming into it. In terms of the post plant, I like the idea to fight towards spawn side, but it's just very,
เฮ้ย
very staggered.
Yeah, it's really. I mean, like the round itself is so topsy turvy. You're thinking to yourself, like, what is
มัน
etc. It's just very well
Nah,
played all
but-
round.
I think out of the
Yeah.
spawn plants we've seen so far, Na'Vi tried it as
GGอะไรครับ
well. I can't remember one that has
เล่น
gone
เกมต้องดู
well
ให้จบครับผม
because of the plant. It's always been something
นี่
else
มี
that
มี
has
คงมีของส่ง
happened
สวยๆปะ
to offset it a little bit. Mini spotted as the
ต้องแบบ
Cypher main
เมเคโอ
with
ต้
the
องดู
flashing
แคร
util
ก
coming in. You expect the second
ของไม่ง
piece.
เยอะ
Cracks just going for more.
Don't
He's
you
actually
have a
got
crack,
two.
man?
Needs to be careful the player coming up rope. At the same time though, Kamek's there to peek off it. This is really nice. A 3k in total,
Oi.
but a bulldog
Whoa.
recollected. This is something to
Oh,
work
man.
with.
Now
ปืนตก
2v3
เป็น
and
เรื่
both
อง
of
เลย
those
ที
players
นี้
are split up for FUT. They've got to try and find
น
a
อน
way
กี่โมง
to
กำลังดีถ้า
get
ตื่น
everything
9 โมง
back
ครับ
together.
ตื่น 9 โมงก็
It's that recollection of the spike though. Meanwhile,
ตี 2 ต้องหลับอ่ะ
cleared all
ตื่
the
น
way
9 โมง
through
อะ
spawn. Have a good idea of the picture.
Gentlemate still
Oh,
hanging
you
around
think, yeah.
towards B.
รู้สึกเสียเวลาชีวิตทำอะไรไม่
Zeus
ได้
has to be big here.
Right into him. The cam doesn't clear. Zeus has perfectly positioned himself as to not be caught by this, and so it's a lineup of players
ไม่อยาก
straight
จะบอก
to
ว่า
the
สุดตื่น
chopping
เลย
block. Zeus with
หลับ
2 kills that put FUT
ก็
2
ถ้าหลับ
rounds
เลย
up.
ตี 3ก็โอเค 6 ชั่วโมงอย่างต่ำจริงๆ 6 ชั่วโมงก็ไม่พอนะ
That arcade push, the
ก็ต้อง
arcade
7
fight,
ว่ะ
a little bit
สุดย้ายออก
dangerous.
จาก
You're starting to see the ideas what was coming
SLE
through.
ทีมเก่ามันเหรอ SLE
This is just brilliant work from Cracks to clean up solo. You feel as if Gentlemate needed to do a little bit more to catch him there, put a bit more pressure on. He's 7-1 right now
ใช่
inside those
เจ็ด
first
ตี
2
สมัยยุโรปใช่ไหม
rounds. With the full purchase coming in, yeah, they're up against the null command early.
ไม่ช่วง
Yeah.
ช่วงนี้
You're
เล่นเซต
looking at
บ่อย
where the stuns going though. That's towards top tower and A. A nice combination coming through with the utility.
Don't
Mr.
set up,
Fallen,
up.
not long for this world.
Served up from the strat book and
7 ชั่วโมง
executed
สุขภาพดีครับ
perfectly. Once again, Gentlemates finding themselves in
7
link
ถึง
towards
8
spawn with
อย่านอน
rotations
เยอะ
heading
กว่า
their
นั้น
way.
Just now up against plenty of players, and Kamek,
Well,
the
he
one
must
to
have IOL.
capitalise at the same time. FUT proactive, going and taking A main space. Gentlemates clearly
พี่ก็
pivot,
นึกว่า
go
พูดจริง
towards
จัง
B,
เลย
and they've
ง
even
ง
got
เลย
enough time to try and allocate the spike to get extra orbs. Well, in
ก่อน
this
ผม
case,
นอน
it
ไม่
will
กี่
be
ชั่
the
วโมง
rolling thunder
แล้ว
for
ตื่น
Kamek.
มากินนม
The
แล้วหลับ
perfect situation to set up the post plant exactly as you would like, cater to your
Man, that-
strengths. 3
พี่กำลัง
players
ง
in
งเลยตื่น
main,
มากินนมแล้วห
early
ลับ
contact from Mini, and the rest right behind. Mate following the torch that he has held in front. Leading by example once again, as soon as Click gets the slightest scent of blood, he is right there and ready for it. Any more birthday gifts, perhaps?
Aye, that's what you're looking for, right?
Turning up to his birthday party on his birthday with a birthday gift? Not gonna get it. It's Mini instead. But
Bro.
Gentlemates are on the board.
You're a year younger than me, and sometimes like you feel like decades younger. You know what I mean? Like, oh my
ให้เหรอมั่น
god.
ใจขนาดนั้นเหรอ
Very nice set play coming through with the utility.
Tạm đồn nữa
They
rồi.
identified the breach player, Mr. Fallen, who'd been
Cái
playing
combo này
there
nát
a
cực
few
nè.
times.
ของดี
And yeah, Kamek, just spot on.
Like, where do you go? Where do
Yeah.
you go with a play like that? And the answer for Gentlemates being, of course, you go through spawn
เพล
if
งโจ
you're
กับ
them.
บีทแม่งโคตร
And
อร่อยอ่ะจริง
I think it's another situation when they get towards B and it looks good, and we're
คือ
not
มัน
going to see the same
อัพแล้ว
again.
ช็อ
I
ก
mean,
ฟอ
Mr.
ลไลน์ตรง
Alvarez
นี้เลยเหรอ
there, this
นี่
would
ดูดิ
be a
Bah.
bit disgusting,
Out lại.
wouldn't it? Oh, where's he off to this time? He's lived it. He has lived it. Fair play. Wouldn't want to make that mistake twice.
Hey, listen, seen it happen before. Click this time. Look at this. They're getting the space towards.
เฮ้ย
Jesus, though, catch it in transition, Kada, and Mr. Fallen making sure to make good of the
Oh,
trade.
mấy kia có đi à?
Advantage towards FUT.
Just trying to clear out this area here. Pest control, making sure that nobody has managed to slip the net and get towards spawn. Quite laissez-faire, lax, allowing the French organization.
เซตอัพมันออกแซนดีนะเนี่ยดูแบบว่าเปรี้ยวอยู่
Very close.
นี่ไง
Armageddon being
นี่ไงดูเจ
used
แล้วจะ
to
มา
try
ป๊อป
and
ปิ้ง
tee
อย่าง
up
นั้นเหร
Mini.
อ
It doesn't work out. Now the 2 players stuck on site have to hold up against 4 players of FUT. The first one got, the second, the third, make it 4! Gentlemates able to break the bye of FUT.
Absolutely decimating them. Kamek in full control yet again. Joining this squad, he feels as
ตื่น
if
มา
it's been night and day from
นอน
those
หลับ 90 นาที
days that he
ตื่นมาไม่
spent
ค่อย
on the
ง่วง
Liquid team. Finally seeing
Có
the
chết
other
tôi
side
quên
of
rồi.
things, the sunny side of things.
As well, though, frustrating round for FUT, right? You're in a 4 versus
Không phải
2,
đâu.
coming back in, and you gift 1 versus 1s to the 2 remaining players.
ลิควิดมึงปล่อยออกมาได้ยังไงเพื่อน
Massive stuff.
And having already sought his revenge in the previous matchup, the tear continues.
ตอนแรกมันกำลังแบบว่า แอบตามเชียร์ลิควิดนะ ห่าง
What are your objectives? Collecting
ห่วงๆ
orbs,
ๆตอนนี้
creating
แม่ง
problem
น่าจะ
point
เชียร์ไม่
for
ขึ้นแล้วดู
Gentlemates
ดู
perhaps
จากล่าสุด
towards bridge on the top side of the map. They've cleared it out. Gentlemates were actually looking to try and re-clear that space themselves through the underpass. Instead, it is Click solo B.
Cracks.
Huge fight.
Has to be won cleanly. Cracks needs to hit headshot.
Double
Stun.
stun.
This is very nicely done. Oh,
Kamek again.
Yeah, he looks almost good enough to try and
โอ้โห
get that
นอน
double. Zeus
นอนแบบ
though
ไอ้นี่เหรอ
certainly
โรนัล
looks
โด
good enough himself. That's a player you can rely upon. Rolling Thunder isn't going to work out Mr. Fallen's
นี่แหละ
classic
ครับ
hits.
วิ่งผูก
This
คลิก
is
ฮะ
winnable.
Kamek has now died with the aftershock as well, and while the
Fly
incendiary
up, Luma.
flies through the
Pick up.
skies, it's not quite landed just yet, and only just now starting to stop the diffuse. Actually, I don't think
Like
it
a fail
landed
up.
correctly, but it doesn't matter. Mini's found 2 kills, needs a third to make it a third.
Has the cam for contact. Spike hadn't been half. Has to jump because of the cam's positioning. Needs to win out. Still, Mr. Fallen trying to bait out, using the stun to at least get half, but just peeks out and wins it instead. A round that shouldn't have been that close, but still at the end of the day, it's won by mates.
They get there. Over the line, Mini to take them once more. Kamek doing brilliant work in tower. Up against, you know, a set of Sheriff's pistols just to try and be problematic. The fact that the Rolling Thunder is absent from this following round is probably the biggest thing if you're FUT though. They have an overdrive.
The best. Let's go, bro.
The threat that their own ultimates could create proactivity. But from the setup, you can see it is anything but the case.
สงสัยจะ2-0ผิด
Last
ทีมว่ะ
round, right? They tried to go for the bridge crunch, even though it was a slow one.
แย่ละ
Mates didn't see it. This would have been the round to call it, unfortunately. Contact being taken towards drop.
And because it is a little telegraph, this disc control isn't half too bad. The runway put out for Click. Jumping down into danger, into Mr. Fallen. Feet planted on the A site with the rest of FUT following suit. Kada, the last player left, the orb by his side.
พุทธมันเล่นตาม
She'll confirm
ตาม
the
คนใน
orbital
ทีม
strike
มากกว่า ไม่ได้ตามเม
regardless.
ตา
So perhaps better just
Look,
not
we're
to
not
give
gonna be
away
like
the
Hom.
position for now. It's an empty utility belt from the most vanilla of vanilla agents. You literally just got the gun in your hand to try and get something done here.
Will he even go realistically? I mean, at this point,
แสดงว่า M8 มันพร้อมที่จะไป
4 players
โรนโต้แล้ว
towards that A side. I mean, 3
One
looking
pan
over
foot
the Spike
today.
alone.
ถ้าผ่านพุทธไปได้ก็พร้อม
You've
แล้ว
got to be thinking to the future. And for a player like Kada as well, who joined from stage 2 last year, he's had a little bit more time to mesh with this project as it's been built. From the ground up, from the coach slot. We mentioned it a little bit before, but Gentlemates have invested a lot into their coaching staff, trialing the right people. Back so far as August, September last year, I think around at the time of Ascension is when they were starting to look picking up pieces, because really this is almost like the best of the rest in terms of challenges and the players that they've been able to hold on to. And Kada, of course, has his own personal reasons.
เอาละ
Sorry.
ครับผม
I mean, that's the thing, right? You look at the investment for Gentlemates as a whole. Like JT, Gokid,
Mokwanka.
Megwanka. I don't think my accent is maybe the best.
Honestly, I'm glad that you left that one to me, but the point still stands.
Yeah, like there is so much there, and this like ties into the point that we were talking about earlier in terms of anti and stuff like that. How it was looking good against Liquid, and now coming in against FUT. This is the map 2 anti.
A Parisian homecoming at the end of the tunnel, but Gentlemates taking this one game at a time. FUT standing in front of them and starting to respond with the right ideas. 4 ultimates at their disposal. First of which the overdrive, and as we finally see that bridge play come in, it is greeted with emptiness, silence.
Like this though, at the same time, every single time, FUT putting the same Cypher utility there. So it seems as if maybe there had been a lot towards that side of the map. There has not been.
Yeah. This reclear from underpass is gnarly to try and get through though. When you don't have that extra presence to just support it a little bit, and you'd have to be crazy or nuts yesterday to go across that zip line without any extra info.
Still, it's close by. He's potentially walking into a trap. You can see Cracks looking to try and perhaps tee up one of the players. It doesn't come through at the same time though. The utility has, and it looks as if almost a guaranteed kill. Zipan gets out with 30 points of health.
Walks out of the fire, smouldering his shirt, giving off smoke but still alive. Mates now realizing that there may be a gap elsewhere, and this stack of FUT players that sits on B has made concessions elsewhere, so to A they go later in the round this time.
Attack now using their orbital strike. You've got to think as well, once FUT get, or what if we get in towards post, Well, there's always a chance there's a retake cam. It's not going to be needed at the moment though, because the spike's still not committed. Ultimate certainly is. It's going to be a brawl all the way to the end, and now it's just the remaining player of Cracks who's looked so good so far and has to step up once again.
The fragment comes in, but it's a moment
ดูดิมันแฟกเมนต์ลงอย่างเป๊ะอะพี่
goes down.
โคตรเมนอะ
It's Cracks who feel like who's in control right
Ui.
now. He's large.
พี่แครก
And
แม่ง
in charge. Zipan going down before the salvos could save
Foot,
him.
foot.
Nothing to fall back upon. It's FUT in front.
It's a player as well, when we look towards Cracks in the performance, who we've talked about as being this utility player, this system player, the one who's always setting people up. And this series so far, absolutely lights out. The value that the kills he keeps getting is almost round winners.
FUT's longest serving player taking this game into his own hands.
I don't know.
You can see what it means to the rest of them as well. Resurrected in this second map so far. And you already mentioned it here a little bit. He really struggled, I think, in the previous series in terms of those attack halves especially. So on the defense, it's a positive start. We'll have to keep our finger on the pulse as far as that goes. But I think the big thing for me as well is, are you getting the trade value out of him? And when Cracks is playing well, all of FUT are playing well. That seems to be the case because he's so involved with the pack, with how they set up, whether it's the retake or anything else. 11-4 right now, and still with that null command available. Gentlemates, no ults, but you are close to Zipan's Armageddon, and that has to be factored into the plans here.
It does. As well though, like coming out that last round,
Main
has to
จัด
be,
เลย
like we speak of the word frustrating, right? But like how is that conveyed in terms of like why is that? On top of that, you look at like the ultimates used, orbital strike. Sure, you're using like the neural theft and the overdrive. Maybe not massive ultimates the last two, but you're talking in terms of this is still pieces that you would like to have in the back pocket for later rounds, and if you use it on a round loss, the value hasn't been gained.
Gentlemates have to make the most of what it is they've got here. Just the rifle on click, the Phantom. Serving up sprays as he slides by. Just be the catalyst to that initially. It's a combination of util and tower, which Cracks has sidestepped quite nicely, and with the null command expended, there'll be no more of that.
There's ultimates, not ultimates, utility to come back from. Mr. Fallen finding many, and Cracks looking to try and take things on his own. And McDonald's, and on top of that, that's weapons to pick up.
Cracks is just going to watch life fade away from him right now as Kada, the player, to give the all clear. Nowhere to go. Has to fight forwards here. Mr. Fallen in the face of oppression, finding his third of the round, and it falls down to Atta Captain at the end to close it out for FUT. Damn near close from Gentlemates. They did invest that ult that they had though.
That's what we were speaking about, getting value from ultimates. I understand why they've invested it right. Gentlemates fancy themselves. It's lovely stuff all in, but again, we're speaking about value. You're now at 5-3. Your economy not looking fantastic, and you're investing these ultimates as well.
That's crazy from Mr. Fallen.
Yeah.
ขึ้นมาถึงก็เห็นฟุตวาร์กเลย
Running into danger as the explosions go off behind him. It's like something out of a Bond movie.
Cool guys don't look at explosions.
Exactly. And to start this one off, yeah, right. I mean, you're saying that I'm young. What's that say about you? Jeez. Mates have got the Zimmer frame out in this round. They're taking a slow approach.
I respect it.
Leisurely stroll.
One off the Rolling Thunder as well. That's exactly what they're going looking for.
อุ้ย
Go, go, go.
เนี่ยท่าเยอะจังวะ
หนึ่งเดียวเขียวมันเมนจัดเลยเมื่อกี้
Mini is the
ปลาแฟกเมนต์ปลาอะไรแบบลงแหล่ง
เมื่อก่อน
against
มัน
one
เล่น
of
ตัว
the
เดียวอะ
veterans in Mr. Fallen. So
Fully smoked.
it's an attack side.
เมื่อกี้มันคัดอะมันโยน
Mid-round always been something highlighted.
มันยิงนีออนสไลด์เข้าที่หัวโยนแฟกเมนต์ลงบนแผ่น
They're
กดดัน
stricken
ให้อ
for
อกมา
options, trying to split the A site,
แล้วก็ยิงอีก
and they'll use the rolling
คุ
thunder
ณ
to
นัช
do
ชา
it.
นะครับนัชชาสื่อนะครับเป็น
Get
Good day,
out.
Kada.
Kada first in, still Zeus not spoken
Kada
about,
Kada.
not even found, and he's going to activate
Ui,
at the
không.
right
What?
time.
Oi.
Look at
Ui.
him.
What the hell
A player who constantly
Yes.
turns up where
มา
he's
จัดจังหวะนี้
needed.
เพื่อนต้องหาให้แล้วปะ
Last 4 on the round, and setting FUT up almost for a flawless.
เอาไง
And yet again, he has managed to capture
Alright.
lightning in a bottle. He'll try to close
Nee.
it out.
Ja,
with
nu.
all 5. And Zeus has done
ฟาเล
exactly
บอกกูต้องตายเลยเหรอ
Absolutely lights
ขนาดสไลด์มามันยังหันไปยิง
out.
ปัง
Who is
เป้า
just
กับโคตรนิ่ง
mechanically superior to almost
Mình-
mình
everyone
chìm
in
cả
this
đấy.
league. Name a player better than him when it's their day. I genuinely don't think you can.
Durka.
บ้า
I'm sorry, you asked.
Oh, mate, come on, man. Like, let me have my moment.
I know exactly what you're saying, and he has been the difference here.
เนี่ยมันกลับมาใช้เป้าเดิมแล้วไงเป้าบวกมันอะ
That is a duel that I would love to see, but it's one that we have to be
มัน
considering
น่าจะเปลี่ยนเพราะว่า
later
ไอ้ช็อต
down
ที่
the
เราไป
road.
ยิง
As we said, you're taking it one step at a
ยิงไม่
time
โดน
for
อะ
both
เป้า
of
แม่ง
these
บัง
teams.
ตัวหมดเลย
FUT
ตอนนี้
building
ไปด้าน
into
บ
yet
นอะ
another
ไป
year
บล็อก
where
อะ
their campaign can only be considered a success if they make
ควรเปลี่ยนนะ
international stages, make deep runs, and Zeus certainly a key component of that right now. So on the other hand, reduced to a pick and mix of weapons here, but that seems to be enough right now to give them the green light to the A site, but no plant as this molly is so well timed.
It'll be frustrating because now those smokes are getting closer and closer to fading. At the same time, you're thinking about the post plant. What
Yeah,
utility
so
do you have? You still have the Brim and Sindri, and on top of that, Zipan, the Teho, his salvos as well.
Don't forget that orbital strike. Look, we can list them off as much as we like. It's the gunfights that have got to
Wait.
start going their way if they want. Click, using and abusing the smoke around the side with the stinger.
Wee,
2
Click.
kills picked up. Is the defuse still coming in? Yeah, it is. That's been completely overlooked. It's another missed molly, in fact, that sold them short.
Yeah, last time they didn't pay for it, but this time round they certainly do. And that's a
That's
thrifty
Sam.
round, right? Where you are able to consolidate and main. On top of that, everything looks good.
And amongst all the chaos, it's just that
Yeah.
slight oversight. I mean, we didn't see on the player POV the bar across the top, but the diffuse was being worked on the whole time. The observer's catching it in the picture-in-picture.
It's just like,
Yeah, the molly comes in and it was body blocked. I was body
very
blocked
nice, yeah.
by Yetu. That's so smartly played.
But it's not only that though, you've got to be thinking about the bodies that are on the line, right? I mean, maybe I'm being a bit too harsh there.
ให้มันบล็อก
The rifle round is the real barometer of where Gentlemate's attack side currently stands between a FUT that have put their foot down. No, but, you know, the pun was intended, but you get the point. This is what we expect from them. You've got to be setting teams like Gentlemate straight if you want to be as dominant as we expect.
Expansive wordplay.
Thank you.
No bother.
I'm here all day.
Spike drop.
See if Gentlemates can
ทีมฝรั่งเศสที่เหลือฝรั่งเศสคน
cut
เดียวตอ
down
น
the
นี้
working hours and
Yeah, at the same time though, you're seeing like a lineup here in terms of like the breach util, well, the breach done towards a tower, I'd imagine, plus the salvos. Just trying to fake out towards the B site, maybe catch or rotate over. While that happens though, there's still going to be the Cypher here and the utility, so there's going to be a clear bit of information that FUT will be able to rotate off of.
yeah, you can see Mr. Fallen was holding the Rolling Thunder, so for FUT right now, the brunt of the setup is catered towards the B side of the map. He'll shuffle the goalpost a little bit. And as the defense mutates, it's a captain that's able to find the first of the kills. Plenty of ultimates invested into this round. It could be huge in terms of the ramifications because Gentlemates, as you say, are stricken for options now. The utility belt is empty and so are the opportunities. The time break is gone.
จริง
And at the beck and call
ไม่บุกแล้ว
of the hourglass,
อย่างวะ
the final grains of sand have hit the
เก็บไป
bottom.
เล่นราว
It's
ท้ายอ่ะ
done. That's going to be a third. And look, the silver lining is you keep 4
แล้วมันตายไป
rifles
มันก็
for
มี
what
เงิน
will
เลย
be another rifle round.
No point
It's a
saying
far
they got
from
one.
best case
Niไม่ฟู
scenario though.
For me as well, like I'm using this word frustrating a lot, right? And so far it's been a very frustrating attack half, right? Like Gentlemates are just not getting what they want to do. FUT are doing very well to disrupt the game plan. And cost Gentlemates rounds. The fact that like Gentlemates though leave that so late after like you can see them trying to mess around with utility and fake out towards the B side instead of going like, do you know what, let's just go and hit towards it. I mean, the Cypher of Yetishi does so well to just gain the information and get FUT to rotate in quickly.
Strength of Gentlemate's composition does come through those combos, the quick attack speed as you said before. It's not making the most of it. It's Yetu that they've got to try and get past now.
Oh, no way. Yetiji, he's not able to get one. At a captain can't double up, but mates take the clear advantage. That's the big thing. You're looking towards the post plan for main. Look at this. He walked out rafters, and as you mentioned, there is a backstab prepared, and it is Midi that will sink the penultimate blow. One player left, and as good as Zeus has been, as he has played to his strengths well above his player number, it's not enough this.
อย่างนี้โดนไม่ได้ครับ
3 on the halves that we saw against Koi. His big value will simply come from being traded amongst this group of players, and you're already seeing it right now. 5 queued up in A main, out the gates they go. Into sand, it starts to swallow them whole. There's Zipan, Mr. Fallen dropping down, and you look to Zeus once again for answers.
He's to try and find something here, something to bring numbers even, but he can't get it cleanly. And there's so many players to try and fight against.
ถ้าไม่โดนตันนะหมด
I mean, he had an opportunity but can't
ไม่โดน
capitalize.
ตันแบบไม่
Counter
ไม่
stun
เสียง
from
หลุด
Click was huge, and now Gentlemates are right back in this. Another pistol where they look like favourites. Spike down, solo fight, a recipe for disaster as Zipan continues onwards. Only at a captain left, and while he has the molly, it's going to land. That's a
ยิงแม่น
start.
จัง
That is a start, but still plenty of players to try and get rid of. It's only bought him some time. How long can he really last here? It doesn't look like long at all. As Kamek looks to finish out the round, and again, we've said it before, another Gentlemates pistol.
เมื่อกี้สู้หลบอยู่หลังเสาดีกว่ารอการปลุกเล่นก่อนค่อยเล่นกันได้มั้ง
I like the ideas from FUT to try and push that envelope a little bit, get out from sand towards spawn. I think we saw Gentlemates do it absolutely tons, but the counter stun from Click, really nice use of the relay bolt, and the retake simplistic enough in the end.
Keep it up, boys. Let's go.
There you go, keep it up. I mean, this is it seems simple in
theory,
but in practice it'll be completely different when once we get FUT on towards the rifle rounds. As for now, Eco, what's their objectives for this round? We know there's 4 orbs, etc., and plenty of map to try and take.
First off, those goes on to Kada, but FUT can add one back.
I like this from mates, being proactive, taking orbs away from FUT. taking away objectives. At the same time, though, we're talking in theory. Again, that word comes up. And practice, it's just going to be a sight hit.
One positive is that Gentlemates do have the main space. You talk about push and pull.
Ow.
You need some solid ground to
There was-
stand upon, and actually this plant looks as if it's going to come all the way in. No click, snatching away at it at the final
Rob
second.
Newman.
They len,
Coming
they len,
right
they
there
len.
by his side, but it settles for a 2-on-2, and that doesn't seem
Oh,
to be
let's
good
open
enough right
on Tongwa
now.
Lek.
Jesus has a bulldog in his hands. It's a real problem, which kind of shuts
ได้อยู่
down.
ได้เฉย
And Atta
การ
follows
ฟุก
up
ไม่วางว่ะ
on.
แต่เลือกที่จะมา
They
เทรด
safeguard Thrifty,
ภาพไม่เหมือน
and
ไอ้บอม
number
เลย
9 for FUT.
Yeah, that's another
Pump it.
frustrating round, which Gentlemates have let slip. I mean, we saw on Icebox,
But
they still
BBK
did
ไป
well,
แล้วครับ
let it go, and
นัว
that
ลิ้
was
น
on
ไว้
the
หน่อย
defense
เอาอ
as
อกเลย
well. I understand what they're trying to do, but they're just giving too many fights to a team that will very happily take them.
อืม
Just as I was saying
Tony Kai
before, vibes are so important. You can see
เสียงดัง
an
ฟังชัด
all-time high on FUT as they find a round they would not have been expected to win.
ปวด
The last on the list of objectives, the one you don't expect to hit, is of course winning the round where you come in with all classics.
การ
But
ฟุ
a
ก
big bonus for them. For
นี่มันกะให้
Gentlemates, just
มิ
to
นนี่
kind
ดู
of put
แล้ว
it
เก็บหมดเลยนะ
one game at a time, one round at a time. This one starting on a sour note as
Okay,
Simhan
พูดไปดู
falls
บอมครับ
solo in A main.
ถ้าไป A มี
Looking
สิทธิ์หงายหมด
probably at double
ไม่ไป B
digits
ดิ
for FUT, especially since they have so much time, we can tell, to get that spike down.
ไม่ต้อง
Gentlemates gambling on this one with Mini's rifle
วัน
and
นี้
set
ผ
up
มตื่น
towards
มา
B.
ใช่ไหม
They have
แอคทิวิ
managed
ตี้
to
เยอะจริงวัน
invest
เนี้ย
a few
ตื่น
more
มา
grey shirts towards the A side of the map
ไป
for
ทำใบขับ
now.
ขี่
But with the sight given over,
กลับมา
FUT
ปุ๊
in
บ
prime position to convert yet
แข่ง
another
เสร็จ
round. And
ไปออก
Mini
กำลัง
should
กาย
just be
ต่อ
saving. You're looking to the 3 players in close
แล้วก็
proximity that have created that
กลับ
perimeter
มานั่งดู
to
นี่ต่อ
just
เทียม DPI เท่าไหร่
can
800
be
ครับ
done honestly, right?
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
800
the test
0.225
dummy in the car.
Yeah, I think as well though, like
ดูตี
these
ห้า
last
ตี
couple
ห้า
of
เลยอะผม
remaining
ว่าไม่ถึงหรือเปล่า
mates players
มันเริ่ม4 ทุ่ม
are
อะ
semi-close, have made decent
แต่
progress
บ้านเราตี
towards the
3อะอยากดู
ultimate.
เฮลิ
So
ติก
if they go, it's
แต่แข่ง
another
ก็ง่วง
ulti-op
หิว
towards
หิว
them. At the same time
หิว
though,
ข้าว
that
มัน
is
ไม่ได้
two
กิน
towards
ข้าวแล้ว
Atta
มันโห
Captain.
ยอะมันโหยแต่มันไม่ได้หิว
Yeah, now he has the orbital
มัน
strike
โหยข้าว
available
จั
to
ดๆ
use,
อยาก
and
กินข้าว
that is something which you'll be heavily fixated on if you're FUT or even Gentlemates, to be honest, because in terms of this pre-round call, Mini's had so much time to set that up now. One of his strengths as a leader, we said before, is these defensive setups and how he responds to what it is that
มันไม่
the
ค่อย
other team is doing.
มันเป็นทอด
FUT so capable in their own right, though, and these pacier takes, I think, have looked good for them. They're one of those teams that sort of, they either execute in the first 30 seconds or the final 30. There's really no in
นอนดู
between
เลย
in
นะครับ
terms of
เอา
how
ขา
they
พัด
open
เอา
up.
ไป
And we
ชิว
always talk about like explosiveness, right? How quickly
ๆก็ผม
they
ชอบนั่ง
can
เอาขาพัด
pull
ตร
the
ง
trigger,
เดี๋ยวนี้
send it in. And when you look towards
Dù
what
tay
like,
một
the
tố bánh sùng.
Brimstone brings to that, if they can get the spike down, in fact they have the orbital strike as
ไม่เอา
well.
ไม่เอาไม่กิน
Yeah, this is looking like a quick play
Đừng có
with the
lo
Molly
nữa.
lineup. That should land tower. And I
ดูเลยดูเลยวินนี้
believe
เซตอัพ
Molly
Tôi là
grouping
làm
up
ngon
for
mà.
an aftershock here as well. So
Cái
as
trục
it
của
drops
Linh
in,
phải
yeah,
làm
it's
gì
the
vậy?
orbital strike
Ủa.
actually, and that gives you even further coverage.
Sao mình
from
lại
the
tài
side.
vậy?
There is one
Thu xịt cái đấy
pocket
phòng
where a
ngon.
player could be caught. That's Mini. He got the cage off beforehand. That'll save him an extra second. And with Kada supporting, the rest of Gentlemates arriving, FUT gonna give this a second go.
They're going to come back and they know about Mini's position, and Mini playing it so well, knows that players need to peek in.
Ui.
Ba
Getting
chạm.
this KO.
ไง
It's
เม
just
น
another
เนี่ย
kill.
เทโตไม่
It's
ต้อง
like
ครับ
dinner
เอ้า
on a plate. Can't make
ตามเมตาทำไมครับ เจโอ
See if
กำลั
they
ง
can
มา
finish the dinner because
Hey, tốt
otherwise
thiệt
it's going to
kìa.
be falling on the floor.
Tôi
Atta,
đứng chắn phúc.
one more kill, side of the smoke is Kamek peeking through and finding the final kill in the cleanup mission. The mop comes out, and so they sweep the floor for a sixth.
Yeah. Foot standing on the ground, but Gentlemates have the 5-second
Mm,
rule,
đâu.
so it's all right.
แผดหน้าโครนบัฟด้วย ยิ้มเลยครับพี่แค
I
ก
don't want to be anywhere near that. This flash was immense, brilliant utility.
Mày
You
hả?
know it's mental as well.
Chiệp
though.
chặt
This
à?
is Foot without
Ừ.
the KO buffs, right? What's it going to be
พี่
like?
แคกมันเหมือนแบบ
I
โยน
don't know, man.
รู้ระยะแฟด
The thing is as well, the buff that KO gets is more of increasing the skill floor rather than massively raising
ขนาดมัน
the
มันโยน
ceiling.
ในเนี่ยมัน
So,
โยนใน
in
แฟก
terms
เมนต์
of
อะ
the
จากหน้า
implications in pro play, I think
ตรง
we'll
เอ
have
ดู
to
ดู
see.
ลูกนี้
โยนซีทีไปลงตรงเสาอะโยนแบบเป๊ะอะแบบยืนหลังเสาไม่ได้อะ
Theory on KO is it's never the player's problem. It's the fact that
วัน
everyone
ๆนี้
keeps peeking
โปร
into
คนหนึ่งก็อยู่ใน
flashes,
เด
you
ส
know?
แมทนะ
So,
ไอ้นี่อยู่ใน
บังคับ
คาร์ตอม
peek or be
ปลาของ
paid. Live by it, die by it. Zeus in this round has a scorched earth policy. Light investment of the Outlaw.
Cage trigger.
Trying to go up against what is 4 players with light shields. 3 players, sorry. But you
I was counting.
yeah,
Yeah,
never
well,
this
don't
live
click.
broadcast. The fact of the matter is, Mini has heavy
Yes.
shields. He's on the site, and so are the rest of Gentlemates. They are swiftly arriving.
Yeah, there's traps to play off of.
I see what
Unfortunately,
the
there's
song
many
con-
players to try
Min
and
Ni
play
บอก
against
สวยไป
Kada, taking
เฮ้ย
the timing and does so well. Why is
ไปป้อมให้
managed
เฉ
to
ย
go? It's like
โอ
ships
เค
in the night. At the same time,
Falling.
that spike not committed, and
Đây.
Karmic trying to
Ui.
keep
Ui.
that chaos. Zapan finishing it
ไม่
out.
ไกลแล้วอย่างนี้
Gentlemates, they're trying to keep this close and doing well in it.
You know what they say about ships in the night? You're always waiting for the iceberg, and that's Zipan. Comes crashing back into this retake. This was brilliant work from Kada to just shut down that initial push, keep Zeus on a leash. If you allow him
บ้าจัด
to get effective in these rounds, once he builds up confidence, there is little to stop him. To another purchase for both teams. It's Gentlemates with the powerful ults, but you're only one off a null command and a rolling thunder if you are FUT. And so far, they've been given access to those orbs.
Yeah, we've not really been seeing Gentlemates play this defense on the front foot at the same time, though.
Drone's just giving him a tap on the head.
Yeah, Click just being active, taking that main. You can see FUT pinging it out, thinking about coming back in.
Such a difficult position to play as well. You get a late contact. You kind of have to just give it a bit of the mental timing and call the play in at a
Do
certain
score.
point before you get
Mm.
cleared deep. So utility invested, but that
Score
will
sửa
regenerate
sửa
later
lại.
into the round. It's going to be useful fairly soon because FUT are preparing the execute towards B
Oh.
now.
They are, and the kill
ไอ้เฟิร์น
shots
เข้า
have
หมู่
been
มันดี
changed
จริง
at the same
เก็บไป
time,
ใช้
though. Gentlemates, they're trying to play this on the front foot.
เอ้าไอ้ยินลากไปโดนเพื่อน
Combine. One back in the
Yeah.
conversation, make that 2.
Yeah.
It's all even. Advantage now confirmed by
จานฟุก
FUT.
แก้ให้
โอ้มัน
It's
เล่น
only
แบบ
one player
โย
as
โร่
things
จัดเลย
stand.
อ่ะ
Click
M8
still
อ่ะ
with a full belt king.
มุดสโมก
Things
ยัดหม
difficult
ด
here.
ไม่สน
Keep
ไม่
himself
สู้หมด
mobile,
อะ
play in Zipan, but even then, if he goes down, you're still asking
หรือมันรู้ว่า
for
ฟุต
that
จะเล่น
extra
อย่างงี้วะ
player
ก็ไม่
to
นะ
find a kill, something
เมื่อกี้
back
มัน
this post plant
ไม่
is
ไม่ได้
so
ดู
deep,
มินิแมป
Zipan's
ว่า
gotta
มัน
go
มีคน
searching and stick
ได้
his
ข่า
nose
ว
in there to try and
ไม่
find
ไม่ได้
something.
ดิน่า
And
จะ
with
เดา
that
เมื่อ
as
กี้
a captain in position for this open plant, which now finds a deadly use.
Gotta go.
Click thinking about saving here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's respectable considering the
แบบมีนี่ครับผม
economy is
โอ้
sitting
โห
around
อัน
for
นี้เขา
Gentlemates. Not a
โค้ช
lot.
เตรียมแผนโลตัสแล้วเนี่ย
Looking at Mini and Kada, maybe on a Bulldog, which we've seen a few rounds, by the way, on this defense.
Yeah, look, there's a possibility for a buy here, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. The big thing for me is the fact that FUT walk away with that round with the investment of sort of minimal ultimates, to be honest. So you've still got the null command, you've still got the orbital strike. I really like the proactivity from Gentlemates. As we said before, you need to be fighting for some space when the execute comes in, and Kada's done a brilliant job of that. But it's Atta finding 2 kills back, which is then, you know, the straw that breaks the camel's back.
100%. Well,
ไอคอนิกเขาเรียกว่าไอคอนิกของเกม CJS Echo
แมตช์นี้ซุดเอทไปทีนึงครับ
เน็ตไวเปอร์ต้องนี่ทากุส
Gentlemates
ทำไมไอคอนิกโยรุของพี่มันคือเจสันวะ
his best role
ไอเจสันมันดูช่ำชอง
overlap with Zipan, but at the same time, it's all a balancing act. That's exactly the case in terms of money. Split down the middle, a little bit of everything. Game plan wise, they want to fight off of the B contact of the cam.
I'm out of here.
like with a rifle, horrible strike as well. The trap seems to be going well. It's been triggered, but there's
ไม่โดน เรียบร้อย
It's just not
ไอ้คิงมันโดนซื้อขาดรัว
I mean, Yetaji's tried to escape
Kamik
in
ยังไง
towards
ครับ
the back
โอ้โห
lines,
ไม่
but
ได้
Kamik
ว่ะ
patrolling that,
Kid
the
lang.
sheriff towards the defender's spawn, and his forced foot towards the A side, where Zippin stands
อยู่
alone.
ที่ซิป
Playing
แพน
this
ครับ
very
จะเอาคน
defensively
เดียว
as
เบร
well.
กสาม
Top
ได้หรือ
side
เปล่า
off angle where he sets up.
เหลือ
That
1 นา
one
ที
kill
นะ
back towards Arcade was
ไม่ต้องรี
everything,
บ
but even the rotation
KO
can't
เดิน
come
แทงหา
quickly
ข่าว
enough.
Needs one, maybe even two, but needs to at least get something
แทนที่จะเสียแค่
concrete
หนึ่
to
ง
work with, and does. It's a 2 versus 2 coming into if we can
โอ้
get
มัน
to
สวน
it.
มาเหลือ
Oh,
8
it's a
ไม่ได้
down
เหี้ย
KO player though, so it doesn't
เฮ้ย
count for
โอ้
all
โห
too much. In
มี
the
ฟอลไล
meantime,
น์
Kamik able to backfill the space. I don't
วาง
think
ปิด
FUT
วาง
are
ปิด
expecting this at all.
At the same
Hey,
time,
Samogu.
Atta Captain's gone searching, so
Samogu
Krax
long
is
with look.
all alone. Spike in the back pocket. 2 big 1 versus 1s here.
First of them
Hey.
heading towards spawn. Low
Away.
HP both players. Kamik overlooked, and now the spike planted to his position. Atta Captain has the ultimate and a decision to make. Can he call Kamik's bluff? And can Kamik hold his nerve with the ult in his face? It's 4 instead from
อัตรากัปตัน
ดีตอนแรก
Gentleman firing on all
นี่เอามา
cylinders.
ตาย
The breach bites back for an 8th.
I mean, FUT just assumed that both players would be playing together. Kamik does so well to continue taking the space away from FUT, coming in from behind. And it's a round similar to what we actually saw from Liquid and BBL in terms of both players went for 1 versus 1s. And it's the attack that lose out. Frustrating, you can see on the faces of the players.
เราขอยึด
And
ชื่อ
think
ข้างหน้าในออก
now, 11-8,
ไม่ให้เป็นกั
things
ปตัน
getting
ละ
wobbly.
Just a little seesawing in
อั
terms
ตรา
of
คนละเรือน
rounds picked up by both teams.
ตอนแรกโอ้เชิงแบบ
That's
คัด
anything
แน่
to
นอน
go
เมื่อ
by.
กี้
There should be a shoe-in for FUT, but we
ดู
know,
ดู
of
แฟก
course,
ลงของ
ดูของเล่นเขาเยอะ
Mini
เยอะ
left
จัด
to a stinger.
เฮ้ย
That should
ไอ้นี่
suffice
บัง
ทำ
เล
ไร
ย
แท็บ
close range. It's Zeus running down the line in towards
บัว
spawn. Not
แล้ว
getting
ทำ
out
ไร
with
เขาไม่
any
ใช่นึก
more
ว่า
than
แท็บ
just
ไว้
the
ถูก
one. It's a
ลงไหน
complete
เมื่อกี้
fake. And mates
ไม่
have
รู้
fallen for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah,
มัน
and
ก็
it's
แค่
the
ปลา
Teo as well
น่าจะ
that's
ปลาไป
lost
ตรง
right
ไอ้
that utility to
ข้างอีเว
clear
นต์
the
ปะ
แต่แค่ปลาเท่
spots
เฉย
out. And as the players come
ไม่มีอะไร
through,
เคลื่อนไป
it's
เรื่อย
an even trade, down to 2 versus 2. Kraxis has to commit to the spike.
Second
What does
pulse
it
of
put
neural
for?
theft is huge as well because now they know of the proactivity and Yetaji's caught in transition. Another 2v2, which is
Oh,
looking
Team
like
Hunter
FUT are poised to lose. As much as I said micro was
Yeah,
an
well.
issue before and the trading
2-0
maybe
หรือเปล่า
had
นี่
improved, it's isolation after isolation which lends Gentlemates a lifeline back into this map.
A massive lifeline, and I'm glad to use that word, Hazza, because you look towards the ultimate economy moving forward. Rolling Thunder. I mean, the Armageddon's one off.
Landed on the roof.
Disaster stuff.
It was a nice idea from the strat book for FUT, and you can see obviously they've been working on this map to go ahead and bring it out after having not shown it for a while, but frustration on one side, elation the other.
100%. Looking towards this though, barrier drop
ถ้ามี
coming
ซัดไป
in. A
22
lot
อ่ะ
of players lined up towards that A side, and you've got to be thinking they're moving in towards the Cypher setup as well.
It's the stingers though, man. And that's the one thing that I'm ever so slightly worried about.
Yeah, I get that, but you've got a Rolling Thunder that when it comes in will stop that fast fire rate.
See, I mean, Zeus playing parallel to it. It's the stun that goes sand. Mini playing from the site, suppressed, the trap's down, but Kamik still
Do
doing
Kamik
his
lend it?
job, supporting as best his efforts he possibly can.
ครับ
A is under lock and key.
Trying to like play around him as well, the defensive smokes, it gives something in which
Main
Yetaji
KO
can
con
work with,
một hiển thị
especially
màn kinh.
with the weaponry that's in hand.
Click already in
KO
behind
Viper.
as well.
KO,
so
gột
FUT
2 ตัว
boxed in. Going silent on the
ช่วงนี้
round.
พอมันได้
Kamik's
ฟุตเด็ก
even
ใหม่มา มันก็
joined
กด
up
แค่
with
คิว
him.
ไวเปอร์เหมือนเดิม
Nowhere to go. Time getting low.
Still plenty to work with, you could rotate if you wanted to.
Just see Krax's knife has come back up, so if you wanted any tool to get in, you think about using it or just go dry. That's only ever going to end one way. Mr. Fallen taken down, and Gentlemates now on double digits.
Only the Rolling Thunder needed as well. Half
but-
by, you got FUT coming back in with the rifles, etc. But the big thing, they've kept the Armageddon. They've got the overdrive if needed to be aggressive. And FUT are miles off really big ultimates. I mean, maybe the null command for cracks, but at the same time, yeah, I totally understand this. We are going to get
Guys,
a
you
FUT
are
timeout.
playing insane. Keep it up. Let's
ใกล้เข้ามาเรื่อย
อยากดูฟุตที่โตลอนโตมากกว่า ดูครับดูจนจบเลย2 คู่
ๆจริงๆ2-0ก็ได้นะ จะได้ดูทีเฮดไว
ถ้าวันนี้แพ้ไปเลย
ๆพี่อย่าไปแช่งคนเดี๋ยวมันมีเกม3
อยากดูก้อยที่โตลอนโตอะครับโหน่าจะยากอะเดี๋ยววันนี้ก้อยเจอทีละติก
ก้อยใช่เหรอมันก้อยหรือ GX นะ
เฮ้ยแล้วมัน GX นี่หว่า
ตกใจหรือว่าทำปกมาผิด
ตอนนี้คือเบนจี้แจกกระเป๋าแล้วอะ
กลับบ้านนอนนะพี่หรือว่า
ไม่แจกกระเป๋าไปโตลอนโตเตรียมแล้วเนี่ยแจกกระเป๋ารอแล้ว
นี่ไงเหมือนที่ผมพิจิกไว้ไอ GE บูมแล้วก็เซต้าไปโดน
โอ้
ตัว
ยากมาก อาจจะมีสักทีมหนึ่งเป็นไม่ได้
บูมจะมีภาพสุดละ
ถ้าดอท9เป็นอย่างนี้ตอน
Get to
เรื่อยๆนะ
achieve as an
โดด
organisation.
ได้
ห้ามแผ่ว
Only a few rounds away, so long as FUT can't stand the test of which you feel they need to pass if they are
ผ
to
มว่าเดี๋ยว
be
มันไปเจอพวกไอ้นี่ก็
contender for
รู้
Toronto.
เลย DRX
ต้องเจอด่านตรวจก่อน
I mean,
เจอเปเปอร์เล็กตอนนี้ก็อาจจะแบบ
something to trigger
อาศัย
any
ช่วง
trap
เมาหมัด
whatsoever.
ต่อยซ้ำไม่ได้
It's very loose contact from Click, just
He's
playing
doing
this
it,
one
I think,
solo,
isn't it?
and he's the one player you think would maybe
Black
give
hat.
it a go, but even then they back up and play
What
full
nine?
retake with this annihilation, but FUT know it.
Yeah, they do, and they
เขา
need
จะ
to be
ทำยังไง
thinking
เปเปอร์เล็ก
about
ลึก
the
ไม่ออกเลยเนี่ย
contingencies after this post goes down.
Spike
ไอ้ดอนไหน
planted,
นี่
that's the
ภาพ
cue,
เดียวกับบิล
stun
ลี่เลย
towards
เฮ้ย
บอส
มี
กั
คน นตาย
Zeus should be
Power
dead, trying to run out into
Lord.
a safe
Neon.
spot, and he's actually gotten away with it. Let off the hook. Gentlemates back
Hey.
into the retake, but they still
สอง
feel
ศูนย์ด้วย
confident
ก็
that
ยื
they
น
can
อยู่
hold this
ดีๆ
over
ไป
the
ควัก
line.
ลักเขา
Yet
รู้
to
หมด
back in his own
ไก่
stocks.
ตื่นหมดเมื่อ
One
กี้
back into the way
ควักเลือด
of FUT for now.
Right now,
Oh,
though,
hey,
FUT don't really
Tuche,
have much
ครับ
utility in post.
ฉลา
One
ด
thing
ครับ
they
ช็อต
do
นี้
have is Yetuje in tower. Not overlooked, he'll get cleared in the end. Pete
Hey.
outdrive
Hey,อะไรอะ
won't land. Finally taken off the defuse by Fallen.
Hey.
The captain
Hey,
has to
bot,
stand
bot.
tall in this situation, but it's Kanye instead who makes him a dead man. 11 all, that's the equalizer.
And it's massive. All 11 across the board. We will need maximum regulation to
Look at
finish
Boss
this
Nine.
out. And Gentlemates have been able to space the
2-0
ultimates to
2-0
perfection. This round, absolute carnage. One
ตี
thing I
ไม่
want to
เข้า
know,
แล้ว
how
อยู่ดี
many
ก็ตีไม่
times have
เข้า
we seen Kamek push out a smoke or something and get a pick completely untraded?
He
He
cracked-
got traded there, sure enough.
พี่
but
แข่งมันยิงคนนั่งเฉยๆไม่โดน
I mean,
เดี๋ยวจะเชื่อ
a team who are so good at trading off one another and being good on the fundamentals, the micro of the game, and they let it go.
มันเหมือนมันตื่นเต้น
Player
เลย
built on
ตอนนี้พี่
confidence.
แคกต้องแบบอาจจะต้องเปลี่ยนตารางการซ้อมแบบคัดต้อมให้น้อยลงปาแฟตให้น้อยลงอันนี้
ไปซ้อมกับซุดไป
Pistols
Nen
is what you've
ยิง
got to get past to
Hey, so
confirm
train, hey.
map point on your opponent's pick if you're Gentlemates. And it's a brawl that's about to break out towards Arcade. The stun to start it off, and
Ow.
dropping in is Click. It's a rifle
Tộc
right
hay
in
bot.
the hands of Zeus. A
boss
birthday
bị
gift from
ปืน
the
ครับ
birthday boy. But
กระบอก
แค่น้อยหรือเปล่า
เสมอมาครับกระบอกนี้
See, looks as
Me,
if
yeah.
We Sam, that-
Gentlemates want this, but maybe they want it a bit too much.
Late
Zippin
with
though,
them.
absolutely spot on. Mini taking
Oh, let me
rid
check
and
for
getting
that
rid of
thing,
that
พื่อน
null command.
Hey.
Got a Captain Stinger, just a little bit of right. Able to finish off the kill. A 2 versus 2 is
เห็นหมด
Krax
เห็
is
นหมด
able
เห็น
to
หมด
call
แค่2 สุดท้ายครับ
exactly where these last 2 remaining players are.
เห็นหมดครับปืนขึ้นมือครับ
Gentlemates, just when you think you see the light at the end of the tunnel, it's oncoming
Wow.
traffic, a deer in headlights. Taking those jewels on their own terms and conditions. They have Arcade, but that is about all right now. Time ticking down.
เฮ้ยเอา
Trading
โอ้
places.
เป็น
Not
พัก
even
เลิก
by
ลั
the
กจริง
captain. Cuts across in mini.
อัตราที่
Only
2-3 รอบแล้ว
This time he's got the ult.
He does have the
อารม
ult,
ณ์
but
ไหน
he's
วะ
got
แล้ว
to
ฟัก
step
มีด
up.
มัน
โหดแล้วดูปืน
Range
เพื่อนดิ
won't be good for him.
It certainly won't. And mini makes sure The captain will
ผม
close
ถามเลยเมื่อกี้มันควักมีดทำไมมันจะเดินไปไหนหรือมันจะ
นั่นดิ
รีบที่ไหน
Hey, listen, I said it to you. This is prime
สถานการณ์เขาขัน
mates.
แม่ง
They're
ควักมี
looking
ด
better and better.
เหลือเชื่อ
With that game yesterday, how Team Liquid and BBL went, the question was always coming into this one.
บอลอุตส่าห์จัดให้สอง
Real contenders for this group, and it seems with this win,
ผมจะ
if they're able to
reposition ไปทางขวา
convert it, it's 100% true. In fact, I would go as far to say favourites to actually go and win it.
แพ้
Hey, listen, they're not a pretender this time. They're not just any team. They're mates.
กูแต่มินี่มันเอาแต่
Listen, guys, I'm looking
อารมณ์เหมือนดอทได้ดิ
All right.
ทีมลิควิดยังแพ้ M8
Final
เลย
round
ไหม
of play
ตอน
inside
นี้ลิควิดเป็น
regulation. Can FUT extend this one
ลิควิ
any
ดมาที่เจ
further?
อ M8 เหมือนเล่น4 คนอ่ะ
To the strat book, they go for answers yet
เล่น
again.
สี่
มันไม่ใช่ซีเรียลไม่เก่ง
Cross
นะแต่
that
เหมือนแบบ
knife. It's not
มันเป็น
seen
แม
that
ตช์
finally
มันเป็น
drops
แมตช์
into
รี
the
วิวอ่ะ
lobby.
มันยังแบบ
But the dish control here from mates is
งงอยู่ฮะ
nasty.
งง
With the setup that they have,
มึนๆอยู่กูต้องทำตัวยังไง
rotations
วะเนี่ย
coming
กูต้อง
through.
ใช้
They've
ชีวิต
been
ยัง
so
ไง
quick
อ่ะ
to react
หนี
to
แล้ว
this.
เล่น
Such
เร็
a
วๆเยอะ
reactive
ตัว
defense.
ตัวพาเกม
That
จบ
Rolling Thunder still in FUT's pockets if they need to use it.
ไม่เอาวะ
Two kills back without it.
แล้วเป็นดีเฉย
Not
โอที
necessary at all. Surplus to requirements.
ไอ้คาด้าตายแบบไม่ได้ใช้อันติ
2 versus 4 retake for Gentlemates to make their dreams come true in this series.
Been able to do it before. I mean, this time
Me.
it's going to be far too much to ask. And overtime is required between these two to even push it towards a third map.
แล้วตอนเจอลิควิดคามิกมันก็เล่นดีเหลือเกิน
ตอนนี้มันก็ยังเล่นดีมันท็อป
มัน
แฟก
ก็เล่นดีอยู่ เหมือนคนแบบว่าพิสูจน์ตัวเองอ่ะมันมีพาชั่นอ่ะอะไรบางอย่างแบบว่าสมาธิบวก 300% อ่ะ
เตะกูใช่ไหมใช่ไหม
Started to look a little bit better, an idea for how FUT wanted to set up, whereas on the opposite side, it felt as if his FUT went on longer. They started to fall apart a little bit.
Yetijay recalling the trap there as he places a cage to get it in. It's spammed out by Gentlemates. That Teho utility right at the start just to break out any of the Cypher setup. Wipe the slate clean. As they slowed this down yet again, but as we know, Cairo, these rounds for mates on the attack, they've been struggling to find those openers.
Yes, that's very true. But it looks as if, right now, Gentlemates, their plan to get that Armageddon online. Already the first orb towards Zipan, now exploring towards A main. Been found out by the 0-point knife.
3 players in the radius of it. What's the reaction from FUT? Doesn't seem to be anything right now. They are pretty settled in terms of their approach, happy to just sit on the control that they currently have. And Mr. Fallen taking matters into his own hands, starting to clear towards Dish as well, confirming there's nothing topside, the body moving over, but B is where the execution's now prepared. With only 30 seconds left, this is the play that Gentlemates have to make.
They're
running back.
Massive. The players, oh, they've walked into the crosshairs. It seems to be a fake, but with time so low, Gentlemates could possibly cost themselves this round.
Little bit indecisive, but they finally locked it in. Ace well come, but Kamik is back of the pack as you highlight. So if Atacapta can pluck him away from the rest of the play, then maybe there's a chance that they can shut down this spike party. It won't happen, and it's Click again with a second to
โดนเขา
spare.
ตัดเนี่ยกลายเป็น 3-3 แล้วทีนี้
late from drop,
จะได้
able
เปรียบ
to cut off any rotates back from Click, but instead played in
มี
by
เคาน์เตอร์1 คนด้วยนะ
Kamik, although
เฮ้ย
identifies Mr.
แล้ว
Fallen's
มาเก่งอะไร
position
ตอนเนี้ย
and
ง
gets
ง
the advantage.
With him now posted up in Dish,
เมาตั้ง
there's
นาน
an extra line of sight, a double up in fact.
This is going to be really hard for FUT to try and get through. Molly's everything for them to
Exactly.
use right now, but no more utility. Rifles have to come out tops. Gentlemates in prime position to convert this round, and they'll do it. You said, Hazza, the team to win the attacking round will be in prime position to win out this map. That's exactly what Gentlemates just done.
Feel as if, despite how chaotic the round transpired, Gentlemates are onto a winner by picking up that one. For how dominant the defense was, they drop before the final hurdle. And now another test for them to try and pass.
Looks as if FUT may be feeling it, knowing exactly the position they're in, but they're good enough. We've seen it before. If we look towards this though, Gentlemate's actually been aggressive towards the dish side. There's players there to try and find towards the other side at Arcade.
Yeah. Zeus grouping up towards Arcade. I mean, making that change over from the Raze to the Neon. The defense improved, the attack got worse.
Disconnected from your channel.
Seeing it here, it's the round which they need to rely upon. Zeus already in tower, right behind Mini. He's got to take the jewel to the doorstep of FUT. Are they ready for him? Feels like it. Yeta already landing that first kill still. Mini holding the line, just waiting, wondering when will they peak? And as they arrive, it's the spike that falls. He needs more but can't get it, and so Mate's
อันนี้
behind
คือ
by
มันเล่นดีมากนะ
And he's done so well, but now it's up to Kamek. He has to try and get something to work with. A headshot is a
Phantom
phantom
moment.
tax that ends up costing him it. This is getting far too close, man.
It feels so cruel as the POV is locked to Mini. He's just waiting for the push to come through, but FUT expected that. It's the adaptation. How many times have we seen this reaction from Gentlemates when the B push comes in from Arcade side, that then the follow-up is the protocol to take the main space. They handled it brilliantly, and no mistakes made in the 2-on-2.
Seen Mini play this position so many times with the same cage setup. I would like to see something maybe different on the next round, but focus here.
นี่ซื้อออฟเลยเหรอวะ
To Jake, peering through the looking glass, operator in hand, and Kada can almost sense it. The jump strafe for the second time of our swing, and well dealt with. The antidote on the attack side, and Mate, well, they seem to have found it, because this is looking like
เดี๋ยวเกม
follow-up
มันจะง่ายเกินไปหรือ
success.
เปล่าเนี่ยงง
Spike
ไอ้
can
คน
go
ที่
down
ไม่ต้อง
quite
โฮ
easily.
ไซส์ออกแม่งออกมา
Thought
พี
for
ก
a minute, with Zeus taking the solo space in towards A main, he might go for a flank, try and put the main players under pressure. Not going to happen. Mate's in post.
Usually you'd be moving into a pretty
3-4
strong
ครับ
post
ผม
plant
มี
here
ป
with
ฏิหาร
the
ไหมครับ
breach and brim towards Arcade, but without a
พุท
molly
ยัง
or
อยู่
an
นะครับ
aftershock, it's gunfights that they're going to have to take, and Kamek has one flash to try
พุท
and
เล่
get
นไป
them
แล้ว
back
3 นัด
in.
ตอนนี้เหลือ
That's about all
22
for now.
อีก2 นัดไหม
You've also got
ต่อยเขาหน่อย
zero utility to work with
สาม
as well.
สามตัว
On
สาม
towards
นัด
the spike they go. Kamek gets one.
ไป
Mr.
แล้ว
Fallen and Zeus trying to be massive here, but off of the spike they go. Forced off,
ยัง
and Mr. Fallen has to win up against 3. Well, it seems as if Hazza, what you tried to
พุทธดาวลุง
prophesize
ก็
has not come
ใช่เพิ่ง
true.
เดบิวต์ปีแรก
Oh, how many times has that happened before?
Hey, listen, mate, you love a caster's curse.
Of course, but hey, it's all entertainment at the end of the day. With the game being played in front of us, it was a really nice setup from Gentlemates, as you highlighted. The salvos were there.
Look at me. I love you, bro. Keep on.
And between the two, it could be quite the celebration this weekend. Kada's got his birthday coming.
EMEA
ใครเป็นคนนำเทรนแบบ ตายแล้วกดปิดเสียงวะ
ผมเห็นคนแรกคือปิมมี่เนี่ย
ฝรั่งมันก็ทำกันนะ
เนี่ยทำกันหลายคนเนี่ย
รู้แหละ นำเทรนปะล่ะเอฟ
เทอะไรพี่
ตายแล้วเปิดเสียงเต็ม
ผมเปิดเต็มตลอดเลย
ตอบเต็มตลอด
เอาดีเราตายแล้วกดออกเกมเนี่ยเทน
จะได้ฉีกก็เหมือนใครอ่ะ พี่เปิดครึ่งเลยไง
อ๋อผมเปิ
ตาย
ด
ปุ๊
เต็
บ
ม
เลื่อนเต็มอะช่วยเพื่อนฟังเสียงเกมไง
ออกแนวเดือดเลย
จองคิวทีบอกต้องการสมาธิคิดแผนเราต่อไป ของพี่เวนโดเต็มในเกมเปิดครึ่งหลอด
Accrediting Apex the
รู้
side
ละ
look
เทร
to
น
have
ใหม่
struggled so far with their
อ่ะ
campaign.
ตอนเล่นอยู่ปิด
It's
เสียง
the
ไปเลย
task left to them, a difficult one,
ตายแล้ว
but certainly made the most of it so far.
อันนี้ออกแนวแบบว่า
Third
ฮาร์ด
map
คอร์ไป
point.
หน่อย
ถ้ามีคนถามว่าอ๋อต้องการสมาธิตอนเล็ง
Dish was explored last time. This time round, they've placed a cipher trap to gain information. FUT looking to take this pretty straightforward.
เราตายแล้วเราปิด
Going
เสียง
for
ป่ะ
taking
พี่
the
แล้วเราก็
A
เปิด
site.
เสียง
Zipman
อี
and
ก
Kamek are the only players there.
Zipman's position is so struggled here again as the solo site anchor on the tower. I mean, your work is cut out for you. FUT again exploding onto the scene. Through sand they go. Click will be telegraphed as soon as he breaks the trap. And with main space secured at the very least, they've got something from which to work. And FUT want to take that fight to them.
Yeah, I don't know if you only think it's just in Neon, but there's more than that. Mini-series,
วิ่งหนีก็จะได้อีกหนึ่ง
can't get more than that. And
ทำไม
now it's
เขา
up
ถึ
to
งทำให้
Kada, the
เกมมั
birthday
น
boy on
เล่นยากขึ้น
Saturday.
อ่ะ
Can he try and get a present to take home
เกือบ
early?
แล้วนะ
Have to see. Opening one up a little early. Yetu take a fire damage. I don't know if Kada would have heard that, but he's certainly looking for the clear here. Time ticking away, burning the wick at both ends. The first of those players is found, but now Kada needs to move on to the spike and get it halved. Hold his nerve in the face of a captain. But with his face check, he finds 14, and so OT goes on.
Round and round and round we go. The 2-round shootout does not stop between these two. FUT is fighting for survival. And as you said, it's been 3 attempts at winning out this map right now by Gentlemates. They've had 3 chances at being the team to win out.
And with FUT, the experience they bring, a core of 3 players from 3 years built upon, with new additions of Yetu and Zeus from year to year, one player change made to improve. These are character building rounds and maps that you will see from them, and the same for mates, because if they can't close here, then all of a sudden there is serious concern. Moving into our decider, already Zipan chased away from spawn to the A site they go. Little success here so far for mates, and it is heavily telegraphed.
And the fact that they found Mini as well. This is something that Gentlemates have tried to do a few times, find their way in towards spawn, but instead though, they're going to fight through sand. Feeling the pressure a little bit.
Yetu's still the solo player on site, and Click trying to isolate that with the neon wall.
Oh, Ghost trades even. Kamek finds a chance to make it back towards an even playing field right now.
Backing all the way up, Fallen finally gives away his location, but the spike can go in, and Kada has managed to jump up to dish as well. This is an acute reposition, and with the Rolling Thunder in, it's his chance. Maybe to find something off the back of it, but no, falls on deaf ears.
No more utility right now for Gentlemates either.
It is just a fragment on cracks, and that's all.
เอาละค
มั
รั
น
บ
จะดูหลังไงคาดา
Rifles.
ต้องเช็ค อันนี้ต้องเช็ค มุมเนี้ย
Running out these fights. Can Gentlemates make it a 4th map point potentially? Stun coming back online for Kamek, but
เรียบร้อย
Kada, he's been
เหมือน
bummed.
กันเหมือนกัน
It's now just down to
เฮ้ย
Kamek to try and clutch
โอ้
it. A Red Bull clutch
ลิ
for
ควิดเตะ
Kamek.
ใครออกมาเนี่ย
And 15 for
ลิควิดมึง
me.
ทำอะไรลงไป
That
อ่ะ
is a 4th map point.
แล้วพี่คิดดูวันไอตอนที่มันไปมาสเตอร์ มันก็คัดให้อยู่นะ ที่คัด4 เซนติ
What
เน
a
ล
clutch from him.
Oh.
He came right down
Look,
to the
what we
wire, as
will
so
learn
many
on
of
it.
these rounds have done. But still he sees it through.
Oh.
And so with that, a 6th attack round found in OT, and another opportunity for mates to finish what they started.
มันยิงไป3 เห็นเหรอ
Kamek was on Team Liquid that was able to beat FUT in that playoff run. That's the other thing to think about. A thorn in the pride of Turkey's side.
Continually coming back to haunt them.
There.
Round
ตอนแรกลิควิด
on
แบบการัน
round.
ตีท็อปทีอ่ะ ฟอร์มตอนคิกออฟอ่ะ
Set up this time, fairly similar, but there's way more support for Zipan towards main. You've got Click ready to go as soon as the drone comes in, and that's the play.
คุณพูดนี่
Like his knows there's many players there. The stun is so good. So is the relay.
Hey,
And so is
Oh my
Zeus.
God.
That's a double up. Very quickly turning this on its head. And yet is he's there
Oh,
to get
madจัด
another. It's just
Oh,
all
the OTเท่าไหร่
individuals right now.
Good
And it's
madจัดอะ
completely collapsed. FUT immediately respond to what Gentlemates
ตอน
got
มา
in
ไท
that
ยมา
flash
กล่าว
round.
นะครับ
Zeus
ฟอร์มดีคนเดียว
slamming the rewind button, putting it
Nat.
in reverse and sliding
Nat.
back for the second
พี่
kill.
อุตส่าห์แบบโอ้โหตั้งตารอ แก๊งแบบ 3K
โอ้โหดูหน้าห้างเลยพี่
But have this site
Nat ลั่นเลย
guarded.
แนทมันมีบัฟหน้าห้างไง
I mean,
มี
I
เพน
feel
ด้า
as
ไม่
if
เป็นพันตัว
there's 2 halves that we've just watched in
เดิน
defensive
เข้าห้าง
play
มาได้พลังบัฟ
completely gone out of the window. FUT have found something which works for them. These A splits have looked
แขกเขา
so
มาคุมในเวลา
nasty.
นี้
As it's an in-zone flawless this time, and one of the best efforts we've seen from them so far in OT.
พี่ว่าโอทีนี่แหละ
Oh,
จบละ
I mean, the fact that we just keep going back and forth
2
consistently.
0เนี่ย
มัน
There's another thing to think about. We still
มาไกลเกิน
have
ไปแล้วตอนนั้น
timeouts. Some are
อุ้ยไอ้ซุด
refresh coming in.
แม่งยิงเวอร์จัดอะ
FUT gonna use theirs.
ดูดิ ยิงแบบ
The velocity at which Zeus attacks
มัน
these
คน
drops
ที่
of
ยิงไม่ค่อยกระ
breakneck
สุนเยอะนะ
speed
มัน
do
นีออนมัน
require
ยิงอย่างนั้นได้ด้วยแบบบรรจงยิง
slight
อ่ะ
intermission,
Đây,
a break in play, and another
ผมเริ่มจับทางได้แล้วนีออนสไลด์ยิงอ่ะมันจะแบบพอจังหวะเราสไลด์เราไม่ต้องรีบกดยิงอ่ะพอมันแบบใกล้จะปลายสไลด์เรายิงเลย
อ๋อ
ยิงแบบทำสมาธิไปก่อนยิงไปปลายสไลด์อ่ะ
ต้องสไลด์ยิงบอดพันตัวไม่ชิน
ผมไปลองสไลด์มา สุดท้ายเล่นนีออนแม่งคุมสติตัวเองไม่อยู่รัดอย่างเดียว
เวลาเล่นพวกตัวมูฟเป็นอย่างเงี้ยเอมเสีย
ยกเว้นเจ็ตนะไอ้เจ็ตนี่คือไม่รู้ที่มันแค่แดดอะตอนอัพดามันส่วนใหญ่มันไม่ค่อยยิงกัน
โอ้อัพดาไม่ค่อยได้ยิง
Hey, listen, man. The biggest, and I'm gonna say that you are the biggest like serviceman I've met. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, man.
Shout outs for free, and they're not even paying you, man.
No, I know. I'm paying them. Member of the slot. I don't even know.
Papa.
But hey, look.
Set up.
That's what it is. We go again. So
Set up
this
me.
time, it is proactivity
Basic study.
wagered
Oh,
by
mala.
FUT, levied over the heads of mates, and so they'll make their move early. A site is where they go. The stun already invested, but there's still plenty to throw at this.
And look at the kill traps as well that's been set up by Yetaji.
Closer towards the site,
Oi.
into the fast lane. Atta will go. He finds his first, but it's quickly traded. They're falling one at a time.
Oi.
A slow crawl
Oi.
into a site held.
Timing
Carrick
man.
turning in another
Timing
time
man.
around, but it's Mini that must make it stick if they are to find themselves yet another from the offense.
Spike's gone cold. It's all on an island which Mini has to try and traverse. And with two players watching over, he'll try and open the door, create sound cues which FUT have to try and
หล
consider.
อนเลยทีนี้
More than anything, it just forces them to drop back onto a deeper line. Mini
ไอ้นี่ก็หลอนเหมือนกัน
play. Two players creeping up from rafters. Timing is everything. Knife, he should know. Dropping off the rope and they're right behind him. Mini needs to turn his head.
เดี๋ยวอะไรวะเนี่ย
Mates
เฮ้ย
might just have found themselves dead on the attack.
seconds left.
But with the respect given from the Turkish team, the spike can go down. But it's that molly in the corner that you have to worry about.
He's tapped it. He's come right back up, repositioning.
Mini knows this is the place he's got to try and play from. 10 seconds and he'll spot it out yet again. Another tap from
ยากไป
Mini.
น้องยากไป
Another opportunity. But
สัก
mates
พักไป
cannot
OT ต่อ
convert their attack
ว่างแต่แรก
around
ก็
this
ได้
time.
เล่นแล้วเนี่ย
And so FUT, for the first in this series, have an opportunity to close and send us to the decider.
I mean, it's so
ถ้าไม่วางมัน
typical, right? If
บัง
we
คับสู้
actually
ขาด
see
ใจ
that,
อย่างเงี้ย
the first time that FUT can potentially win out this map, they'll go and do it. The fact that they're able to win their defense for the first time in this overtime is absolutely massive, and you know that the players know it.
เอทูเจมาไทยนะยื่นตะขาบในตักซองบอกเนี่ยของดีนะ
Palpable
ของดี
between
ไทยแลน
the
ด์
two.
ลองดูว่าตอนที่เรารอบ
Of
ชิง
course,
อะแล้วมันอยู่
the
รอบชิง
consequence
แล้วเรานั่ง
of
ดู
a
อยู่
FUT win here
เยอะขึ้น
be shattering for the
ยื่น
mates
ให้
of
ตักซองหนึ่ง
mates
อ
who
ม
have
ไปนี่
done
แบบโอ้โห
so well to
แม่ง
put themselves in good
โดนใจ
positions
เราเลยโดน
throughout.
ใจอ่ะจริงจำเราไว้จน
Defense
ตาย
bounced
อ่ะ
off yet again, of course. We did see a timeout before this last OT. So both teams will
สมัย
have
ก่อนมัน
talked
จะมีเม็
over
ดเม็ด
what
ยา
was
อม
and
เม็ด
wasn't
กลม
working, and for both, the
ที่อมแล้ว
defense
ชุ่ม
had
คอ
been
มาก
an issue.
จำ
FUT
ชื่อ
have
ไม่ได้
delivered on theirs. And now, mates, it's another big
นี่มันเป็น
hole
แบบ
that they've
เศษ
got to
น้ำตาล
surmount
น้ำตาล
to.
เออใช่ใช่
Juice.
มันยังมีขายอยู่
Again, Mini
ต้องมี
not
นะ
playing
แต่
for
น่า
me.
จะ
In fact,
น่าจะเป็น
actually
ยี่ห้อ
starting
อื่น
to
อ่ะ
head towards that way.
แล้วมันจะแรงๆหน่อยแบบ
Up Kata from the
พุ่มอะ
boxes
พุ่
on
ม
site. Trap place yet again. That's so cheeky. Mini getting one, but one won't be enough. He needs to find more, and more he will get. Kata
มัน
played
เทพ
in,
กัน
but he
สงคราม
can't stand his ground. 2v1.
แปะ
Cracks
โอ้
will
โห
fall. It's Zip
ไปกันต่อ
and the defense shall stand.
Oh my god, man! They just can't settle. These two love brawling, and they're doing that so well. Every single time when we see these rounds go, it comes down to these brawls, these chaotic fights, and who comes out on top.
The trap was so cheeky from Yetu as well to just snatch one back on the re-engage, but as you say, the battlefield bloodied,
เมื่อไหร่
the
มันจะจบ
canvas
จะ
clotted,
ไปอาบน้
and it's Zipan once more to close out the round.
ำทุบเบาๆทุบเบา
I've seen so far.
respectable.
But you see the reasons why.
Frustrating.
Let's let it go.
And so reset yet again. 33 rounds played.
So much slower. Taking their time. Gentlemates exploring certain parts of the map. Spike is in drop though. That's the one thing you've got to consider here as both players start to move to a more aggressive angle. FUT at the same time, they're starting to explore elsewhere, and there's two players here for Gentlemates.
2v2. Re-clear in the middle of the round. FUT looking for a fight. Mate's giving it to them, and it's Zeus with 2 kills. As always, striking yet again.
No way.
That's the numbers.
Zeus is still alive.
He's managed to keep himself cooped up in main for now. Split up
อะไร
from
มันจะเอาตัว
Fallen,
ร
but
อ
he
ดเก่ง
can
ข
put
นาด
2
นั้น
and
วะ
2 together. Kamek, the
Mia.
provider. Can he put up any
Mia,
more?
ไม่ไหวกับ
No,
ตัว
Zeus has
เครื่อง
stopped
กำลัง
it.
ติด
And so it's Zipan. Now, with his chance
Alright,
to shine,
stop.
how many times have mates got to look for a hero to win them around?
30
This is what it's
seconds
starting to get to, right? Gentlemates looking
มินี่ในไซ
for
ต์
heroes.
Missiles
ประตูรอดในลีกหลายช็อตแล้วครับ
I mean, this is
โค
so
ตรดี
out
อะ
of the realms
ก๊อป
of
สเต็ปได้เลยอะ
possibility.
แบบ
There's no
หน้า
way
ไปใช้
that Zipan can win this one.
Grenade is
But want to
live.
be the villain against another of those Ascension
โอเค
teams that want to solidify that guest slot. Yetu snatching away another round. His setups on A have looked so good, yet Gentlemates are still bashing their heads against the wall here.
โคตรดีอะ
Zeus gives them a second layer and takes the fight further forwards. Just solidifies what they'd already built on.
I mean, it was such a coin flip, though. You know, such a coin flip with that 2v2 in towards main.
โอ้โหพอสโลว์แล้วเสียง
ส
ยัง
โล
ไง
ว์สโล
You're
ว์ตอน
really
วางเฉย
waiting
เลย
to see how it goes, right? Zeus is always the player that you're going to hedge your bets on. And then the chaos on site, etc. Now, can FUT finally make good on this?
This marathon of a map, the sprints have already been heard.
Gentlemates have done this before, exploring towards Dish, but they never went any further.
No. And FUT have also set up for B multiple times, so this
ว่ะ
stab in the back could be
จานมี
blindsided.
คนลืมซื้อเกาะครับจาน
There is a trap in play, and that has to be the biggest issue right now. No
Hmm.
real way to
Yeah,
suppress the
Duce.
drone.
ชิปหายแล้วเยตุ
Zipan
เจ้
there, they've got to converge, and they do so effectively. Mini sidestep in the stun, back in for more fights, finding his second cadder again. This dynamic duo
ไม่
has
เป็นไร
done
มันโดนยิง
enough
หัวอยู่ดี
for the flank to come in.
Oh, Cracks able to finally capitalise, but Kada,
ดี
the
นะเอาไปห
Molly
นึ่ง
finally letting loose.
ปีแรกกันนะ
แล้วกัปตัน
Players FUT need to try and get something
Wait,
back.
Danny Bomb
Kada's
nghe.
just been seen trying to escape. Now that's why you
Danny.
see Mr. Fallen look towards B main.
Yeah, he is on a solo mission
รู้
though.
แล้วว่าไปหก
Oh,
เฮ้ย
Fallen!
เฮ้ย
เตะ
One
วินเก็บ
man,
ลูกแก้วให้เพื่อนเก็บ
all
ลูกแก้ว
that's
เราค่อยวาง
needed. FUT
My ult's ready.
so
30
close now to the
seconds
finish line. Kamek the one that separates them from success on the second map.
I mean, that's the thing though. Kamek has been
โอ้แล้ว
so
รีบไปเล่นด้วย
good
กัน
so far. Time and
ทำอีก
time
คิดว่าเอ้ย
again.
เมนหนึ่ง
34
ชัวร์
kills
ร้อย
so
เปอ
far.
ร์
Can he get 2 more?
The longest map of EMEA 2025 so far, and it's
GG.
going FUT's way at the end.
มา
มิ
แล้ว
เต
ค
อ
รับ
ร์ฟาลินจัดให้ครับ
บอกเลยลากเข้าแมป3ได้นี่ฝันร้ายแล้ว เจอฟุตขยี้
ไฮไลท์มีแต่วาก เคยนะ เคยวากอย่างนี้เรากลับมาเล่นต่อไม่ได้ครับผมเลยเลิกวากเหมือนแบบวากไปปุ๊บโอ้โห เลือดลมสูบฉีดหมดเลย กลับมาสเตจหลุดเลยต้องเสียไปหลายวินกว่าจะกลับมาเข้าที่เข้าทาง
ขนาดนั้นเลยพี่
มันบางคนมัน คุมอารมณ์ยากนะ เวลาแบบวากอ่ะ
Match found.
ไปแล้วพี่พยอเหนื่อย
แบบ3 ฟุตดิครับ
Move or get zapped.
ถ้าหากวากแบบอะดรีนาลีนสูบฉีดแล้วกลับมานิ่งเหมือนเดิม มันก็
Reloading.
ได้นะ แต่มันต้องทำให้ชินนะ
Go, go, go.
อันนี้ไม่รู้ไงแล้วมันเป็นแล้วแต่คนนะ
I'm out of here. Almost out. Down. I'm out of here.
Reloading. You're nuts.
Gotta go. Reloading. Coming through. Go, go, go.
Still inside.
Shock it. Running low. Bye bye. Gotta go. I'm out of here. Next. 4 down. I'm out of here.
Stage in 10. I stopped your race.
Pirates.
Gotta go.
Stage 2.
Go, go, go. Gotta go. Healer down.
Ultimate orb spawning.
I'm out of here. Headshot. Watch out! I'm out of here. Too slow. Go, go, go.
10 seconds until stage change. Stand aside. Stage 3.
That's 3. Gotta go.
Harden their vision.
Gotta go.
I stopped your race.
Go, go, go. I'm out of here.
แข่ง
Go, go, go.
Still inside.
โหมันแข่งกันตี4
Ultimate orb spawning. Show me a target.
Gotta go. Nice try.
It's you and me.
Cutting their vision.
Gotta go. Go, go, go. Shock it. There we go. Party, gotta go. Reloading. I'm out of here.
การแข่งวันนี้เป็นไงบ้าง
Go, go, go. Bad move. Taken out. That's 3. I'm out of here.
บวมเฮียไอ้โหดจริงๆนั้น
Gotta go. Shock it. Go, go, go. Drop. Go, go, go. Shortcut. Yeah. Watching here. Gotta go. Go, go, go.
อู้เป้าเป็นเยอะจัด
Reloading. I'm out of here.
ดอกชิดอยู่
Reloading.
ด่าเฉย อะไรของมันวะ แม่งกับไอ้แค่เดธแมทมันจะร้อนเพื่อ มินี่มันปวดหัวแล้วพี่ สบายแล้วเกม 3
What is it?
เกม3นี่เกมไวโคตรเข้ามือแล้วตอนนี้
เมื่อกี้ซีเน็ตเดินมายิ้มมุมปากเลย โลตัสโดนกู โคตรมัน เริ่มไม่อยากดูเฮลิติกแล้ววะดูไปก็ชนะ ใช่ปะของ
อะไรนะ
ชิว
ตีเน็ตบอกเหรอ
ๆ ไม่ใช่หมายถึงผมเนี่ย เริ่มไม่อยากดูเฮลิติกแล้วดูก็รู้อยู่แล้วว่าชนะ
เฮ้ย ต้องดูถึงจะชนะ
ตอนเจอทีพีเอฟผมก็บวมอีกโอ้โห ไม่น่า น่าจะสูสีเปล่า อย่างน้อยกายก็ได้ยิงพี่โปเต้ พี่ก้าเลยนะพี่ก้า พี่เอกอะยิงพี่เอกเยอะๆตอนแรกคิดว่าผมว่าเขามาจากเอาวีเราน่าจะพออยู่มั้งลูกผม ก็แรงประมาณไหนวะ อันนี้คือเราลอยนี่ก่อนต้องไปสืบก่อน
Take it away.
Pleasure to be here, Cole.
สถิติฟุตกันโหด
I want to know what
แต่คอมฟุตไม่งดูแบบโคตรดึกดำบรรพ์
ดูคอมพิวเตอร์เมทก็
on Lotus to play when they
Dang
played
lah.
it
จริง
same time though.
เละ
เละ
You could easily see it going either way. Straight in towards the C site where the Cypher is held. I mean, it's Yetiji who's been able to get the kills. Breach here as well. Mr. Fallen doing well. The spot flash was spot on. And the response from FUT has certainly been that. 3 versus 1 to finish out.
อย่าวันไปวันนะ
Really shoring up some of these defensive rounds from the end of Fracture onto Lotus now. For the amount of pistols the Gentlemates have been able to pick up, that was a pretty important one.
Yeah, lovely stuff. To be honest,
ผมแค่ไดมอนด์
all in all, you can just see the micro in terms of Mr. Fallen and Yetiji playing off of one another. I think that's the big thing to come out of this round. Gentlemates not finding it easy to just go and hit the site, find the space that they were looking for.
That's the thing too, with the Jet on Lotus, it is a bit of a throwback. You know, the comp is reliant on having strong openings. So when you are throwing an opportunity at them, you know, going into the Cypher setup, that's when they're probably going to be strongest. So much damage already, shedding weight from the Gentlemates players. Zeus is Marshall could have been in for a boatload here, but it falls onto cracks instead as the rotation's coming in. Gentlemates want nothing to do with this as they've got Kader out on B.
เสีย B
Finding space.
And you find a plant here, and that's your
บอกว่าทีม
objective secured
ขอ
in
ง
the
บัต
round,
อะ
really.
ออซ่ากับมูวาน
But
นี่
won
ระ
a
ดับ
lot of
เป็นเด
second
นเลย
rounds, but we haven't seen that from
Immortal เลย
Gentlemates yet
บอล
today.
ซ่าอิมมอ
At
ร์
the
ทัล
same
เลย
time, though,
เอ
you're
อ
going to want to finish the
กับ
round
ทีมนั้นนี่
with
คือ
a round
ตึง
win,
ๆนะ
especially if you can find
เกมนี้เล่น
yourself
ทุกคนเลย
extra space, get up close,
มิน
make
ก็
it
อิมมอร์ทัล
uncomfortable.
แต่อิม
Utility to
3 ด้วย
work
มิน
with.
อะ
You look at Mini, what he has in the back pocket as well as Kamek, and right now, Gentlemates looking to
น่าจะเจอ
explore
แชมป์นะ
towards that heaven.
แต่เรามี CGIS นะ
Has
พี่
to show some discipline here. He knows he's the solo player,
F-
doesn't want to
F
give
ต้อง
up his life,
Protector
as
วะ
that's
นะ
where mates are looking to fight, but in through the door,
ฟอร์ม
go FUT,
ไม่
and
ไหว
they have
ดิ
them
อยู่
boxed.
Certainly do. At the same
โห
time,
ดเกิน
though,
พี่ไม่ได้เจอทีมตัวเองใช่ไหมที่อยู่ๆผมลั่นขนาดนี้
on.
นี่คือแบบผมยังรู้สึกแล้วเฮ้ยผมเล่น
Kamek
โห
at
ด
least gets one
Oh,
trade,
like-
but he won't get on towards the spike. Now he's just got a Spectre in hand. Is he saving this
พี่
for
ไม่ได้
a
เจอ
shot?
ทีมตัว
I
เอง
think you probably want to die here.
Yeah?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, look, I think he still has money, so he's probably going to be fine.
ขายรายงานมาว่า
But this round
ถ้าเจอทีมบัตให้
FUT is just building on what they already
มา
have,
ทุก
and as
ตา
I said, the player to highlight
ระวังหลัง
would
ไว้
get to.
เอ้ย
They
แต่
had the setup for the
เดี๋ยวนี้มันเป็น
seed
default ไปแล้วดิ
retake
เวลาเราไปเล่น
with
กัน
the
อะไม่ว่าเราจะเล่นแรง
Their
มัน
only
มีตัวดู
objective
หลัง
was
ตล
really
อด
to take some extra space
Lo
for
đủ khảnh
themselves
chứ.
and tie that up with Kamek.
Ồ.
อย่างวันนี้บูมมันเลิกอยู่ไซด์บีก็โดนผมก็รุดเล็งล็อกอยู่
This comp
ทั้งๆที่ A มันเข้าไป4 คนแล้ว
it's got in comparison to
ไม่
FUT when you
อันนั้น
have
อ่ะ
the
คือแผน
macros as
คุย
well
กัน
as
ว่า
อ๋อ
แผน
This is
คิ
a
ว
big
บอย
fight towards the A
อ๋อ
side.
เออ
Gentlemates
เปิด
not
มา
really
บอกแผน
want to
คิวบอยเลย
reinvest.
เพราะว่า
They've seen plenty of utility
แผน
towards
คิว
the
บอย
A
คือพี่
side
บาสอาจจะ
and
ถือ
very happy
ถือบอมไปวาง
to pivot
แล้วคัดคนเดียว
and
แล้วที่เหลือเขา
respond
โอ้โห
on the
สั
C
ตว์คน
ที่
เดี
เหลื
ย
อ
ว
ไปทำอีกบอม
And with B control as well,
Đập
his
bẩn lên
rotation
trên
should
tay
be
con.
aided a little bit quicker for them to get
Ngon
over and
เลย
support Yetiji.
ไปโดน
Cage
ดัก
has already gone up. He's only here with a sheriff though, and that support can't arrive quickly enough.
Ui.
Yetu has done enough
Yetu
for
J.
now though.
Certainly has. Can he
Nó
keep
ra đây
more?
đừng.
No, that's
Đây
not the
đừng,
case.
cốt khủng
Now
mà.
Ui,
it's
gì
in
khủng lắm.
towards getting this spike down. And Gentlemates may have just found a way to settle this.
So good at the C
Nghĩ khu
retake
này-
so far for short-handed
Áo
by
kim
just
côn
a
này
đó. Một rồi
sheriff,
hả?
and then Kamek lays waste to the rest of the play.
เตะทำไม
Nearly
ลิควิด
40
ลิ
kills
ควิด
in
ปล่อย
the
มาได้
previous
ยังไง
match.
อ่ะ
And he's made his
Tệ
mark
ทำไม
immediately here. He's just not stopped.
He certainly hasn't. 5 right now.
น่าจะเตะ
Getting that rifle round back in.
And in a system which seems to fit him so well too, because on
Cái
Liquid,
form
at
đi
times
thì
it
bây giờ
felt
ổn
like he
rồi.
was sort of picking up the roles here and
Đến
there
đời
that
nét
they
bị
wanted
khôi
for
đồng
him.
tháo
We
mình
all
cũng mới
remember
có
the
chạy ổn.
Sage, that wasn't particularly great, but now, you know, on the initiators, especially the flashing agents, but even the Fade here is looking up to par so far.
Again, this A fight looking to ensue.
แต่เฟนาติกปล่อยเดินนี่อันนี้หนักกว่า
Gentlemates taking their time before they come straight back out. This time, though, they are the
Well,
ones
he
to
can
try and
G
fight
point
it.
with the
Behind the Viper wall.
อันนั้นหนัก
Flashes.
สุดเลย
No, they're not going to use any
หนักกับ
utility.
หนัก
Just going to
ที่
wait. The paranoia back in spot
โอ้ยปล่อย
on.
ไม่โดนหนัก
Quick trade by Click, and Zeus finally found out.
And that's the thing too.
Oh.
Zeus needing to hit shots. Mr. Fallen doing it without
เขาเรียกว่า
even
เทรด
exchanging
แบบ
glances to the
CG
players.
เหตุ
They
ผมไม่ต้อง
drop through the screen.
เปลืองแรง
This
มาก
A execute's going to accelerate. It's a 3v3 on site.
This is
Ui.
another one in which we've seen
ฟาลินมัน
both teams trying to go at it, but it's FUT that's coming out
นี่แหละ
on
อี
top.
เกมอีเกม
Spike in no
ในอุดม
man's
คติ
land. Kamek having to cross 2 players
มันใหม่ตรง
before he
นี้
can
แต่
even
ถ้ามันพัด
collect
นะ
it. He has time to work with, but instead, no, doesn't want to go elsewhere. He wants the fights.
The rotation is
Ui.
great from FUT as well. They have such
Yang
strong
này
positions to
Song
hold the
cut
site
đấy.
when Kamek
Yang mới mò
arrives.
rồi.
We'll
Mấy
see
cắt
he
đấy,
needs
thảm
another
bao ấy.
multi-kill here, and it's just not happening. Yetu to shut up shop as the advantage extends further for FUT.
I mean, what more can be said? Comes down to the fights. Very well
ตา
played.
ปลอมหลอก
And on top of that, this paranoia is really nice. Click does really well to get the trades out. And after this first initial engagement, you're thinking to yourself like, oh, well, Gentlemates will be able to accelerate quickly. Mr. Fallen does well to get the kills back in their favour.
It's tentative from mates as well because they are expecting at a
พี่แคร็กไม่
moment's
เล่น KO
notice
หร
for
อ
Zeus to just appear from the ether
yeah,
and
yeah.
be supported
ด่าน
because
มี KO
that's
ไม่
what they're relying upon a lot of these rounds. And you're going to see it here as well. Trade of the Fade utility. It's B instead where Mr. Fallen is fighting solo, but in through the door they come. Zeus still alive, wide on the
Oi, oi,
angle,
oi, oi.
pushed up and falling
Don't fed.
down to the hands of Click. That's a brilliant
But
double
bang.
on a round where
Bang.
mates have next to no
เออ
investment.
มัน
That's the
เป็น
big
ระหว่าง
thing.
กลางประตู
There's
มันไม่รู้
still
ว่าตรงไหน
rifles in which FUT can find a way to win. That's the other thing. And right now it seems as if they're wanting to try and
Yeah,
protect
fight
these
it.
rifles.
This is a brilliant poison orb as well from Kada to just continually impose the threat. The question mark space separated between B.
พุทธกลับ
We've
มา
seen
แล้ว
the
แล้วก็
door
เตะ
use
ไป
it
แล้วนะ
for
เป็นไปเล่น
several
เท่าไหร่อัพ
times
นี้
to
ตั้งแต่
try and link up the
ยาว
play.
ๆเลย
Between the two remaining
Right,
defenders
Lara.
right now, that will be the objective as it's the dimensional drift to separate them.
Ui,
Should
จังหวะแรก
be
เฮ้ย
in, but Yetu's found two, and now
Ui.
there's a chance for
นี่จะได้ตัว
Atacapten.
3อีกนะ
Always a chance when there's a FUT player on the other side. Spike collected, and well, that's going to be held. The
Yeah, before-
steps coming through. Atacapten taking his timing.
ไม่ได้ยินเสียงสองทาง
In this situation, with the odds stacked
เดิ
against
น
you.
ตามเลย
Atacapten will try his
หวานเจี๊ยบ
luck.
หวาน
Throw
เจี๊ย
his
บเล
hat
ย
in
นะ
the ring. He's walked around the side. That's
30
Kamek
seconds.
core. The flash has
อุ้
worked.
ย
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยครับ
In control.
นี่ แอค
นี่
ที
ไง
For Atacapten, he took his timing to perfection. He even had paranoia if he really
โคตร
wanted
ชอบ
to
การ
go for
ทราน
it.
เฟอร์
But instead,
ดูปีน
no,
ใช่ป่ะ
it's Click that sets him up with the own flash.
โอ้โห
Didn't
โค
even
ตรคม
really matter because Kamek was committed to the plant.
Ủa,
But
ini
I
có vương kìa,
completely
tuần
agree
sòng.
with you. Slight separation. And as the script reads FUT success, it's between the lines that Atacapten finds the clutch for himself.
How did they not pop a blood vessel like screaming that loud, man? You know
I don't get it, dude. We're up here shouting the whole time.
โคตร
about
ดึ
the
งเลย
game.
ว่ะ
They're only doing it after the round, but still.
100%.
ฟุกนักล่า
Love this proactivity from FUT. Different look.
ไอ
And
เจ
when
ล
there's nobody on the
มิสเตอร์
Gentomate side to greet them, they're just
Falling
happy
man.
to take that space in the orb in tandem.
At the same
Falling
time, though, you
man.
look at the space that Gentlemates are able to grab here.
อ่านได้หมด
I mean, the Spike's still not really committed as to what they want to do.
Huge
Many
double
players on the
flash.
site.
They have the info, they had the players. They
กำลัง
were
ร้อนแรงครับ
blinded,
คนนี้
but still FUT are in
เพื่อน
position.
ช่วย
My
And
God.
นี่แหละ
one at a time.
นี่แหละฟุต
Slinked
ลืม
into
ภาพ
a
เกมแรกเลย
communal grave. Kada has been noted,
โอ้โหโล
but
ตัส
it
คือ
means
ของจริง
next to nothing by
จัดให้
now.
ไม่ไวของจริง
I
ว่ะ
thought with Kada hanging around in B
Well,
main,
for
what
the
was going to
confident
happen was
lot.
Gentlemates were just faking out the A
Mình lên
side,
nhạc bên sân
and you
đạp
always
ra
have
ba.
that potential when you
Phút
take
sòng
A
thì
main
sòng
to,
luôn.
to pivot into B, but
Sòng
they
sụt
just
lên
went a
đi, chọc
step
bay.
too far,
Sòng sụt
and
rồi.
Spike was
Sòng
still
sụt lên.
nowhere
เป็นฟอร์มล่า
near.
สุด
And
ต้อง
this
กล้า
is
ให้
the
ส่งศูนย์
discussion
เลย
that we had before about
แต่มินิบู
mini
กลับ
in
มา
the
แล้วนะ
mid round. One of the compliments to a successful IGL in those situations is being able to pull off effective fakes, and I
Yes.
don't think that is a
Varane
characteristic that we can
นึกถึง
attribute to him at
Bia
this
tộc
point in
ba.
time. You saw what the setup was, right? It was like
ด่านนี้มันแอบฉีก
half
อยู่นะ
out
ที่
on
มัน
the
เล่น
A
เจ็ต
side
เนี่ย
with the steel garden. Kada really just looking to
ว่า
pick
เดี๋ย
up
วนี้
the
ไม่ค่อย
pieces
มีคน
at
เล่น
the
แล้ว
end
นะ
of the round, but instead he's the lurker who's
แต่
forced
มัน
to
ก็ยัง
save.
เวิร์กอยู่นะ
I mean, that's
Well,
always the
get that.
problem, right? Like,
ได้หมด
at
แต่
that point,
10 seconds
Kada can easily commit to being like a
Comment
late block,
bolan,
an
bolan,
extra
bolan
layer on
na.
top of your post plan. But I mean, at the same time,
แพทหน้าไว้ตัว
you
นึง
need to make sure that that A site take, if
นี่พูด
that's
ถึง
what you want to
ไป
go
ไป
for,
เล่นก็
is
จัด
going
เซต
to
ทุก
be
แมปเลยง่ายดิ
successful, right?
ให้ซัมติงเล่นไปเลยฮะ แล้วก็หา
But have
โค
certainly
ด้วย
showed
ลิ
their
เป็น2
protocols
เวลเลย
here as well, building on that Koi performance, because the you know, they look really well set up. These retakes are so swift. I say retake, it's a fast flood.
กลับมา 2 ดูเอลอะเจ็ตเลสเหมือนเดิมไป
They're getting players in place
เมตาเนี่ย
because they know that they can't really
ว่า
afford
ตอนนี้เมตา
to
มันหลากห
be
ลายแล้ว
challenging gentlemates once they've set up in post. When you have, you know, double controller with the Viper utility, with minis,
ไม่ค่อยโดนหรอ
you know,
ความคิดพี่นะตอนเนี้ย
razor vines.
Jet
as well.
Valley, baby.
There eventually the wall if he's not using it to watch the flank.
ใครเล่นเวลาเดีย
Like,
สัน
yeah,
เนาะ
it's really oppressive. So those are the positions you've
จริ
got
ง
to find yourself
ไอโย
in.
ลูเบส
Yeah,
ตอนนี้
and
คือ
I think
มัน
like
เป็น
when
เม
you
ตาไม่
compare
โกง
the 2 comps, right? Like
โกงจัดเลย
and generally the map as well. You look towards gentlemates, what they're running is something new. They're not necessarily innovating,
Jet Led
but
ISO
playing
ไป
like
3 คน
new agents,
แล้วก็
etc. And you look
หนึ่ง
towards
คอน
what
โทรลเลอ
FUT
ร์
are
1
playing.
เซนได้ไหม
The
จบเลย
same old stuff. You've seen your Fate, you've seen your
แล้วเอาไอ้
เปิด
เวเล
Cypher, right? There's
ใช้
nothing
โล่
like
ใช้
there's
โล่
nothing new here.
โล่
It's
ไอโฟ
one of
เปิ
the
ดอะ
comps
ที่มัน
that's
โล่
been
วิ่ง
ran
อะ
for years, and the point that
แล้วก็
I'm
น่ะ
making,
วิ่งตาม
what
โล่
I'm getting to,
โล่หมดก็ส
is
ไตล์
this is
ครับ
something
เจอ
FUT
3
will be used to. This
เอา
is
เวเล
something
เข้าไป
they've
ก่อนไง
been playing for years, and it's probably the same
เวเล
protocols
เป็น
that
อี
we've
นี่เหรอ
been
หา
seeing
ข้าว
for many a year, right?
กึ่งยิง
Onwards,
ว่ะ
It's
แต่เข้าไปไม่เจอก็ไม่ต้องกด
comfort
กลับ
and it's
Yeah.
classic FUT, I think.
Yes.
You look at every
อย่างน้อย
single
มันตายก่อน
player
มันก็เข้าไปลึกแล้ว
from top
ถ้า
to
ถ้า
bottom
มัน
on
ไม่กด
FUT
กลับ
side, and I would
แผนเรา
probably say
ตื้น
that's
ๆอยู่
like their favorite agent, with the exception of
ลองนึกภาพ
Rags,
แบบว่า
you know,
แดน
like
คุก
KO,
ฝั่
for
งข้ามแม่ง
example,
รี
right?
คอน
So
บาย
that's
ส
the
ตัน โอ้
approach.
ชิบ
Gentlemen
หาย
should be aware of it. As you say, they are running something a little bit newer. There isn't a Teho there, of course, in terms of current meta, but like the Vice pickup is really strong. And to be
ไม่แต่ผ
honest,
มว่าเวเลมัน
your
ล่อข
winning
องได้ดีนะ
conditions do kind of stem from
ดีโอ้โห
that defensive half a little bit as well, to be honest. So
ดูเหมือนจะไม่มีอะไรแต่มันทำอะไรได้เยอะเหมือนกันนะ
I think that's something
ผมว่ามันรอคนที่มา
have to
คุก
wait
กิ้ง
for, but
ดี
we saw from that game
ที่
yesterday.
ที่ทุกคนมันยังไม่ค่อยเล่น
Things
เป็น
get
เพ
out
ราะ
of
ว่ามัน
control
เป็นเอ
very
เจนต์ใหม่
quickly,
แล้ว
and after that
มันสเตจหนึ่งอะเก็บ
laboured
แต้ม
last
อะ
match.
สำคัญไง
Where's the mental at right now? Especially
But
for a
got
player
like
like Click,
he
who takes a
played
fight
on
like that, and that's all you get in the round. That's your involvement.
คอมไหน
At
ฉีก
the
ได้
same
ก็เอา
time,
เพล
though,
เลย
I mean, Click did
They
have
do
a pretty good
surprise.
sheriff round the other round, right? Like, I mean, maybe that you could. They're just thinking, right? Let's see if I can try and get something from it. At the same time, though, gentlemates have scaled up really well on this A side.
They have the space, and they need to be diligent to just clear. You know, maybe
แต่แผน
towards pit
เดิม
at
ๆ
least
มัน
check
โดน
that
เกาหลี
nobody's going into upper. That's
แก้
exactly
แผน
what they're
เก่ง
going to do. One way smoke, in for the kill.
Ui,
Yes,
ui,
James
cái
goes
canh.
back to it. That was the chance for Kada.
อีกหนึ่ง
Made a meal of it.
Hello? This is just dashed right in. Although gained the information and a kill. Again, it's another
ต้อง
locker
จับมินิแต่
player
ละที
who's going to be late to
เสี
the
ยว
party.
เสียววาร์ป
And well, FUT know everything that they
อุ้ย
need to know.
วิ่งมาอย่างนี้ก็โดนเนี่ย
it's a
เม็ด
full
เดียว
stick, so it doesn't really matter. And to be honest, I think the main takeaway from the
Fair
round here
play.
is
Oh,
that Gentlemates
good,
understand
okay.
what they need to do to inhibit FUT coming back into the site
Fair.
later
Heavy.
on. I'm speaking specifically about that control upper and then being able to just drop in and support the anchor, whoever that is. It's a slight variation, I guess, in the fact that they were conceding the space fully. I mean, Yeti was playing all the way back this time. As to not get caught on a common angle by a sheriff.
จับไอโซมาไม่คุ้มครับผม
ในเปเปอร์เล็กพี่คิดว่าใครน่าจะไอ
This
โซ่
is a huge round for both teams.
โอ้โห
ไอเจสันเนี่ยแหละ
More so
คง
for
ต้องเป็น
mates.
เจสันอะ
And that's it, right? FUT are in the driving seat. Cruise control is on.
แต่มันไม่มีใคร
They
ไอ
don't
โซ่
need
แบบ
to necessarily
มีไอโซ่ที่
worry
เมาส์
about the
ไว
next
ๆแล้ว
couple
เป๊ะ
rounds.
100%เลยนะ
But at the same
Yeah,
time,
you
want
went
to
off
get
on it.
this done as quickly as possible. Taking their time though, gentlemates have went for a
เมาส์ไวด้วย
full default.
ไอสไตล์ดูเล่นไอโซ่มันต้องแบบ
Yeah, we'll split
Aim
up and
แบบ
look
ว่า
for clues
แบบ
or orbs in this
สวยๆอะ
sense. Click with the tap.
เป๊ะ
TP's
ๆเมาส์
away.
ไม่เร็วอะ
And of course, it is Zeus to fill that void.
ผมเห็นปิมมี่เก่งนะ แต่ว่าเก่งตอนเป็นคนโดนดวลอะไม่ได้เป็นตอนไม่ใช่
A
ไอ
little
โซ่
light on A, so I think Cracked has to be
เฮีย
careful
โคตรโหด
how he
แต่พอเป็นไอ
plays
โซ่
this
เองไม่
and
โดน
already
คน
you
ยิง
can
เสีย
see him go up the rope and concede the space. It's
แต่
the
ตอน
same
ดวล
setup
มัน
for
ได้
the
อยู่นะแต่
defenders
ตอน
yet
ธรรมดา
again.
ไม่โดน
Mates will be aware of this in the gun round. Can they bring some fresh ideas to the table?
Nightfall, clear in the backside.
Manต้อง
Here's
ดู
trying
ดิ
to get out towards heaven, and
มัน
he
ต้องโย
clutched
โล่
on
ต้อง
so
ทำซัมติง
well
ละ
to
ไม่
get
งั้
a
น
double here.
แพ้
And that's exactly what you've got to do. No one's played Pit the last few rounds, so
3-5
Click
ก็ยังมี
stepping
ลุ้น
up
อยู่
to the plate has 2 kills, which now set them up.
Looking to burn Click, making him play on site. try and waste a little bit of time, and they're trying to
ดูเนี่ย
spam
ต้อง
him out. You
ตาย
can see that, but he's got a timing.
ตายใจ
That's
นึก
three
ว่า
in
ไม่
the
อยู่
round right now. He's done so well and put mates in a prime position. There's no way that they
เฮ้ย
can
เอ็ดเลย
lose
วะเนี่ย
this, and
คลิก
this man right now on for the ace,
ไม่คลิก
stolen
มัน
by
เตะ
ไม่มีอะไร
Kada.
คลิกแบบว่า
Oh, be a double
Bah,
up of
là
rounds for,
đai đi.
for Gentlemates.
Yeah, Kada blowing out the birthday candles before
Yeah, mate, it's mine. I'm having that for Saturday.
before Click can get near it. But it's what I went back to saying at the start of the round. Like, for
Let's go,
as
Click.
much as
That's what we
Gentlemates had
need.
pressured Upper in the
Yeah.
previous round, there was nobody pit, and it's that slight little variation which finds the opening for them.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, you look towards Lotus and side buys, etc., etc. Gentlemates typically are better on their attack. That's the one thing to note. But the other thing is, FUT are typically better on their defense, right? So there's always that chance when sides swap over. Gentlemates need to give themselves a lifeline to work with in this next half.
They're starting to work on it, see a site which they have struggled with, not in terms of taking it, but defending it once the spike goes down. It's the Rolling Thunder invested this time as Mr. Fallen looks to make a play off the back of it, profit off it can't. Kada with one onto Yetijay. Mates trading out effectively here. Numbers in their favor as Fallen still
บอม
stands
ไม่ได้วางนะ
on the other side of the
Đây rồi.
site as it begins to collapse. The smoke is up, but the spike's not
Đi bay.
down.
Bay nha.
You just saw
อะไร
it
อ่ะ
coming. You
Bay nó
saw
tên
it
á.
coming.
Ủa.
Kada's dropped and the pit goes with
Bay nó
it.
tên.
Gentlemates will make an exit.
Gonna be forced out, embarrassed. It's really unfortunate. Things just not going your way. At the same time, though, they're being given plenty of space here by FUT to get that spike down.
Cover going out.
And that,
The huge difference this time is that you can set up your A post plant
30
however
seconds
you
left.
like because you know that this one is open for the taking.
Arc Rose will eventually come online for Mini. That's the other thing to know.
And this is such an open plant too, planted on the corner. So, you know, Mini could be back so far as Hobbit or
อุ้ย
taking those extra steps
Oh, yeah,
forward to
là
fight FUT.
โอ้ย
As the
มุม
Arc
แม่งแบ
Rose
บ
doesn't want to
Là
use
nghe.
it, would rather play heads up gun
ว่า
phase.
แล้ว
Movement มันดี
Goes
นะ
and
มินนี่
wins
เนี่ย
it.
มุมแบบ
Both
โดน
on the
แน่นอนอ่ะ
round, and 3 for Mini.
โค้งหักศอก
I mean, they're getting there. They're finally getting there.
They are fighting back as they did on Icebox. This was a bit of a chaotic one. Gentlemates required a little more security for the spike plant to come in. Brilliant job from Cracks again on another agent, which as we said before, he plays so well. The pit drop ultimately settled the fate of the CX sec. But I really like the idea that they just say, you know what, we're going to go into your sport. That's where we're fighting you this time. You know, screw playing post. This one's off the wall.
Steel Garden could be used for playing on the front foot. Trying to go and force
แข่งรอบหน้าเรา
Gentlemates, force a
ฟิลแบบ
reaction
ตัวพวก
towards
เรา
the seaside.
โอ้ย
This is something Team Liquid were doing
คนใน
against
ทีมจะด่า
EMEA when they knew that they were very reactionary.
You have this
Tốt
beam
tiếng
in
Quảng để
control
thằng
early,
Quảng
but
này.
there hasn't really been any pressure from Gentlemates
Là
outside
biết
of
đây.
base. Already FUT have an idea where the execute's going to be headed, and with Kamek falling, it is all eyes on the C choke.
Steel Garden being used. All it will do is buy time to get this spike down.
And look at this ult from Atta Captain. He's right behind them as Click looks to move into Waterfall. He can't find the jewel.
But at the same time, though, Gentlemates are really taking their time getting this spike down.
มินิ
worried about
ไม่ใหม่
whether
หรอกครับไม่
FUT
ใหม่
are
หรอก
gonna come
ไม่มาคิง
straight
ออฟ
back
พี่ชาย
in,
ออก
and it's
ใหม่
allowed for them to
โคตรดี
settle and get in towards this retake position.
And now Zipan with the paranoia partnered with Click. An opportunity again for him to look for a fight. Still, mates without blood on their hands. Down by a player, FUT in position, no ground has been garnered. Click finally on the score sheet in this one as he opens his account into the corner. The flank is dealt with. Mates doing a decent job, but Decent won't quite cut it as Cracks and Yetijay have made their way back onto the site. It's
Hey.
Kada in the corner. He steps to the side and
Step
finds yet
level now.
another kill. A clutch asked of him this time, and he's just about
Oh.
gonna deliver.
Yeah, he does
Step
it on
in.
time,
Pop in
managing
nè.
to waste Cracks'.
ป๊อปปิ้งแบบเสียทรง
And
อะ
well,
เมื่อกี้
that will be for a Red Bull clutch coming through from Kada. Very well played. And still, Gentlemates keeping this momentum going. That is now 3 in a row. They've been able to space these ultimates, but I do ever so worry that with Gentlemates being a little bit more, not necessarily hesitant, but being, I guess, taking their time, diligent in their approach to getting this spike down, that they will get caught off guard. And we've seen that a few times on the seaside.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, look, Mates finding a few more rounds here. it does kind of worry you for FUT's attack as well, with how reliant they were on Zeus before, into the anchors that they possess. But like, look, why should you be concerned with what Zeus is doing? That's his own business, and right now, it's the killing business that he's in. Gun for hire, gets 2 kills. And so Gentlemates are right back to the drawing board. This round has been fully reset.
Seen them in times maps before. They've been able to fight back in. I mean, they won a 2v4 on Fracture, for instance. But as for Lotus, I've not really seen that. Krax is coming through with a deadly prowler that'll identify what they're looking for. Trying to force Zeus out, but it's not a fight you really want to be taking. The paranoia has hit. The dash is a complete...
เฮ้ยเอาหมุน
เฮ้ยเอาหมุนพี่ว่าเคยได้เอ็ดไหมอันนี้
นี่มันหัวดวงเด็ดไวเปอร์
Krax steals the ace. But at the most important thing, an end zone flawless and FUT.
นี่ต้องเป็นเทคเจอร์นิด
ตอน
ๆ
ไว
เลย
เปอร์โดนยิงหัวปะหัว
They
แดงเลย
guarantee the round, Cairo.
ค้างดิวิ
An advantage in the next
Oh,
round.
well, that also works pretty well. For as
สุด
noisy
ท้าย
as
เรา
those
เป็น
FUT
น่ารัก
players
ได้
are, this
มันมี4
Bulldog
ตัว
has
นะ
bite
จังหวะ
as
นี้
well
ต้อง
as
โยน
bomb.
เป็นดอทิ้งว่ะ
Huge quad from Zeus. And a
Yeah.
confidence builder coming into the final round of the half.
Oh,
As we
Ford
said
ยืน
before, 7 might not be enough. Just have to see what it is that Gentlemates can bring to the second set of affairs. Cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, it's the dimensional drift to start paving the way towards the seaside.
But look, right now, there's a potential trap that could be triggered.
มีใครทายถูกว่าไอ้ลูกข้างหลัง
But
เป็นลูกอะไร
instead, they'd rather wait. No, they're going straight in.
Yeah, well, it's an
Fair
A
one.
setup which they're heading for. It's literally just Kamek
Kamek.
left here to try and sell it. And finally,
Bot
it
that
feels
bot.
like Gentlemates might have been able to pull off a fake, except this time it is right from the spawn
หัวมัน
barrier.
กันได้เยอะอยู่
Going
เนี่
into
ย
the Cypher setup.
เยอะ
Arc Rose doesn't
Bom
catch
แบบ
on
นี้ไม่
to
ดู
anybody,
ดู
and
ทร
so
ง
Cracks
ไม่
has
น่า
a
กัน
strong
ได้เลย
angle from which to play. The Paranoia cutting up the site itself, unsupported. Cracks standing his ground on an island. They fall
อะไรกันเนี่ย
around him.
ปัดกัน
Mate's
โชว์
bodies on the floor, just setting them forth
โอ้
into
เอ
the
อ
second
เย็น
half.
เจมส์เล่นแล้วนี้
FUT, the 8th round within touching distance for them. Kamek all that separates them from that success. And as clutch as he has been, low
มันเรียกความหมั่นไส้ด้วยเมื่อกี้แบบให้เข้าไปเอาแล้วให้ตาไปยิงหลังพี่แครก มึงเล่น3 เกมเสียงดีจังเลย ไปมาวันนี้มันไม่ได้กินข้าวเลยเนี่ยไหนเก็บไปกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้พบไปพรุ่งนี้
similar half that we saw on Fracture, where mates trailed by 4 rounds as they do here. They bounced back, but even in overtime, it wasn't enough. All of those map points go missing. But what does it mean for them? The 2 group leaders shall soon be separated. As you can already see, FUT queuing up outside of the C site. Spike through the middle of the map. No B main control taken. It's going to be all 5 players in Zipan's direction.
Needs to be careful. Does have a TP to get out.
Send a couple stray shots through the smoke, but now
ผ่าน
the
ตอนนี้ไม่เอา
call
ส่ง
should
นะ
be made to drop back. There is
Oi.
no sentinel here to support him.
Oh,
The
okay.
stun, not quite enough, gets around the corner.
A little bit of discipline. Doesn't want to go any further.
Ow.
Yetiji through
Có
the
mà lắp
smoke
cầm
grabs
nè.
Kada.
Such a cheeky kill, but could make all of the difference
Ini mau
into the
sesuai,
retake.
jangan
The
jauh
next
sama.
smoke player drops,
Oh,
and that's
jauh.
the more mobile of them. FUT
Jauh lah.
finding
Mendu-
all
reep
of the
เล่นกันปะ
kills on this final
บอ
pistol
กแล้วพุท
round of
จัด
the
ให้แบบนี้แบบ
series.
รวดเร็วทันใจ
They might just have won both on
เป็นห่วง
Lotus,
สุข
and
ภาพ
with
คน
that,
โซนเอ
where
เชี
do
ย
mates go? What do they do? It's an in-zone flawless.
How many times have we been speaking about FUT grabbing
แท็ก
in-zone
เกอร์กำลังจะออก
flawlesses?
ไปซันเซ็ตกำลังจะกลับมาบีทเมื่อไหร่จะกลับมา
Not to
คิด
be
ถึง
that negative guy.
ช่วยไปซ่อมไอ้
Out
ห้อง
of
ฮ
the
อ
three
ด้วยนะให้
rounds
มัน
that
ปั่น
we
เหมือน
were
เดิ
able
ม
to win last time, one of them was the pistol round, and one of them was the anti-eco plus, and that's the only thing I'm going to say.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm going to drop the grenade and walk away.
By the time we get
จริง
to
ๆเขาทำไม
double
ทำไม
digits,
เขาถึง
who
ชอบเอา
knows?
แมปแบบกลับเข้ามาแป๊บเดียวแล้วก็เอาอ
Can't
อก
say goodnight
งง
after
ปะ
the bombshell that you've dropped just yet. There's still more left to
ไอ
be
เนี่ยเอา
played.
ไป
The
เอาไป
program
พัก
yet
ด้วย
to
แหละไอ
end.
เฮเว่น
A professional performance queued up by FUT.
ไอ
The
ตอน
A
สปิ
fight
ดอะ
is
เอา
where
อ
it
อกไป
goes
แล้วก็
down
กลับมา
early.
แล้วก็ไม่ปรับอะไรเลย
Classics all across the board.
ไอนี่ชอบซื้อ
Marshall not
มาเชล
standing the
แต่ก็คุ้ม
test.
ค่าดิ
Krax's Bulldog certainly is
Lúc
now
này mới
as
xí cỏ rồi
FUT
đấy.
begin to continue to fight towards A. Spike is here though, and if they do want to go
แอสเซนนี่
elsewhere,
เหมือนเอาออกไปฉาบปูนติดเหล็กอะแล้วก็กลับมาเร็วมาก
FUT have been very good
แต่ยัง
on
ดีนะ
their
มีการเปลี่ยนแปลงบ้าง
anti-ecos.
ใช่ไหม
อืม
And I think as well, it
เออ
kind
จริง
of brings
จริ
me
ง
back to that
ไอ้บล็อก
conversation
เนี่ย
in terms
เอา
of
อ
the
อกไปเลย
duelist.
ก็
I
ได้
mean,
นะ
Zeus currently absent
แบบ
from
เอา
the round, but
ดิสเบิลไป
when
เล
you
ย
think of a
เออ
player
ดิส
that's
เบิลไปเล
really
ย
good, a
แล้วก็
Turkish
ใส่
player like that, you think of comeback, right? And I
Yeah.
think you then draw
Sunsetเข้ามา
similarities
Sunset แต่
between
สนุก
him and CNED, whereas Zeus is a different kind of duelist, someone who, you know, we saw
อยากให้
come
บาย
up
กลับ
with
มา
challenges there.
บายก็
First
สนุก
responder, the decay is temporary. And there's little permanent damage. I mean, barely a scratch on Mr.
ท็อป
Fallen.
ทีมผมคือนี่เลยบีทบาย
well, Gentleman's
Yeah,
going to try and
yeah.
deny orbs here as well. I mean, that's just going to allow for the bonus to be more heavy in the next one, right? At the same time,
ตอนที่
yeah,
ตอนที่
that's the
แข่ง
kind
อยู่
of
ใช่ปะ
the idea, the
โดด
question
เล่น
that he
ฝึก
danced
เล่น
with.
โซว่า
All it's going to take is
เล่นบีสนุ
one
ก
big moment for FUT, and you
ถ้า
feel
ถ้า
as
เล่น
if they
โซว่า
can
เป็น
close
แบบนี้
this
นะ
in a much better position than they were against
มันดู
Koi,
แบบ
of course, because,
ทำอะไรได้เยอะ
like you say,
ทำอะไร
while
ได้
the
เยอะ
attack wasn't great there. That was the first half.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
We're in the second
100%.
half now. They've got a few maps
มา
under
เชล
their
เดี๋ยวนี้
belt
มันตรง
already.
น้อยลงมาเมื่อก่อน
And you
คือ
can
มันเวอร์
certainly
มากเล
see
ย
it
ยิง
reflected
ไกล
in the
ๆนั่งยิง
server.
อ่ะ
Atta Captain adding number 10,
มันเนิร์ฟ
3
มันเนิร์ฟนะ
rounds
ไอคลิกซ้าย
away
มันอะ
for FUT.
แบบไม่ซูม
Yeah,
ใช่ไหม
and I think
Uh,
as well, when you look
มัน
towards
เคย
that
ก่อนหน้านี้
map
แผ่น
as
แรกๆ
well, very
ยิงเวอร์
top
เกิน
heavy
ที่
in
เท
the
นมันเอามายิง
scoreboard
หัว
as well.
รัว
You've got to remember that.
One difference I would highlight already, though, in terms of what we saw against Koi, is that
ไม่ต้องซื้อ
you
เลยเชอ
didn't
รี่
really see FUT want to go for those fast C plays at all because they were concerned about the Sentinel utility,
cool
those
ว่ะ
razor vines that I was talking about. Mates actually setting up more towards A with that as it stands, you know, both anchors when you consider the Viper as well.
สิบผ่านตอนนี้กำลัง1-11กำลังหลงทางอยู่
It's a very default defensive setup here from Gentlemen. So FUT need to get to work
มา
and
แล้วผิด
find
พาน
out
บอก
what
จะยาว
exactly it is
โอเมน
that
มาให้ผม
lays
เล่น
behind these smokes.
They also FUT don't want to try and walk into any traps or anything like that, taking their time, dotting their I's and crossing their T's.
Yeah, you've seen as well, Yetije used that same cage lineup that he did in the previous game to make sure he can get the cam out and it can't be pre-fired
เพราะอะไร
on sand.
Oh.
Still, Click is resolute in position with Zipan supporting, but they've
ใช่
got
ใช่
to
มัน
get
ได้
their running shoes on pretty soon because the A
ตอนที่เจอ
play
กับเปเปอร์เล็กใช่ไหม
tested, not fully called. Actually, this is going to set up
Like
even
what
better
cool
for
we
B because it's a shorter rotation.
Says, well, Mr. Fallen has taken a lot of space as well. Players swinging out, trades to be had, and well, it's all about getting that spike plant eventually. FUT not happy with how comfortable they could possibly be on the site, so they're taking their time, tapping the spike, baiting out peaks. As we said, dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and paying attention to the finer details.
Yeah, and FUT have had great space towards Hobbit as well, so there's a crossfire set up for the players trying to get out from upper.
โอ้ยมันวาร์ปเฉียบอยู่เนี่ย
โอ้โห
Walk straight into the
Oh.
crossfire.
ไวจัด
That'll be
ไว
11.
จัด
They're getting one step
Low touch
closer.
of foot.
This is not the
Oh,
same
knocked
foot
him.
that was playing against Koi.
โคตรหนัก
They know exactly what
The
mistakes
cold
they
hold.
made on that map, and they made better of it.
Taken a little bit longer to warm up today. Maybe caliber of opposition a factor, but one thing you can say for certain is that in situations like this, they have
ถ้าบีท
handled
กลับมานี่
things
เจน
with
จีเยอะ
due
เลย
care.
แบบกู
I
เยอะ
really like the reposition from Zeus late into the rounds to just confirm it. They are absolutely loving
อ๋อ
it.
เมื่อ
of
ก่อนมัน
course, mate.
เป็นต้น
I mean,
ตำรับ
that
ที่
set
เอา
the
ยูรู้
vibes
มา
and
ต
the
อนแร
team
กนี่
looked
หว่า
great.
เจนจีอ่ะ
เออ แล้วก็เล่นแบบโคตรแพงโหดๆอ่ะ
เมทีโอเล่นใช่ไหมตอนนั้น
เออ
โยรู้อ่ะ
วินเลท100%
ไม่รู้ว่าจำไม่ได้แล้วบีทนานเกิน แต่เฮเลติกเนี่ยนีออนซันเซ็ตเนี่ย ยุคแรกๆเลย ก่อนบัฟด้วยซ้
Out the
ำแต่พอบัฟ
outlaw.
ปุ๊บกูเลิกเล่นแต่เก่งเกิน
Be pretty effective.
แปลกนะ
แปลก
การที่มันเกิดเรื่องเกิดขึ้นอ่ะ
Sniper
วิดีโอผมไม่ไหวเดี๋ยวมันเก่ง
posted
เกิน
on C. Does Mini dare give him the time of day?
แล้ว
You
ตอน
would
มัน
think
เล่นแบบ
so.
ก่อนบัฟนี่คือมันก็ดีอยู่ด้วยนะคอมมัน
Already though. Ellie Pick coming through. Zipan getting rid of Zeus. A big one
Điều
to
tra ngay
get
gần
rid
phải.
of firepower, etc. And being able to defend the A side. And with that, a quick pivot towards C.
It's an upgrade, and it's
ทีเฮด
also
นี่ตอน
pushing
เปิด
into the
ลีก
setup.
มา
Yeah, that's
เป็น
exactly
ชาย
what I
ครั้
was
งแรก
going to say.
โคตรอันเดอร์เลด
Need to be careful of the
แบบ
repossession. Many
เป็น
should
ทีมที่
know
ไม่มี
this.
ใครให้ว่ามัน
It
จะช
takes
นะ
a step
โอ้
too
แล้วมันก็ชนะ
far.
ไม่งั้น
Allows
ลุม
that C side to be
กับ
completely
ไอ้ในอีก
open
ทีม
by
หนึงอะ
Atta
ไอ้
Captain.
เคซีอ่ะ
อ๋อ
แต่เคซีมันแผ่วไป
Discipline here from FUT. They're not overstepping the mark as the
KC
Nightfall
แม่งเล่นมันจริง
gets invested.
ช่วงที่
Just
แบบว่า
making
แจ้ง
sure
เกิด
they
อะ
can play this one comfortably, and well, the tether landing on 2 players means that Atta Captain
Ui.
has a free kill.
กระโดด
Almost
กระโดด
effectively,
กระโดด
but
อะ
he's
หลุด
flying
ลงแล้ว
out
จังหวะ
solo.
เนี้ย
Atta
จี
Captain
จีว่ะ
nearly the one that gets the ace, as it's another 4K
นี่
from a FUT player, which has put them
ยืน
on
แล้วอะ
that point.
I mean, that's the thing. How
Yeah,
many times
yeah.
have we seen 4Ks
ถ้า
near
ปิด
enough
พีสอง
aces?
ศูนย์ไม่ได้เตรียม
And
ตายได้เลย
FUT,
โลตัส
every single time, close to an end zone flawless.
And it's a different player every time. It's not
Exactly.
exactly like you point the finger at one of these guys and look, while
Oh,
it hasn't
I'll
been
be
the
you,
Zeus
Leonard.
show on the final map, it's surplus to requirements. The system that they're playing is setting up the rest. Cracks delivering on
ใครจะ
all
รีแอคไง
fronts
ไม่สน
where we've spoken so much about his kill contributions, perhaps lacking before, but you're looking at him on an attack side now, just shy of 20 kills into
มัน
what
เสีย
could
ง
be
ดั
the
งแล้วมัน
final
ยิงไม่
round.
แผ่วเลยดิตัวเนี้ย
They're trying to make up for lost time in that last map. It's crazy how close this series could have gone, right? Could have gone either way 4 times.
Atta Captain again. Into spawn this time,
Wow,
player
Tony
close
Gadai.
by. That's going to be
นี่ไงโดน
Zipan,
ละ
and he'll win the duel at the very least. And yeah,
ย่องแนว
FUT
ตลก
dropped
หน่อย
all the way back to a much deeper line behind this smoke. It's Click's time to shine. And
เอา
it's
สุดมัน
one
เดิน
is
พอดี
not enough.
แล้วยิงหลังยิงอย่างยาก
Far more than that. Quick
from that
pivot
position.
now into B. Mini standing alone in the middle of sight.
Ui,
Goes
oi.
through the wall, but walks into
Oh,
Mr.
Falin tông đai
Fallen.
ba.
Able to win that fight out, but Cracks is able to
Đừng ngập.
carry now into a 1 versus 1 on
แล้ว
map
หนึ่งๆคนที่
point.
กำลังแบบ
This has been his map so
What
far,
back?
his
Oh.
series, dare I say.
อันเนี้ย
So it's
ถ้า
the
สม
Swede
ม
that
ติเป็น
must
ผู้เล่น
save
หัดฟัน
Phantomates at this point in
Hot,
time.
hot, hot.
For you to
โซไม่มีหมูเด้งเลย
back into the retake. An ult if he wants to go
Hot
so
tap
ต้อง
far.
แวะ
Instead,
ต้องแวะ
It's
ดู
Cracks
นี่แล้ว
that'll
น้อง
take
ที่
the
เพิ่งเกิด
fight
มา
to him.
It's a 1 versus 1, which Cracks will win.
ที่ผ่านแม่ง หลุดจัด หลุดจริง เดินไม่สนโลกอะเมื่อกี้ถ้าไม่โอ้โหเซ็งเลยแบบสองกูทำไว้อย่างดี ปิดไม่ได้
บอกแล้วแมปนี้จัดให้ไวๆครับ
ทำไมต้องนานคุณไม่ไป
เบสเอเจนต์ฟังไม่ทันบอกว่าอะไรนะเบสเอเจนต์ดูครับดูอีกคู่ครับ
นานดีกว่าง่วงแป๊บนึง อู้หูมาพอดีเลยว่ะถือว่าตึงอ่ะนี่พี่เอ๋ยหลับไปแล้วใช่ไหม
ยังดูไอ้ที่แข่งวันนี้เมื่อกี้
พี่ต้องไปดูที่ผมยิงอ่ะ
เดี๋ยวดู
กล้องไม่ค่อยจับแต่เม็ดเดียวรัว
โอ้โหโดนแต่เม็ดเดียว
อยู่ดีก็ลั่นขนาดนั้น
Purple เหรอมันแบนแบบเมื่อกี้ไม่ได้ดูฮาเว่นเหรอ
Aggression in the early round.
ฮาเว่น
เฮเรติก
เฮเลติกฮาเว่นเป็นไงวะเดี๋ยวก่อนนะ
โหดอยู่วูดไอโซยังได้ไม่แห้งเลยเอ้ยวูดมันยิ้มแย้มว่ะมาแน่พี่วันนี้2-0
ไม่ค่อยมั่นใจเท่าไหร่
นี่ไงวูดไอโซเห็นนะไปแล้วเจอกับพอร์โพ
Which one do you
2-0
like most?
ไก่ป๊อปเปอร์โต้เคยกินแล้ว ลูกชอบกิน
ปล่อยแก้ว
พี่วูดจัดให้วันนี้ ไม่ต่ำกว่า20
ชอบเวลาเห็นวูดเล่นตัวเลยนี่เนี่ยคือโลที่ถูกต้อง
เนี่ยแหละ ยิงอย่างเดียว
สปิดมันยังเอาไอโซมาเฮเลติกนี่คือถือว่าไปถูกทางละ
In history, the first time that Purple plays on
เว็บไซต์หัวลั่นเนี่ย
เพื่อนในงานโทรบอก2-1 อยู่ผิดงานเปล่านั้นอ่ะ
สกายวูดตาย20
โอ้โห
ไม่ต่ำกว่า20
2-0ดูคอมแล้วครับ
but in your mind
นี่คุณตอนนี้มีคนทำลายสถิตินะเจดไปยัง0-17
Well, I think for Heretic,
โอ้โหไม่น่ามีอ่ะ
ทำไว้สูงเกินเนี่ย17 นี่คือโคตรเยอะเลยนะ
team from somewhere. So it can't just be Vitality at the top. I think we're going to need to see, someone else helping. And I'm hoping that is Heretics. Woot
คือ
going to
ถ้า
the
เป็นม
ISO,
อง
I
ในมุม
quite
แบ
like.
บ
We saw
เล่น
him
เอาเกมเอาสนุ
split
กอะ
last
เล่นแบบ
game,
ไป
and it
ตาย
looked quite good.
17 ตัวโคตร
did.
โคตรมืดมน
โอ้โหก็ยากอยู่นะ
pause for that because it looks like Valve might be in a bit of trouble.
จริงๆโคตร
However,
มืด
if
มน
you turn your
ยาก
attention
มาก
on
อะ
the
นะ
other
เอาพี่ลอง
parts
ก
of
ด
the
แร
map,
งกับเพื่อนอย่างเงี้ยแล้วพี่แบบ
Heretics are getting
ยิง
a bit
ไม่
of
ได้
a
สักตัว
lay
แล้ว
of
ตาย
the
17
land here. They're going to
พี่
explore
รู้สึก
behind.
มื
There
ด
is
มน
still going to be utility in the way,
โอ้
so
โห
it
พอ
won't be
ขึ้น
completely
เลข 5
carte
ต้องมี
blanche.
หลังติดกำแพง
For
ว่า
now, they're going to get
รอ
that
เทรด
A-side control. Plant
นับ
should
ห
be
นึ่ง
in,
ก่อนเพื่ออุ่น
not
ใจ
too many threats.
I love this flank.
อย่างน้อยก็แบบ
Heretics.
หา
I
คิวเลย
think
ฮะ
that if you're going to play
สักหนึ่ง
a retake, you have to come in with a flank here, and they're in a good spot. They're getting pushed though.
Yeah, you can. It looks like Heretics want to take space away, maybe feeling that there is that flank coming in. But again, Ginex, step for step, kind of matching that energy, sitting a little passive, and now the push comes in through. Oh, Purpo! That was a bloody good attempt. We are down to just one now in a 1v2. It ain't going to be easy. Turns the flash and finds
แล้วพี่
Oh,
another.
วูดเอกครับ
เอ็ดเลยวูด
What a
อะไรวะเนี่ย
melting start.
Well, I'm glad we start with Heretics, and I'm bigging up Woot already, and he gets a 5k in the pistol.
Not
เดี๋ยววิน
bad.
โดนัทลาวพี่วูดมีแวนดอลจับลาก
In general, I think this
ไกแอน
series
เข้ามา
been
ฆ่า
a
1
bit all
คน
over the place with this kind of
แต่เป็น
agency
5
role.
ต่อ
Absolutely.
4แล้วก็
It
ไป
seems
ต่อ
like the ISO is one of the agents that he's going to be
Malcolm
fine
Lee.
on.
More of that, please. Take a bit of that. And that's got to mean a lot, though, because again, when we talk about Heretics, I think that Apex game is heavy in my mind as well. And
ขาด
how
อีก 2
close
เม็ดครับ
that was,
พี่วูด
dropping the
มี
map
นี้จัด
there.
อีก2 พอ
A bit of a confidence shaker. And in my mind, I want to see Heretics looking more
เนี่ยเก็บ
confident.
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
But I do want to say, Ginex are not as... Christ, Billy, that was not bad. But in my mind as well, Ginex are a dangerous team. right? It's easy to kind of overlook them at times because we
ตอนนี้
haven't
มินิ
seen
บู
the
แม่ง
kind
เห
of
มือนแบบ
sum total of the parts
B2B.
coming together and it all seeming to work right.
Yeah, I think they've always been like a middle of the pack kind of team, and I want them to stop
แม่งดู
being
เก่ง
mid.
ขึ้น
I want them
เยอะ
to
มากอะ
like I don't want them to rely on qualifying through this group by beating Navi. I want to see them
บอกว่า
actually
ทีมที่
compete
เก็บ
with the
เองเนี่ย
Heretics. Maybe even snatch a win
มั
from
ก
one
จะ
of
แบบ
them.
เนี่ยเป็นแบบเนี้ย
One of the criticisms I think I've had of Giant X is this kind of standard approach to the game, but I like this composition. I like the Teo involved in
เก็บ
this
ทำไมนะ
composition. I think it's actually better than
มักจะโดน
Silver in
Yeah,
this.
you were kind of leaning on that when we saw this at the beginning.
Any
Again,
term-
if this does get a little
term
bit more
ให้ชนะแล้ววัน
dangerous,
นี้
they are. Hold on, we'll come back to that because they are looking to try and commit a little bit ahead of those smokes from CT. Purpo's done really well. Good trade and spacing from Riens to get
ไม่เป็นไร
that
ถือว่าเก็บ
in
เม็ด
motion. And with the smoke
เก็บ
now
เม็ด
in
ใช่
place,
เก็บเม็ด
less
เพื่อนเนี่ยเอา
opportunities
ปืน
for
ให้อยู่
West Side.
มินิบูเดินไปเก็บปืนนะ
Statistically,
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ย
เราเห็นอะไรอ่ะ
เก็บเยอะไปอันเนี้ย
Tomasi statistically did have a great game on this map against BBL. Now, to try and pull off a 1v2 though, and Riens feels like kind of the end of the line here if it does come down to it. Phantom ready, and it'll be Miniboo to claim. So, lovely work from Heretics, maybe losing a little more than they'd like, but still getting through the storm.
ไอ้
But
คนที่
we
ซื้อ
were
ปื
kind
น
of
แพงสุด
discussing this composition earlier when we
ตาย
first
คน
saw
แรก
it come
มี
in.
กล่อง
And you did say you
ไอ้นี่
prefer that
บา
Teo
เชล
in
เก็บ
play
3
here, especially in this scenario.
Yeah, I think that Sova with ISO when, you know, back in my day, when
yes.
we played this
Let's up.
composition, it was about that undercut with the Sova shock to take aim in
him.
control, but with the one undercut now, you can't rely on that as much. And so I think Teo is just a better agent than Sova in general, so why not play the Teo? I like this gamble from Giant X. Or this meta read even.
Yeah, it could be a really good step in the right direction. Eyes towards
Right,
Purple here as
Brilliant.
well. Ult is ready for
มัน
him.
ดูแบบสแกนแบบ
Maybe an
ดู
opportunity.
ดู
Would you
ดี
want
อะ
to use it here? We'll see. Already Cloud, though, willing to take a risk. And he's not alone in this matter. Exploring through middle. The pressure coming towards Garrett.
Oi.
Woot to try and take the fight. Spams away Benji on the claim.
แปลกๆ
Trade
Woot
comes in and the ult did go through. Now that found nothing. Very
มัน
little
จะส
reward
เปรย์อะไร
here
ข
for
นาด
her.
นั้น
Runners on his...
Oh, the timing of that. I thought Miniboo might have had him then. Kind of in between the pages, but Runner's positioning here could be nasty. Now the Owl drone going to go up, will reveal position,
Oi.
but the spam's just right. Cloud and Runner in unison, making them sweat here. Now keep in mind this was a bonus for Heretics, but it did have some bite to it. Couple of rifles littered around. Now if it gets more costly, I start looking at this as a very good round. Boo not going to have any play here as Purpo ready towards the push.
Yeah, I like what Heretics tried to do with the kind of
ทำไม
aggression
รู้สึก
towards middle. You
ใจ
know,
แอน
they
มัน
had to
ดู
do
เป้า
something
จับ
with
มาก
their
ๆ เลย
kind
อะ
of economy status, but Giant X ready for it.
Yeah.
And they should be
ทำไม
ready
ผม
for it.
รู้สึก
They're
ว่าวูด
playing
มันติดตลกวะเมื่อกี้ไอ้หน้ากระดาษอะ
So far, kind of, we're looking at these early rounds, right? We're into round 4 coming up now, but this feels like Giant X have been abusing mid time and time again. Happy to pressure through towards window, happy to be aggressive. Do you think this is going to continue as we get into the kind of thicker things now?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be
แท
interesting
น
to
ที่จะ
see.
เบิกวินเมื่อกี้พี่วูด
Well, are we missing?
เฮ้ยแล้วเปิดโป้ง
No, okay, they did get the light shields, they just weren't showing up. I
Right.
was petrified. Hopefully that gets fixed.
ไม่มี
Nothing
เขียน
on
ไหม
recon, so we can see Wu
ตลาดก็ได้
actually pull the ult, and he's going to be able to save it for the post plant now. But again, Giant X
เอาเกาะหม
pushing
ดแล้ว
down
น่ะ
the center of the map, like you're saying. Nice
แต่
little
เดี๋ยวโดน
flank
สด
here.
Yeah, they're so quick to this. The tempo of this game has been excessively high so far. Wait patiently. I think Woot might get a good idea of what's coming. Still has that ult ready, as you highlighted. Didn't burn early, but might need to utilize now. As it stands, Giant X taking over long. The site's going to get smaller here, and Woot going to be put into a corner. Tries to fight forward, falls for it. Giant X, they get the way in the door. It's Miniboo to fight back. But at this point, it's a 3v3. It's going to get hectic here. Crunching towards the site. This pressure up long is working perfectly. Papo to Massey, removing the player by player. Boo overwhelmed. Giant X with a lovely plan and a near on perfect execution of it.
Yeah, there's Tomasi here with 3k. We
ภาพ
have
เลย
fast
วิน
more
นี้
from him from the last series.
เป้าไม่
He's
จับ
answering
สัก
right
คน
here. I think it's interesting already. We've seen 2 rounds from Giant X, right? It's almost like they're re-execing his side.
Yes.
You know, A-exec on the retake, C-exec on the retake there again. Heretics did do a good job of pushing through the CT to sniff out that it felt weak, but ultimately just
ทา
lost
กัน
the
แดดทำไมว่าจะนอนอยู่แล้วกูงงหยิบผิด
Now,
ขวด
this does feel like we've got a bit of a rework from Giant X here, right? Because we've seen these guys for such a long time now, and we've been waiting to see them pick up a little bit more
I want to
potency
see
to
like
it, or
an identity.
Yes.
It's not just like, you know, standard, middle of the road. You know, like this is more of an identity to me.
I really like seeing it. And again, you look at this aggression down A long, all of them moving together. One player left on the other side of the map, and of course they're not going to challenge. We are in the retake meta, to say the least. Ult gonna go in, and again, very little value.
Nothing.
Yep. So that's, you look at this purchase, maybe banking on a little bit of damage from Woot there.
เงา
มันโดนใคร
The
แบบ
only one with
กา
the
เดียน
Guardian,
ไป
everyone else
จับ
with the Stingers.
จั
We
บ
haven't
ก็ไม่
seen
ได้
them look better though. Yampy certainly looked fantastic with it. West side, gonna be pressured towards CT. Can they fight forward or are they held back once again? Cloud is getting the info. He's getting a lot of info here. West side trying to play it forward. Rien's catching him in the smoke. Time to play in, but Heretics digging in their heels. They're not going to give up the site without a fight. But this time, it's down to just Tomasi. He did well here, but that's just too many players. Heretics keeping bodies on the site and actually weathering the storm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big round to lose from Giant X. I think it's curious that they went for a 4-on-A setup against the kind of economy status of Heretics. Like
มั่วดีกว่าชอบ
Leaving the site
งง
completely
มั่วๆดิ
open a couple of times is fine in a game. Leaving it open against a, like, essentially a very weak buy, like, I'm not sure about the decision.
Look, we've been discussing playing against kind of half buys, force buys, your anti-eco prowess. I'll let Giant X off the hook a little bit in some of these
เอา
because
กาเดียนไปจับอันติ
I do want to see if they can keep this clean going forward. So far, I've just been impressed with how they've been approaching this map. Westside
โอ้ยเว็บไซต์
once again
รับ
gonna
เต็ม
be
เลยอ่ะ
forced to deal with this, but I think Boo is cracking the conundrum here. Oh, and he goes unchecked. This could be lovely for him. Boo with an opportunity to farm. Benji's already helped
แล้ว
him
เบน
out.
จี้มันเห็นอะไร
You
อะ
know, though Giant X did
มันสแปมเข้าไปเฉยๆนะ
bring into this
Spam
couple of
down,
sheriffs.
Swan
I
down,
am
right?
looking at that Vandal on Tomasi, but Heretics seeming to navigate all the threats.
ไม่ชอบอ่ะ
Yeah,
คุณ
it was
มัน
nice
เล่นกัน
little
เร็วดีว่ะ
anti-eco setup from them.
อ
They
ม
shouldn't
คาม
have
อม
fought
คาม
too
กัน
much.
แบบดันมาเอา
Nice little
ดัน
shot
มา
from Mini Boo
ไอ้
there.
นี่ก็เข้าเร็วอ่ะ
2 ดูเอลป่ะ
Should be a formality, lovely
Ôi, mà đâu?
from Heretics, and
วุ้นมันเริ่มแบบ
put a question mark with
เริ่มตั้ง
Giant
ส
X
ติ
on
แล้วแหละ
those kind of antis as
อ๋อ
well.
ไอ้นี่
They
เอ็
have
ด
to deal with
ที
that
แร
light
กแล้ว
of
ไอ้
eye,
นี่
maybe
คือ
misplay
ไหน
a little
เป็น
bit.
หลังคือ
Heretics seem very
ผมได้ขี่ไม่อยู่
so that's a tick in the box.
APM แม่งจะขึ้นพันแล้วแบบว่า
Back
โอ้
in,
โห
but we are going to
ขยับอะไร
start
ขนาด
seeing
นั้น
ultimately they're cycling up
คือถ้าจะ
here.
GK ต้องได้แบบ
What
เนี้
are we
ย
looking
ถ้า
for?
ไม่ได้ก็
Are we
2-0
something set in mind? Are we expecting a little pocket play? It's been aggression from Giant X, but that can't constantly work. There will be eventually that fall off point.
Yeah, I think it's interesting here. They're going to have to work around the Yoru Sova ult on the Heretic side. Like, it's a very easy combo. Mini Boo up with the ult, and then Rien's can just ult where the Yoru is invisible. So they're going to have to think about how to adapt to that this round.
ใครเล่นโซวาต้องเป็นนั่นแหละตอนเนี้ยเดี๋ยวนี้รีคอนเมตาเลย
So
ใช้
kind
ทุ
of
กทีม
default approach here for Heretics, just grabbing that orb,
ใต้หลังคาเหรอ
kind of containing
ใช้
the
ที่ชิงไป
map.
ตกหน้าซีอ่ะ
Maybe to do with Giant X's aggression, just going to contain
ของ
it
ผม
in.
ไอ้ใต้หลังคาทำเป็น
But now, though, it almost feels unfortunate that Heretics don't bump in.
ยังไงก็
Giant
ได้
X,
ให้
who
เคลียร์
had
ซี
been
แค่
pushing
โอ้
those extremities quite
ยากเลย
often.
อ่ะไซเฟอร์โดน
Stands Mini Boo spotting one. Having a little glance around, clearing through sewer, spots him again. Should have the info, and there it is. The combination of the ults we were waiting for, and
พอ
it's
มัน
rewarded.
พอมันปิง
Rien
เฮีย
gonna
ผม
connect
ว่าใน
towards
นี่
the
แหละ
map.
มั่น
The
ใจ
site
จังอะ
is
แบบ
open and
โดนเลย
available. Do they try and play it back
ชัวร์
in?
จัดอะ
They do. Mini Boo is here, however, and that smoke near on complementary if they try and play towards hell. But they're trying to cut through the other side, play it from graffiti,
นึกว่า
play
มันจะทะลุ
towards
ออกมา
quad
เมื่อ
with
กี้
the vision. It's blocked, doubling up,
Ui.
they fight towards sewer, and it's gone as a 1-for-1. But it's down to a 4v3. Runner, Tomasi, and Westside trying to
Ui,
hold on
really
to Woods,
woody.
having none of it. Westside last one
มันเฮ้ย
alive,
เดี๋ยวตลกเดี๋ยวไม่ตลก
all that
อะไรของมันวะ
held back by CT.
สรุปจะโหดหรือจะตลก
They
เอา
take
ทุ
the
กอย่าง
time building those ults
ดู
back
ไม่
up.
ถูกกัน
ปรับ
เนี่ยเดา
ปรับ
ไม่
อา
ถู
ร
ก
มณ์ไม่ทันตามพี่วุฒิ
เออ
There's got to be a save from Westside. I think they shouldn't be losing that gun.
Valuable.
But yeah, Heretics there, nice understanding of how to use that combo. They didn't go into it immediately, so it wasn't fully readable from Giant X. They couldn't stack anywhere. The flooding attempt was nice from Giant X, but 4v5 flooding in with the
อุ้ย
tail,
บ้า
they
จัด
lost the tail,
ไอ้
which
ตัว
is
ที่
kind of
ไอ้
big.
ตัวที่สองอะ คืออะไรอะ
Going forward, I want to
ไม่
see
เห็น
what
นิ
the
ดเดียวเอ
layers
งอะ
from Giant X. We see the timeout coming in. I'm wondering, like, they've shown us some nice things,
Okay.
but what happens when the pushes stop working, flanks
Right.
stop working?
Well, that's always the fun part, isn't it, right? This is when you get into the nitty-gritty of things and you start really seeing the depth. For Giant X, they looked refreshed. I like the aggression, I like the comps, I like the, you know, the choices coming in. Cloud a little quiet, but that's not the end of the world. It's very early into the series so far, but we like the concept.
ใครมันเป็นคนคิด
However, it seems to have hit a bit of a brick
แผนนี้ทีมแร
wall
กที่
here,
มัน
and
ใช้
Heretics
เอ็ม
have,
ติก
yeah,
ใช่
they've
ไหม
caught onto this,
หรือ
right?
ว่ามี
Once
ค
you've
น
been
ก่อน
blind once or twice, you're kind of
Heretics.
reading
Yeah,
into it.
it's
I don't think that's hard for Boo to find a way
แต่
to
ผมเห็น
cure,
เห็
but
นเล่น
now
ซิกทีมเดียวเลย
what's
นะ
the adaptation from
เพราะ
Giant
นั้นไอ
X?
โซ่มันยัง
it's
กา
awkward
กๆเลย
because it's like you've already started with kind of a game plan where you're playing for retakes.
คือมัน
and
เป็น
now
คน
you're
สร้าง
against
เมตา
ults.
นะคอมเนี่ย
Two rounds in a row,
แล้ว
like
มันก็แบบ
ISO ult now, you know, Yoru server ult
เหมือน
last
แบบ
round, where you kind of
เป็น
do
ต้น
need
แบ
to
บ
play
อะ
for. You're not going to
ว่า
hold the
คอม
side
ที่ทำอะไรได้
against
บ้าง
those
อะไร
ults
เงี้ย
sometimes. So personally, it's almost like their game plan should have been reversed a little bit, play a bit more standard, and then go for those pushes, retakes later on.
ตั้งแต่
So
สมัยยังมี
I'll be honest,
DO
I don't know what the call is here.
Well, that's what we're going to find out, I can imagine. Tricky, as it feels like Heretics are getting stability. Now they're starting to build that comfort. You're starting to see the Outlaw coming out. Good to see that being more and more utilized. I'm happy to see
นี่
it
คือ
in
การชาร์จ
effect. Mini Boo going to be wielding that,
Should
and
we
of
circle
course,
the?
I'm sure
น่าจะ
Sliggy's
น่า
already
จะ
done
ต
it,
กหลัง
mate.
กล่อง
He's
เลย
already, you know,
That's fine.
appreciate you,
หมด
Sliggy.
เลยเนี่ย
Shout out to you. Loved the look with Ardis
แค่ดู
earlier.
แบบว่าไม่ให้ใกล้
Probably should be my background. Sliggy with thighs like that. Woof.
ใช่คีย์คอมนี้ไอ
For
โซ
now,
ต้องดู
though, we
ซึ่ง
are on to what?
เฮติก
Sheriff
ใช้คอมไม่ได้อะ
Stinger.
มีพี่วูด
Yeah, not much to say for this round.
No.
อ๋อเขาบอกว่าหนมชิมใช้มาก่อน
Yeah.
Thanks,
มี
mate.
คนบอกว่า
This one.
Oh, you
Oh.
treat me so well.
ใช่แต่ว่า
Joking.
โบเตอร์มาประยุกต์
We have seen a switch in the Cypher setup.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Kinda.
we've seen a switch in the Cypher setup. So
Butter-
if they do
Butter
good, if
บอกว่า
Heretics
ไม่เคย
do
ดู
go towards his A site, there's a little bit of danger there. They're just trying to
ไม่เคยดูหนอง
build
ทีม
these little trap plays, and they've got 2 in garage, 2 on the A site. Again, I'm liking this kind of proactive approach from
พี่
Giant X.
จำ
It's
คอ
not
ม
like
แม
they're
ว
just
เก้าชีวิต
sitting
ของทา
still
รอ
all
น
the
นะ
time.
ได้เอเซน
จำได้
Too proactive.
ยกก้น
perhaps?
มัน
Yeah, I mean,
อันนั้นเหมือนจะ
If
โจ๊ก
you're
แต่โอ้
Heretics,
โห
you are you've
แต่
been
เอาดีถ้า
conditioned into
มันมีภาพอยู่นะ
sitting
ผม
to
ว่า
passive
แอ
fault.
เซนแต่
Right,
ตอนนั้น
and
แอเซน
that's
มั
a
น
natural reaction to the
ความ
first
มาตร
couple
ฐาน
of
มัน
rounds
โห
of
ด
the
เกินไป
aggression.
Yep.
It just makes it
ถ้า
so
มันเอา
hard
ไป
for
ใช้ด่าน
Giants
อื่
to
น
try and pull
น่า
off
ลุ้น
these kind of smaller, quirkier plays where they're trying to, find a little pocket to play from.
ด่านไหน
yeah,
อะ
like when you play the double joist, you feel like you have to
ด่าน
make
ที่
those
แบบ
kind of
ว่า
plays sometimes.
เตะใช้ได้
Sometimes.
อะชันเซตอย่างเงี้ย
เข้าไซส์ง่ายๆอ่ะ
It happens. Oh, going to be actually utilized
Ah,
on this round. A little surprised, if anything. Wood, though, going to have to try and mark his man.
Oi.
Tomasi!
สรุปมึงจะตลกหรือเอาจริง
It was really exciting for a little while. And
ดู
then
ไม่ออกอะเนี่ยจะ
Again,
ให้ดู
I
ยังไง
think
เนี่ย
that's 2 in a
ได้ดู
row.
ความเข้มหรือจะอะไรเนี่ย
No, it's
ปรับอารมณ์ตามพี่วุฒิไม่ถูก
I watched Woot lose one to Batu in some VOD I was
ตัว
watching.
ตัวเข้าไปโดน
So
หัวตัด
I was like,
โดน
maybe
เพื่อน
Woot's
ล้อ
not
แน่
good with the ISO ult
จบ
as
วิน
well.
เนี้ย
it took 2 examples and Mini's
Bro, you
absolutely
can't go to like
Nah, dude.
Alpha's not lost 2 in his whole career, so like
กูส
Like
ปิด
Woot's been
เข้า
good
ยาก
on
อ่ะ
the ISO though, don't get me wrong, but some of those
So
that
generational Woot hate.
that ult tech needs some work. His micro and the ults need to work.
crazy you're
มึ
playing.
งรูดเต็มเลยเมื่อกี้
Bro, if they want to go win the
Giant
internationals, this is
Fox,
the
you
kind
know,
of
Woot
little details that they need to iron out, you know?
Okay, fair play. I mean, Woot is at 11 to 4, but by Mini's
He
account,
could be better.
he could be
He could be better.
got it.
เขาเรียกว่าการเล่นแบบคาดเดาไม่ได้
People have wanted the Mini
ให้
after
ศัตรู
dark
งงว่า
flame to come
ลุง
out.
มาไง
Like,
แน่
It's easier to flame someone when they're
ต้อง
11
กลัวหรือว่าต้อง
That is true. You're
It's
not
like
punching down.
No, no,
นี่
no.
นี่ถ้าวินนี้มันมีอันติอยู่นี่เบิร์วินได้เลยเนี่ย
นอกจากวูดตลกแล้วมีเวทไซต์ฟอร์มกลับ
He's still.
โอ้โห
I kind of. I
Nice
just. Yeah. Now you're doing
เว
alright,
ทไซ
Woot.
ต์
You're back in the
ปอ
good
มกับ
books.
กับปอม
First man advantage as well. So
1-8
early on.
แล้ว
This is huge.
Yeah, again, it's the contain. They're just containing
Ah,
this,
that's Woot.
waiting for Giant X every single time, and Giant X have been punished a lot.
เอาไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Cloud ooping IGL. Not sure. You know, we'll have to see how this goes for the
ยัง
rest
ไง
of
ก็
the
เช็ค
game.
ครับ
But that's very intensive to play the Euro up.
อืม
โอ้โหยิงเร็วจิ๋วหาย
Tomasi though.
Tomasi,
Let's do
he's
the
finding
Kaido.
impact.
วูด
Do we get put into a retake scenario with that operator in play? You can see how far
Woot
away
could be
Cloud
the-
is. He's going to have a long time to come
เฮ้
over
ยยัง
here.
มีพี่เหรียญ
Paranoia is
อุ้
great.
ยทำมิ่ง
Will have to rescind away from the site. Actually, does he play it out of the smoke? He does. Great trade, and the storm
Okay.
towards long gives him some
How
isolated
did they
fights.
not body
Cloud
again?
gets caught though.
แต่
So
ยังดี
hard
ที่ได้
to
รันเนอ
clear
ร์ไป
with
ก่อน
that operator, and now the ult going to come in, potentially trying to reveal the intentions of the remainders. But you can already see where the plant's being placed.
Yeah, many Abu has tried his steps,
Wing
so
me.
he can also go into heaven if he wants to here. Open plant is going to be a very difficult puzzle for West Side to solve here.
Bet you like West.
ตอนนี้มันสลับกับทุกวินเลยนะ เมื่อกี้อันติแพ้วันนี้เปิดมาฆ่าไปโป้วินก่อนหน้านี้
James Blunt
เข้ม
is
วินก่อนหน้านี้
wild.
ตลก
Westside will be slowly working in, but this, you can see
He's
the positions.
bipolar.
How do you pry them out?
Hey, Leon,
He,
Wood.
he can't really get any more information.
Hey.
He is purely at the mercy of the others.
Hey, Benji.
Benji, and now it feels weirdly silent. It didn't get to the half though, so
ดีนี่คือแบบ
all of that
โคตร
kind of
โค
falls
ตรบ้า
apart.
แบบ
We're at
ไม่มี
7-2.
ทางที่มันจะหันขึ้น
As
มามอง
close as it felt initially,
ทนแล้วเบน
it
จี้
does
โดน
feel
เว
like
ส
it's
ไซด์ยิงไง
capitulating, right?
เวสไซด์
Giants
กำลังแบบ
have
ปั่นป่
stalled
วน
out a
อุ้
little
ย
bit. Their economy's not looking pretty. We haven't found that
ภาพ
level of
เมื่อกี้
adaptation.
ภาพของเปิร์โป้คือปืน
Tomasi,
ยัง
in my mind,
ชักไม่
again,
เสร็จ
having a nice little performance here, good impact, but that's nowhere near enough to convert these rounds.
I mean, it's a saving grace
Good
to
job,
Masi's
Benji. Good job,
performance, but it's frustrating. I'm in a position where I liked some of the early stuff from Giant X, but they're just not winning rounds. And this adaptation from Heretics just sit back and wait.
เรานี้พี่วูดไม่น่าจะตลกแล้วเมื่อกี้ไม่ค่อยตลก
Woot's having a great start to things though, even though you hate him. Cloud creeping down long, has support here, not on his own. Man, we could do with a round from Cloud. I've been waiting for the, you know, Cloud to finally. No, not the Cloud Yoru. That was not ever something on my mind. But I've always been a fan of Cloud, and it's been waiting for that to really come to the forefront. But I don't feel as though we're getting it here. But I'm always down for a round. But Heretics looking like they're going through all the crossing the T's, dotting the I's. There's not a corner to play in here. Cloud getting cleared, forced forward by the Owl drone. But someone has backfilled the space here. How diligent are they going to be? Attention trying to be pulled towards them. They still clear it. Heads up work from Heretics. Not falling for any of these little pocket plays or quirky looks. This all feels too simple for Heretics.
I wonder what they do with this 50 seconds, whether they continue this. How diligent are they going to be?
ตัวว่านี่
Even on this attack.
ผมไม่แน่ใจ
I feel like you can pressure forward if they've got the util for it. Rienz can
What
set
happened
this
with
into
his goal?
motion
Don't
quite
we do that?
nicely. There is always going to be threat here. Oh my god, and Purpo with a reminder. But quickly handled, and Westside should have been seen, he has been. And the options become near on 0 for Tomasi. As 4 against you, and a plant soon to be had.
Spike planted.
อุ้ย
วิ่
Mercy's looking for
เดิน
some
พอดี
damage here.
เหมือนแบบ
Not gonna
จะ
get
ตา
that.
เกือบขาดพี่เหรียญ
And again, as much as you
Neda.
hate him, Woot had
ใคร
a
มองแล้วได้
fantastic
ได้ยินอ่ะ
Wait.
first kill
Wait.
impact here. First bloods off the chart. Just, whoa.
มีองค์เนี่ย
It's like
มี
bullied
องค์
on
อ่ะ
the
คนมีองค์
desk
อ่ะนะ
last 2 days.
Who's been bullying you on the desk?
All of them.
All of them.
I did a TikTok.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I did. Is that
First
when
mail
you
needed by.
Yeah.
How did that make you feel? Emotionally?
Damaged.
You look more upset now than I've ever seen in like a Fnatic loss.
ไม่ยิงมาเลยนะ
That's stunning.
อย่าบอกนะนี่ก็ตก
We
ที่เดิ
still
ม
have Purpo with his ult here. We do have Tomasi with his, a little bit more passive to engage with, but we need a buffer. Giant X,
หมด
come
จะไม่
on.
เคลียร์ช้าคน
Needed
ถ
a
อน
bit
แถบ
more
ได้
from you guys here. This was your choice. This was meant to be your arena. Cloud makes a wild play.
อุ้ยอ๋อแล้ว
And
พี่
it's
เหรียญ
Purpo this time. Can he outdo Woot?
ได้ไงวะ
When
เมื่อ
it
กี้
comes
อุ้
to
ย
statistics
โค
of
ตร
the
นาน
result, he certainly can. But Woot is
The
still
Woot solo
providing
kill.
value at the same time.
ยังไงวะเนี่ย
Matching kill for kill, taking space, opening up this C site, and do they then take it? Do they walk
ผมดูสองทางนี้
to the area that he's carved through? But Tomasi has also found a little bit of space.
นี่อ่ะ
Unfortunately,
นี่ก็ดูสองทาง
Anglewood
เหมือ
was
นกัน
controlling that the entire time, and now really the carpet's rolled out.
This strat was crazy. Just
โหเลยครับ
solo up.
มัน
He's
ความคึกคัก
มันคือวิกฤตจริงๆนะเวลาแบบทามมิ่งต้องดู
Got
ส
a
องทาง
player on a tear. You're going to let him
โล
go.
กอ่ะ
Ah,
มาก่อนจริง
statistics, here we go. Mini lock in.
Come on.
Woot, don't make
Oh.
รัวๆครับพี่วุฒิ
No!
I
don't want to hear it.
My eye test is I'm a genius. Like my
ต่อ
eye
ให้
test
ต่อ
is
ให้
God, and so humble
Yeah, don't
as
cut
well,
me.
but it was enough to get Giant X in the door. 3 rounds to their name, finally getting back into this
ชอบ
off the
อ่ะ
back of Woot, and the ult that just doesn't seem to land.
Yeah, he needs to work. He needs to watch. No,
You were, yeah,
Dirk's
probably.
ISO ulting is the best.
Mention any other player that's not
Wait, Alpha statistically I think has better ISO ults.
Mini.
But Dirk,
Mini.
watch that
Mini.
tech. Watch that
Mini.
tech.
Give me a player that's not been on Fnatic.
They're not. It's good though.
Please, I'm meant
ตี
to
ซะ
be
แรง
the
เลย
biased one
เพื่อน
and
เก็บ
you're
มือ
outdoing
ไว้
me. 3 day.
แม่งตีกับ
Plenty of ults here for
โยน
Giant
ทุ
X
ก
to
การ
play
ใช้
with.
ไม่โดนอติทั้งสองทั้งสามแพ้
Runner, if you
Oh
have
my god
shields, I don't know. I'm really hoping it's the UI. I'm uncertain at this
เลิกกด
point.
ไหม
I've
ยิงครับยิง
I
ธรรม
feel
ดาน่าจะดู
lied
ดีกว่า
to. He does indeed have shields, so the
เมื่อ
UI
กี้
once
3-2
again
เผลอยังชนะเลยอ่ะถ้าไม่กดอัน
small
ติอ่ะ
indie company at the helm, but could be 9, could be 4 for Giant X. Let's see which way this shakes down. It does make the scoreline feel so different, and Cloud in the right place. Trying to play up ahead of this though. He's a very knife's edge position.
Giant X are stacked towards the middle of the map. They're going to have to play retake again on A, which is not a fun position
รอ
to
รี
be
เท
in.
คมี
They do have the
เตีย
tail
ลูก
ult in, and they do have flanks coming in, which is good
Goodbye,
case
huh?
scenario. But Heretics should be aware of these flanks by now.
Has to be on the protocol
โอ้
list.
หรือวาง
Has
มุ
to
ม
be
โหด
known. Runner still has ult as well. Spikes
มัน
now
รู้หมด
down,
เลยอ่ะ
spawning too close by, and it's Boo to draw blood. Purpo's gone.
Ui,
The flank is
นี่
loaded.
ไง
It's been
พี่เหรียญ
found. Re-ends.
Wow.
Gorgeous work. catching two, perfectly complementing the positioning as well. Runner's still doing well here
โดนตันตัวเอง
though.
ด้วย
Cloud needs to find some impact, needs to find some work, as the numbers just
ที่เหรียญเลยครับวิน
so
นี้
drastically against him. Heretics claiming 9 rounds.
การเล่นแบบคาดเดาไม่ได้บายบูท2 นาทีเลยเหรอครับทำไมมันนานจังอะน้องจบไปก่อนละลบ1,000พี่บูท
Box of life.
ไม่มีเกมหนึ่งน่าเล่นมากเลยอะตอมฟอลนี่คือเป็นเกมเกี่ยวกับอะไรดูน่าเล่นจัง
อะไรอะอะตอม
เกม
อ๋อเกมใหม่ปะ
ใช่ใช่
I think they're gonna have to add some
เห็น
layers
ดู
to
น่าเล่น
that,
อยู่
but you know it is an attack side
มัน
of
จะ
the
มี
map.
เก
That's
ม
my
หนึงอะ
only
ชื่อชิ
opium
ป
here
ยัด
is
อะไร
Giant
สัก
X
อย่าง
can convert a
เกมที่
pistol.
ต่อเรือ
Not even opium, you said opium. Like,
ยัด
I'm sorry, that's my
ที่เล่นหลายๆคนอะ
British
เก่าปีที่แล้ว เห็นมันเด้งขึ้นมา
อ๋อเราไม่เคยเห็น
I do think we need like an accent to go on a bit here because all the other duos have you know silly accents.
Jesus,
What?
that's way more mean than me.
It's not mean. It's just
แต่
whimsical.
ตอนนี้ต้อง
Got
ส
the
เก็ตดู
whimsy accents. I think you need to really lean into your Restonian
yeah.
But they got
past.
nothing on the flank. And
Len-
This,
แล้วเกมมันเล่นได้หลาย
it'll
คน
be
เนี่ยโคตร
fine.
ปั่น
It'll totally be fine. They're going to turn around.
Ui,
Oh my god,
ui,
they
dân
are
dữ.
going to turn around. Good god, it's still fine though. Boo's
Đó là
gone down,
cày
but do they
từ.
expect more? They've got. Oh my
คิดว่า
god,
มีคนเดียว
he's turned around and
คิด
taken a
ว่า
look
มี
at
คน
this.
เดียวแม่งมา
How
ทั้ง
did
ที
this
ม
just occur? We're down to a 2v2 and it's all gone Pete Tong as Westside going to fall as Cloud left alive. And this could have been redemption. This could have been a stepping stone back in. Maybe.
เป็น
เอา
ที่
ละครับ
Still do it. Spike. Bit of
เก็บ
a
ปุ๊บ
นี่ครับ
วาร์ป
เอาละครับ
เฮ้ย
worrying
แน่
spot.
วูด
And Woot
วูดไม่
left
เชื่อ
in
ห
the
รือเปล่า
1v1.
นิ่งอยู่
Think of it as an ult.
30 seconds left.
อย่าแบบว่าทำมิ่งนานเกินแล้วก็ไปเช็คหลังอะไร
Trying
เงี้
to
ย
keep a beat on
อย่า
where
เด้อ
Cloud
อย่า
was.
เด้อ
Keep that internal clock ticking in the right
อื้อหื
manner.
อเอาละ
First
do
spot
that.
found. Cloud needs to be the one to aggress here. 17 seconds. The pressure's on him.
Ui.
You can see it. It's tough. And Moot's going to make light work of it. Comfortable in the
นิ่มไป
end. The time being a real factor for Cloud then. And it's double digits for Heretics quickly.
I'm confused.
อ๋อ
Like
แต่ละ
maybe
ชิป
I missed
ชิป
it.
เก็บ
Maybe the
ชิปเก็บ
maybe
ยาก
the wire got broke. But how is there nothing?
No one
on that
reacting.
flank?
ไปดู
Giant X was setting up some really strange round where they were inserting a Euro into C with some kind of clone. They were doing some really fancy idea and ultimately beaten by 4 pushing out A because there's nothing on the flank control.
Pistol God. It has been determined.
Ooh, pistol god.
Very true. Buy is here. Giant X going to have to force around this, right? We got the Stingers out. We got a Sheriff there for Runner.
Yeah,
And
must
they
have
got to
been
make it
round.
count. You know what I mean? You can't go
Chip
down
hữu
11
lúc
or 3. This is where they're going to try and take their
ใส่
stand. A
แมนดอลไม่
simplistic
ใช่แฟนทอมไม่ใช่
approach
คำตอบ
towards the A site.
Heretics are pushed out though,
พี่กู
and
จัด
so
จัด
Giant X
เนี่ย
will
นะ
be favored here in this
เหลือ
post,
เชื่อ
despite the
เป็นทอมไม่ใช่
weapons
คำตอบ
advantage I think
รี
they're
เทค
fine.
ไงทีนี้
Stingers have been looking more and more lethal.
That's big to get down the shield.
That's very true. Runner trying to get the timing right as well.
There's really just the paranoia here on the retake.
Paranoia can be pretty
โหโดน
tasty.
เลยนะ
When's he going to get burnt? Boo, worried about the flank. Got to be worried about what
ไม่หมุน
ไปหมุนอีกแล้วเอาละ
in
โทมัส
front
ซี่ไปแล้ว
here. Wood's going to find Tomasi, and here we go. Paranoia goes in. Wood doing so well. These Bulldogs making it look like light work, but finally they fight back.
Ui,
with
what did he take?
Cloud. Again, just
มันดู
overwhelming
แบบ
and Heretics
เหมือน
making
จะ
the retakes
ไม่
look
ได้
comfortable,
หมด
which
ว่ะ
they are certainly not.
มันโดน
Yeah, I
มันโดน
forgot
ฮา
it's
น
not
อย
just
สองคนอะ
paranoia,
แล้วมัน
it's
ก็
Woots with a shield.
โผล่มาเฮเว่น
And
มายิง
that does
ข้างล่างก็โผล่อีก
you
ส
know,
องคน
swings things a little
swings
bit.
quite a lot.
Okay. God, it's 11-3. That was kind of the redemption arc for Giant X. Now they're kind of screwed.
Yeah, it's
Say it.
it's
Say
a,
it.
it's
Go for it.
โอ้โหมินิบูลงไป
There's a comeback.
ท่าแจ๋วอยู่นะ มาอย่างงี้
But this is what we want to see from Heretics.
อีกมุมมันอย่าง
It
น้
is
อย
what we want
ถ้า
to see.
เพื่อนโดน
Funny
ยิง
enough,
ก็
I mean, we were talking
ก็ได้
about
ยิง
how
อะ
shaky
แต่ถ้าโดน
the
ยิง
first
เพื่อนก็ต้องได้ยิง
Apex, and it didn't feel like a confident side yet. And Heretics are one of the talismans of EMEA that are meant to be going forward and facing those international teams, and having shaky results against, you know, a team being built, one of the newer look teams. It wasn't quite good enough. Now, of course, Heretics walked away with the win in the end. That's fantastic, but this is a very clear message. Because I feel that Giant X are that next step up. They've got some experience here, a little bit of a different look, some very dangerous players, but yeah, 11-3, they've not felt threatening, and Woot's in such a rotten position for them to try and handle. Actually, does go down in the end. Gonna only take away one. That's Purpo removed, but Benji on the case. Mini Boot takes a glance and gets dealt with. Hold on. Maybe signs of life. Maybe it's not over. Maybe Mini's lied to me.
มันจะแพ้ทางแล้วเป็นจี้
ตาเบนจี้โชว์ครับ
We've got Westside and Runner still with the
นี่อะ
Sheriffs, which is going to make it tricky.
อุ้ย
Benji just storming the sides.
Beautiful from Benji.
เป้ามันเหมือน
I
มือ
think
สั่น
that
เล
as
ย
well
แต่มัน
something
โค
I
ตร
want
ค
to
ม
pick
เล
up
ย
a little bit is that Benji during kickoff, I'm not going to be honest, but he was not good at all. Like he wasn't playing to a level that I think is
ยอดเดือดจ้า
that he would find acceptable.
Because he was so strong. I mean, in my mind, when I think
Yeah,
about Benji, he was one of the most
Gak
impactful
malah.
players that we
Ini
had
tambah
going
video
forward,
doang.
barring one of your players upon one time.
โอ้ถ้า
right?
เป้าอ
Like,
ย่างนี้ทั้ง
I'm
ตัว
not even
นะ
gonna let you have the
Oh
chance
my
to say
God.
it. But if we do get the resurgence of Benji finding that
มินิ
level
บู
of
บอกวัน
form,
นี้ไม่ต้องแบกเลยนะ
I'm scared
Bye.
for everyone.
Yeah.
That, you know, if we get a Woot Benji performance, or you know, even throwing a mini
โอ้
boo
โห
or
เรื่องแบบ
a
มันโดนนี่ห
re-ends
ว่า
at those high notes, this team does
แสดงว่า
become
มันเข้าฟอร์มแล้วนะ เพราะวันนี้ดูทีมันก็ยิงลั่นอยู่นะแต่เก
here.
มขาดเลย
Might just be the last chance for Giant X to try and get some
Tụi lên bên thẻ.
redemption, really. A little bit of pride maybe on the line.
ดูจังหวะเขา
Pull up
ทำ
more
มัน
than
ค่อนข้าง
3
เป๊ะอะ
rounds.
Defaulting in towards A, and the Heretics have read it quite well. But Giant X, I will note that the last time I watched them play Attack Haven, they did have the layers. They weren't just going one-dimensional. They were exploring A main and garage, kind of
They call
ticking
the
the
board, I
boxes,
didn't
I would
talk
say. So you can see that here too. The Heretics have stacked to the wrong place.
How long do they? Oh,
แต่จริงๆผมว่าโซวามันน่าจะเก่งกว่าเฟโฮด้านเนี้ย
okay, mini boo, pretty nice.
Yeah,
Pretty
What you
Cloud
think?
was desperate to
ถ้า
make
คอม
a
เนี่ยนะ
fake kind of work there, but he didn't.
ถ้าคอมนี้ต้องมีโซว่าเทโฮไม่พอ
So it looks like C is going to be the finish,
มั
but
นดูแบบ
Heretics
ขาดไป
already
เยอะ
shifted
พี่โบ๊ท
to
บอก
that C
สาย
side of
วิ
the
จัย
map
มา
already.
ให้เสร็จละ
Already over here, Purpo.
โอเคโจ
Gonna
มา
have
ใส่
to give
เฉ
away
ย
the game either way, but Heretics
Well,
looking for the
I mean,
pre-take
but you-
almost. Runner gonna find Woot, and it's just traded out. They're just going blow for blow here. Bodies dropping on the ground as Runner and Westside's
ยิงไป
position.
พอดี
Oh man, that's almost
หรือว่า
unfortunate
ถ้าตายยั
timing.
ง
Could
แบ
have
บ
had a
ไม่
teed
ขา
up
ด
kill, but has to turn his attention back. Boo on the flank. He's gonna find the man as Runner now left in a 1v3 to try and claw back some pride in this map.
Planted.
This was their choice. This scoreline certainly wasn't how they saw this going. He's running out with 3 targets, 2 to the left and 1 to the right. Spots a player, takes him down. It has to be nothing short of an ace here for Runner. And this reposition is heavenly, but they've read it. They've read it so damn
GG 20ฟาสเทรด
2-0ครับ
Match found.
Enough training. It's time.
ผมอยากให้วาโลมีภาคไทยว่ะน่าจะฮา
มาแล้วตัวหนึ่งตอนนี้ ไว้อะ
ภาคหมดเลยแบบว่า
อ๋อแบบเหมือน
เรือ
ของ
คน
ญี่
สุ
ปุ่น
ดท้า
ใช่
ย
ไหม
อะไรเงี้ยใช่เหมือนเกาหลีอะทำนมบันสวิดาเลยนะน่าจะฟีลแบบเรือคนสุดท้ายแม่งเลยไม่เล่นแล้วกดมาทำจริงเหรอสวัสดีครับที่สองยังจะจบแล้ว
Match found.
You have good taste, my friend.
ไอ้พวกหลับมันเยอะดีกว่ากลางคืนเนี่ย
That's not ready.
แล้วพวกเข้าข้าง
That's not ready.
Charge your ults. Yoru's doing it all himself.
Thanks on my side. Reloaded. Teleport ready. Reload him.
seconds until stage change. Stage 2.
Anyone else?
Enemy down.
Reloading.
That's three. That's a good spot.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Astra's gone.
I'm pissed.
New stage in 10. Stage 3.
Adieu.
โอ้ยหลังเข้าอีกแล้ว
It's going up. Decoy. I don't see.
Reloading.
Hey.
Ultimate orbs.
Away.
Next.
I'm like shot.
10 seconds
I'm
until
again.
stage change.
And four. My own. Going up. They are so dead.
I'll handle this.
Beautiful. Joke's over. You're dead. Teleport's ready. Again. Embarrassing. You lose.
ดีครับ
I'll return.
Ultimate orb spawning.
Triple, baby.
พี่โยรูนี่ไม่ขยันแฟดกันเองนะไอ้สัสเวน
You want to play? Let's play. Reloading.
15 kills
Good
remaining.
Show me a target.
ไม่ใช่ไอโซ่อีกแล้ว
You're good. Teleport's ready.
มา
เฮ้ยมันมาเร็วจังอะไม่มันมาเร็วจังอะ
No distraction.
Too slow.
แต่ว่าแจ้นี่คือเมตานะสโมกตัวใหม่ของวิท
That
มี
works.
ไซวูเป็นไอดอลตั้งชื่อตามไซวู
Trap destroyed.
แล้วก็โหดเหมือนไซวู แล้วให้เพอร์โพไปจับโอเมนโคมตี้จับเดวิส
remaining.
จริงๆครับ
Making cover. Charge your hearts.
Hi! I'm pissed!
Joke's over! You're dead!
But what I can is
See how it goes.
Nibu run away. Pain Shell went in, but Giant X, of course,
Wait,
on the
Halo
attack
เลย
here.
ว่ะ
Just in case you needed a reminder. And that will mean, of course, Heretics on the defending side. 3 players by pillar, though. That's quite a few. I'll find you.
Yeah, Giant X are gonna end up towards
หน้า
the
เค
side
โอ
that is
บัฟนี่มัน
stacked,
จะ
so worrying
เอา
for them.
วุธ
But
กลับ
they're
มา
playing
เล่นเคโอ
mature,
เนี่ยมั้ย
holding this heaven. The split's gonna come through with the tail sabers
ไม่แน่
now.
วะ
But
Yeah,
surely you're
quite
putting a
gank
question
it up.
mark with, well, where are they? They're not going to give us
How
the size.
will
They've
you
got to know
Hold
they're
you
by
now,
pillar,
hold
but
you.
how do they
Ui.
clear it? As it stands, Cloud is just going to try and face check it, finding
Ui,
two for
ui,
himself.
đơn
But
sườn gan
suddenly
đi.
through the smoke comes Wood. A little star points on
Mà nó
that
mid
one.
phản
But the
nó như
rest
vậy
of
à?
Heretics doing what they do best as well, flooding back in, working together as Wood
Ui,
still firing here. Not quite the pistol god this round. Was Runner put in a 1v2 with 25 HP, trying to time it on the pillar. I don't think he's quite got
แต่
that
ทำได้
right.
ไม่คิดมาก
As
คนคิด
25
มาก
HP, not enough.
I mean, I love the cute little knife from Woot, the little
That's adorable.
little stab.
Woot
here.
would
Like,
that
yeah,
high.
I've not seen that one before. That's cute. I did want to say that, like, watching back Heretics' VODs, they had
ถ้า
a
เราขอ
pretty
กาแฟเป็
aggressive
น
style. They were like
น้ำดื่ม
aggressive
มันจะ
A
ให้เรา
main, aggressive middle, aggressive
ได้
B
หมดเลย
main, like,
เอาอะไรมา
depending
กิน
on
ก็
the
ได้
round.
แต่ขอเป็น
So I'm
แก้ว
surprised
ข
Giant
อง
X
มัน
going into like a straight gamble
ที่เรา
A
เติม
here,
กาแฟได้
but
เรื่อย
they
ๆ
know
นะ
that like
แบบ
one
สิ
of
บแก้ว
Heretics' main
เติม
plans
เบียร์
is
ยัง
to
ได้เลย
stack that A main. So
แข่งไปแล้ว
bit
เติ
of
ม
a
เบียร์
question mark about
เติมได้หมด
Giant X's decision on that pistol. Essentially just running into the stack.
You blaming the coaching staff?
That's a blame of Pipson, yeah, that is a blame of Pipson.
Blaming already. The crowd is on their feet. They can't believe it. And it would be lovely to kind of get the idea. Like this is quite nice. Boo is going to be.
อุ้ยอ่ะ
Well,
คนรับจบ
well, and I think he's
Excited.
potentially either heard or spotted the player at the back of the site too. So a decent read, and they're right on the cusp here. That lurk is the only thing that could save them. Or a flash like that.
เอาพกมา
Boo
ยิง
controls the spray
เหลือ
beautifully
เชื่อ
in the end, adjusting on towards Runner, and the absence of presence becomes obvious. West Side's lurk gets cancelled towards middle as he slowly works back around towards B main. And it felt like there was some potential there, but it somewhat fizzled out.
Yeah, it was a cute idea, like double TP out of the smoke or into the smoke. It was cute.
I feel like cute's not a nice word when you say it. Oh, it's
I'm
cute.
sorry.
Cute idea.
So I get a flashback. Someone else has said that to me before, and I'm.
Everything reminds me of her. I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. I'm putting you into a depressing arc here. West Side.
30 seconds
I
left.
mean, face the music, mate. It's time to go. Boo, gonna grab it, and it's been quite.
That Woot spray control there. That was beautiful.
It was very nice.
This game is ults, but spray control in this game isn't something you
แล้ว
see
มัน
often.
กด
No, I do have
เข้าไป
to like
หัวเลยนะแม่น
reset
เกิน
my Counter-Strike brain, and like it was labeled there, but even to adjust to the
Yeah, I wasn't gonna reference it directly, but
what?
it looked like a CS spray. Again, you see Giant X grouping up for this A attack again, but Heretics strong-siding it once again.
I just want Giant X to get back into this game, man. It feels like it's been a drought.
เอาวะ
Tomasi
มีไลน์อัพว่ะ
เล่นเอง
just
ชง
about
เองนะ
avoid
เนี่ย
that. So
ไม่ธรรมดาครับ
no real play up here. As much as it's been a bit of a threat towards ramp, they can't even
ยัง
get
ไม่ได้เล่น
towards
เลย
top
ซาก
side
ว่ะ
of it. Tomasi looking for maybe a way out of
อุ๊ย
this predicament
Okay.
because Woot's getting curious. Spots a barrel, spots a player. Might work for Woot. Can dip away now. Doesn't need to
ไป
overextend.
แล้วครับลอย
Can
นวล
exchange space. But Westside looks like he wants to fight, and that felt individual. This feels fractured. Purpo now on his own, looking for
Well,
some
yeah.
support here. Tomasi trying to come
อ๋อ
over,
จะได้ตัว
and
พิง
we're
ตัว
into
ปลอ
the
มมาแล้ว
Oh lord,
เอ
here we go.
อ
Statistics. It
Finally,
was
ว่ะ
cleanest, but there we go. Let's continue the march.
เฮ้ย
There was the ace
เอา
as
ตัด
well.
ภาพอีก
ว้าว
Boy.
That would have been 2 in. That was his first, I think, in the last map. So that would have been 2 in 1 series.
ตอน
after
ซี่หัวร้อน
knockout.
เล่นดูเองใช่เหรอหัวร้อนเลย
I mean, that's at least what Woot was saying on camera. I don't know if that's
ไม่น่าเปล่า
correct, but I'm
เล่
gonna
นโดน
trust
โค
him.
ตรตื้ม
So you're just saying Rien's now is nasty. You flamed Woot before
Yeah,
for
Rien's.
results. Now you're like Rien's.
Horrible person. But yeah, but
Woot
yeah,
8
like
to 1 by the way. I've just noticed that.
yeah, it's.
Christ.
So,
โห
nah.
ดูมันยิงเสร็จมัน
You can't call it.
ผ่าน
You
เปิด
can't
ไป
call it
ไอ้
on round 4. Look at the
ฟิก
camera.
ฟิกไป
That
ยิง
is
อัน
not
ติ
a man who's
ไอ้ยิง
happy right now.
อะไรวะ ไอ้
I
เม็ด
mean,
นั่น
is
อะ
he ever happy?
I wouldn't be either, but
โคตรไว
I
อะ
don't know what. But to me, like when you come into a game, you game plan out those few rounds.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
decided to go with an A
โท
rush.
มัสซี่มึงไปแย่งกดโย
A
ลูกเพอร์
exec
โพทำ
thing,
ไม
start a round twice.
ให้สั่ง
So to me, if I'm the coach here, I would be
Look,
almost
look.
angry at
Don't say
myself.
alone.
I can't really be too angry at what I'm seeing. Like they didn't play out the
อยาก
protocols
รู้เลยไหม
particularly awfully or anything.
Sure.
So I
นั่น
think
แหละ
game plan
มึง
wise,
กด
I
ผิด
think
ใช่ไหม
they've kind
ไม่ได้ตั้งใจใช่ไหม
of stumbled early.
It's a timeout.
เดือดจัดอะ
I don't think he's taking a breath.
ใส่อารมณ์ใส่อารมณ์
I just want to watch the camera. I'm
ไม่ค่อย
literally,
เราไม่
there's
ค่อย
not
เห็น
much
แบบ
to
ว่า
say.
I don't
Hold.
think I've talked that
ฟิล
much.
นี้นานมากนะ
I don't think
วาโล
he's
อะ
ever talked that
อื
much.
มฟิลขาด ไม่นับ
That-
พี่เล็ก
that
นะ
is- Oh.
เรื่องนั้นซิกเนเจอร์
I do feel like I just got berated by a disappointed father. You know,
ชัดเจน
like
ว่า
the
คุณเข้ามา
sheer disappointment.
แรกๆยิ้มหลัง
Right.
ๆยิ้มไม่ออก
And then the other side,
But
you've got
Dad,
like
you
Neil and
told me to
Weber.
do it. That's what
Literally,
I'd say
yeah.
as a player. Dad, you told me to
โอน
do
บอก
it.
ต้องถึง
Like,
มือ
what
กู
do you
ลงไปเล่น
mean?
เองไหม
No talking back to your father. Right, 3-0.
เช็คประวัติ
Giant
ก่อนโค้ชคน
obviously
นี้
suffering
ไอ้วะ
financially now.
เฮ้ยออกมา
Heretics
มึ
looking
ง
to
มา
build upon this, continue their way forward. Speaking of continuing their way forward, mini boost going walkabouts, taking some space, feeling
เนี่ย
confident.
ลบเท็กเจอร์ลบมันกินเอาโซโล่
Speaking
กับ
of
เฮดเค
confidence,
ลง
8-1 Woot doing the same thing on the other side, but there's a lot of players here. That Prowler will
แล้ว
connect,
เท็ก
he
เจอร์
wants
กับ
an
มัน
early
กินเลย
swing,
โค้ด
and he's sticking around. Rien's in support of him.
โอ้ยบูด
โหหนัก
I
เลย
mean,
ได้
นะ
ทุกปืน
these
ครั
guys
บ
are looking so crisp,
Wait.
Mini.
เฮ้ย
Oh!
ปืนอะไรวะ
Don't
เต้
you
ง
dare
เต้ง
go away from Rien's. Give him his time in the sun. He's
Wee.
stealing aces, and Wu got one out of the 4 there as well. So
สกินมันแบบ
Pin zone flawless,
the hell?
shared.
Yeah, I think if Giant X did what they just did then in that round where they're prodding around the map just a tiny bit into the
PX
A
หมดแล้ววะ
exec we saw
Yeah.
like
ไว้
on
ไป
their
แล้ว
other rounds, that would have been better. The other rounds, but I just want to see them default the map now. Like default out the map, use
Skin
those
ni na
cyber
siya,
cycles, take
อันนี้ยิง
space,
มันอยู่
figure out where
เห็นไหม
heretics are being
แต่เสียง
aggressive.
มันเต้งเต้งเต้งเต้งเนี่ย
เสียงดัง
I
เลย
missed that. They do a little.
Stole my ace.
Oh, okay.
But, and there was another word, but it's too naughty for Brog.
เหรียญมันใส่มาเองนี่หว่า
where heretics are aggressive with his ISO. Just avoid.
ของเหรียญมีที่ห้อย
Oh, the pain shell and the tether there, so
Tap
close
by.
getting Tomasi. I think just a little
เดี๋ยว
off
นี้ก็เป็น
timing.
ซาก
But
ชีวิต
Heretics are just playing this like death match now. It feels like Wu getting super aggy here, but the smoke not that
อยู่ดี
complimentary.
ก็
So
ตัวไป
Cloud
ยืน
is
ในจุดที่
rewarded,
เสียเปรียบ
and the battle
เฮ้ย
for mid,
ขาโผล่
as it stands, is in the hands of Giant
แล้วมันเป็น
Again,
ขอ
this
ง
is an approach that
อ้าว
heretics have
มัน
played
เป็น
in
เพื่อนไง
their previous map. I think that like Woot going behind that so
มัน
many
ต้องมายืน
times.
มันต้องยืนข้างบนมันถึงจะได้
So
เปรียบ
Giant
อะ
X
เมื่อ
ready
กี้
เฮ้ย
for it.
มันลงไปทำไมมันงง
I like the read from heretics though. Knowing that Giant X can't keep going for this A control, they're gonna have to switch it up with some more default-y play. Nice bait and switch setup.
why does this feel like, oh,
Oh,
they've avoided the car crash?
ผมบอกผมตื่นเต้นครับ
I cursed it.
God, this is very powerful. Even if they pivot through heaven and go towards B, it's still
It didn't
not
work.
that
Woot
comfy,
kept an eye
but
on
it
it,
looks like
port
it's
on
going
it.
towards A, which still has Rien's fresh off the 4K. And a
โอ้แล้วโดน
boom.
เฮลิติกยัดอย่าง
over
นี้สอง
here.
เกมนี่
And Rien's does have ult too.
แต่ก็ไอ้คะแนน
30 seconds
ถูก
left.
เยอะ
Waiting for that split, but it's mostly through heaven. Gonna force Boo a little further forward, but he wants to shoulder this, and he's gonna spot one. Does try and stick around, but now it's what? Tomasi, ooh, what's gone
ฆ่า
on?
กันเอง
Yo,
แม่งว้าวไปโดนสิ
It's not pretty, but it's fine. It's a
ทำไมเป็นอย่างนั้น
2v2.
อะ
he's
คอม
got
เมซี่มันหลุด
The
จัดเลย
most
ตอนนี้
possible round we've seen so far, it feels like. Mini Boo and Benji coming back on over. Still a bit of kit for Mini Boo, but on the other side, Runner does have the ult. West side as well, setting up a little bit of util on the site.
Westside might be caught by Mini Boon in the open here. So I'm interested what runner's how he's gonna trigger this ult.
Oh
Wait.
God!
อะไรอ่ะ
Oh my God! Apparently it does. It's done.
อุ้ย
บ้า
And we
จัด
talk
ไอ
about
ตัว
that
แรกอ่ะ
last map. If he hit a shot
แค่
like
จิก
that,
เกอร์มาดูนิด
Jesus
เดียวเอง
Christ.
โอ้โห
Ugh.
ยิงโคตรไวเวนจี้
But yeah, but
เป็นจี้กลับมาแล้วพี่ไอดีใจ
the
นะ
Rand came back down to Tomazi.
ขอให้
TPing
ยาว
into
ๆ
พอ
นะ
ด
ตรง
พอ
นี้
ดโกทีนึงอ่ะ
ขอ
how
โกแล้ว
DBS team here. Are we
เมื่
gonna?
อกี้มันหมุนดีเล
They're
ย
that good. Don't you worry about them.
Oh, he's
หน้าไม่โคตรสิง
He's not happy. I wouldn't be at the scoreline either.
One enemy
โอ้
remaining.
โหยิงได้ไงวะ
Oof. Some
เฮ
vintage
เลติกคืนฟอร์ม
Benji looks it 5-0. You got plans later? Because now you got some free time.
I was up early this morning as well, like prepping,
Prepping, getting ready.
making sure.
Yep. Done more prep than Giant X. I don't know why I'm going nuclear. I'm so
แมป
sorry.
กันครับ
มันหลุด
Okay,
จัด
so
เลย
that's 2 in a row for Tomazi.
กูไปซีแม่ง
That's now officially yellow card, I think.
He's on the yellow.
น่าจะเห็นคอมของ TH แบบไปทำมาแล้วมันเป็นคอมแบบ2ส
I
โม
mean,
ก
I like
ปะ
the composition.
บุก
Like
ก่อน
you
แม่ง
can
เลย
do those kind of plays where you kind of breach, stunning in, you're kind of salvoing deep, and you use the TP behind. Every angle is just.
I almost
Up,
feel
up.
for him, right? It's like, you know, I didn't love that mid look there, but even that, right? Trying to play into
ไปไหนก็
A
ตาย
and
ครับ
just
ตอน
got
นี้
not even a high low, just set up like that. It's
It's
rough.
timing.
And they're going to be feeling the scoreline. Of course, that timeout was not a
อ่ะรู้
comfortable
เลย
one,
วาร์ป
right?
หลอกว่ะ
And Boo's just checked that smoke. He
And
knows no one's gone in, so
there.
it feels baity at best. The next two players are comfortable towards heaven. The timing now causing Mini Boo to
เดมอนวัน
look away for a moment. Woot now needs to be careful. Is alone. The crossfire has been dismantled. Paranoia comes in, does not
Ui.
quite go how it wants. Mini Boo
Ui.
outdone by Cloud. Maybe correcting the ship slightly and maybe not. No, can't clear Boo backside. And they knew where Purpo was earlier. Last man standing would have to go
Oh,
nuclear
มื่อกี้วูดมันจะ
himself.
รัก
It's
ไก่
not
นะยอม
going
โด
to
นใน
happen. Boo
ตึม
solid in his work.
กูเล่นโคตร
And
ยาก
Giant X just not putting up much of a fight yet.
Yeah, look like Giant X. I think there's a tiny little layer to the protocol of their mid take that they need to add, and it's simply wait for the Viper Orb to go down.
Yeah.
If they wait for the Viper Orb to go down and then trigger that kind of aggressive salvo stun,
หืม
the other players can support Tomazi.
Len
He's
ทุก
not
ที่ครับ
in the middle of
ตอ
the
น
open
นี้
by himself. So maybe not yellow card Tomazi, maybe yellow card Giant X.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you're actually carding the entire team.
The entire team, yes.
We'll get you a yellow card. We'll get a red, yellow. Yeah, really do it up. Might push our prop budget out of limits.
You're going after everyone.
I'm casting a 6-0 here, mate. I need something. Giant X, give me something. Tomasi, show me a little bit of something here. 1-6, ain't it so
Oi.
far? And I like this guy. The thing is,
Một
I
năm
like
vậy.
this Giant X team.
Mày nè.
That's the mad part. I think they have so much potential. So many of these individuals are nuts. It just feels like we can't get them on the same page. Benji, challenged. Holding towards heaven.
โดนเบรกยับ
Giant X given a little bit of room to work in middle, but all of the ways forward are still being held.
Yeah, Heretic's quite comfortable. They've got information outside of A, and now Woot's just got his eyes on vents, so not too uncomfortable position for Heretics here.
โอ้
Mini
โหสวย
Boo.
ละ
They're being challenged, trying to be stalled out with at least the pain shell. They've used a lot to try and fight towards heaven. This crunch towards B's coming in. 3 players still posted here from Heretics as Giant X are knocking on the door. Got to get that timing right, get that spacing right, get the trades right.
Oi.
And Mini Boo
Oi.
just
Oi.
waiting down below, unthreatened, unfazed, and untouched. With an
แกนมัน
insult
ไม่ไหวเลยอ่ะ
flawless.
แบบสู้ไม่ได้เลย
It's crazy in that mid-round
Một
mini
chát.
Boo with a couple of whiffs, and then
Mình
if they're
mới đi
right next to
thăm
him,
mà
it's
nè.
fine. Just the no-scopes coming out. Yeah, the site hold on B looks strong for Heretics. I
What?
feel like Boo is always, he's 10-2. I feel like he's
Just
always just
wrong.
good on this B split site.
Yeah. Pushing this back. Double timeout, 1 half.
Yeah, it's not good.
No. Give me the coach cam. No, not you.
No,
know
no,
that's not who we're
that's
talking
not.
about. You know we're not talking about Niels and Weber right now. There we go. There we go.
มันบอกดีบุกเข้าไป
Absolutely
บุกแบบเนี้ย
spitting bars.
เดี๋ยวก็แพ้แล้วแป๊บเดียว
The
He
difference
he
is
had a good
no rhythm.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something to it. We got ults. We got
มั
all
นสลับโล
sorts. If
เพราะอะไร
Giant's
อะ
gonna
โกโก้
buy.
มันเล่นไม่ไหวอะ
Yeah, let's actually look. Euro ult.
เป็นงง
Well,
มันก็ทำได้ดีนะ
One ult.
one.
I got a little excited because I saw 3
Well, actually,
symbols.
the Omen ult is quite good on this map.
Could do something
The
with
back
it.
of B site, but Boo
Yeah.
has been a monster on that site, so I don't know if I want to Omen ult into that back site. I think Giant X last time ran a kind of default into the traditional Yoru ult B split. I'm gonna say Fnatic B split, but because it is a Fnatic strat, but. So I expect to see Yoru running through Malroom and a B finisher. Maybe the Omen ult on top into the backside.
I feel like if you see what they might be doing coming, I'd imagine Heretics might as well.
Maybe. Doesn't look like it though.
No, apparently. Hills and Weber
Yeah.
ain't no
ฟาร์ม
mini
ดีวันนี้ฟาร์มดี แต่โดนบูทกบหมดวันนี้
Cast it, and I'm not even coaching.
I quite like this from Tomasi though,
เฮ้ย
but
มาวะ
Woot's
โอ้
here.
โคตรเดือด
Woot was behind you. Oh dear. Oh, okay, finally
Oh,
a fight back.
really?
Woot didn't just manage to magically kill 3. This is actually player advantage towards Giant X. This could be the one. I mean,
Why
Rian's
back
just
in
about
there,
everyone
back
else
there.
on the
Why
TP coming in. They don't know about it. They can't hear it. Boo! Surprise!
Why
He's
that?
right behind you.
Oh.
It was perfect.
แล้วมันโดนหมดไง
The coordination,
Oh.
the ideas, everything. And you've just watched poetry in motion as Runner is
ว่า
left.
แล้ว
The
เชียว
tail between his
เฉียบ
legs.
จัด
โอ้ my
Mate.
god
I've
He's
never
a
wanted a player
nightmare.
to win a
Like,
round
what,
so
yeah.
much.
Are you banking on Runner here?
I'm
Big
not
Ben
banking on it, but I
Kacha.
want him to.
ว่าแล้วแม่งไม่เช็คแน่
Boo's having a look though, isn't he? Boo's looking at it. He's gone, yes, he's been walkabouts for some time. Where's he off to?
30 seconds left.
Okay, Runner, we're going a little CT.
โอ้โห
Oh,
เสียหายเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
I'm seeing Rienz get curious though. But Runner hits that. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Jesus.
Oh,
Wept. I mean,
เรา
they
ที่จะ
couldn't
ได้
have
นับ
had a
ก็
better
ไม่ได้
start.
นับ
it was
เพิ่ง
perfect.
จะ
It was
เอา
like,
เพลง
finally, redemption is here. Nope.
Hell
No.
of a clip from Boo though.
Yeah, that was pretty good, isn't it?
ๆโคตรเหลือเชื่อเลยอ่ะ
To be fair, as a caster, sometimes you do see these moments, you're like, yeah, he's going to do something nuts here, isn't he? And it's just like, yep. That is amazing.
เชื่อเพื่อนยังงงเลย
I just want
ได้ไง
this
วะ
Benji reaction.
They're not even saying it.
They're just giggling, man.
ผมนึกถึงไอ้นี่แหละจิตบอยพี่จำได้ไหมที่เจอ
That's what
บี
it's
ด
like to feel happiness.
อันเดียวกันเลย
Don't know.
วาร์ปไปข้างหลัง
same. I like the Giant X.
คอมโบอ่ะอันเนี้ย
3 rounds, map 1. No rounds here yet.
It's back to this A approach, but
Oh,
Heretics
my God.
again. They
หมด
just
แล้ว
know.
ว่า
It's
เทีย
so
หมดแล้ว
unfussed. They've just watched Boo literally appear
ไม่ได้
from
บินเมื่อกี้
behind
ก็
them like
โห
some,
ถอดใจ
you
แล้ววะ
know, something out of a nightmare. They're like, well, why am I afraid? I'm fine. Shouldering up on this one, being held back towards
ก็
heaven.
ดู
The
เลือด
flash
กว่าจะ
from
ขึ้นมา
Runner.
ข้างบนได้ซากหมด
Trying
แล้ว
to bank on this working, but Mini Boo is just farming. Gets away, no trade potential. Purpo and Runner left trying to walk through the corpses of their teammates. Back aside, he's still on the case. Mini Boo.
แต่มิ
He
นิบูโห
fancies
ด
a
จริง
clip
ว่ะ
as well.
ปี
เอ
นี้
อมันโหดจริ
Purpo
ง
now in a 1v4.
แบบว่าไม่ได้แซวไม่ได้โคตรโหดเลยอ่ะ
This is hard to witness. Good luck, Purpo.
เออเพราะมันโดนแกล้งอะอุ้ยนี่ไง
Nice try.
When do we
Well, go home soon.
reference the 13-0? You don't say okay. You don't say it out loud.
That's a yellow card for you then.
I'm sorry.
That's
Okay.
a yellow.
Yes,
Straight
boss.
on a yellow.
What's red?
ตึงตึง
Oh, I honestly, I don't even want to let you know about it. Because what if you do, you know?
West side is also
ซึ่งป
0
กติ
for
มันโหด
9.
ทุกตำแหน่งถ้ามินิบู
I'm
เป็นอย่างงี้ก็
watch there.
สบาย
We've got these little.
Oh, it's 0-0-9 as well. That's quite impressive.
นี่เดี๋ยวถ้าบูท็อปเฟกเนี่ยสบายนานๆจะเห็น
กลัวทีมจะมีปัญหาดิเป็นโปรแฟก
เหมือนอารมณ์เหมือนต้องทีมท็อป
น้
เฟ
อง
ก
ๆไม่ยิง
As
อ่ะ
much as, like, this is hard to
น้องๆไม่
watch.
ยิงอะไร
Like
กัน
Heretics are playing
สวยเลย
incredibly well. And
Oh,
in
look at
reality,
them.
Giant X just
Tom
don't
Messi
look on the same
went
page.
long
This
high,
doesn't look like a team who's ready to challenge Heretics here,
เหี้ย
who
อะไรวะเนี่ย
DX จะถึง
who look a
3
bit
ไหมครับ โอ้
revitalized.
โห
Because we were very critical. Let's not say
ถาม
very
ว่า DX จะ
critical.
นับหนึ่งใหม่
I was
ก่อนดีก
critical
ว่า
of
ตอนนี้
Heretics when I see them looking a little bit slow at the start, a little bit shaky when it came to at least their
Oh.
game against Apex, right? I think a lot of us were a little bit worried about their form, especially from kickoff.
เล่นเป็น
You
เด็ก
know,
เลยอะ
and fair worries.
No,
Seeing this is like a cure to all my woes. Now, it's not only Heretics doing well, there are issues aplenty.
Yes.
But the fact that we said at the start, it'd be good to see Heretics play to their caliber. I want to see Giant X look revitalized. We saw a little bit of that in moments, but right now they look untouchable. Benji's farming.
เป้ามัน
Yeah, you play the hand
ต
you're
ก
dealt.
ตก
If
แต่
you're
มัน
dealt
เข้า
this
ที่
hand,
นะ
like,
วะ
they can't
เบ
play
ส
against
ซิง
any
เกิล
better.
โฮเดอร์
ยิงไงวะ
30 seconds left.
Oh well, 10-0.
Yeah, at this point, I think let's just throw away playbook. I just want to see.
13-0ไหม
ถึง2ไหมเอาเป็นว่า13-0เลยแล้วกันตรงนี้
You know,
Welcome to the
Millie's
club.
losing it when he's asking for something
go.
weird.
Go. Tail ult.
Yep.
Omen ult. Let's do some wacky kind of Omen ult into the tail ult or something.
Okay.
Let's make it fun.
มีกล้อง
Like
เป็น
the
เมื่อก่อน
controlled version
ชิด
of
ดาว
Snatch.
ชิดดาว I'm so good
I'll be honest, I didn't.
เลิกเลยตั้งแต่วันนั้น
I should have lied, ignored it.
เจอพลัง
but
ไอมอน
I admitted to my failure.
You just zone out between rounds, just. Well, let's see if there's anything weird with what
ดีนะ
Shadow
เหมือน
said.
เฮลิติก
This
กำลัง
is
เข้า
what
ใจ
you'd-
คนดู
well,
ว่า
I'd like to call. I'd call it a
ต้องส่ง
Shiko,
เข้าน
but
อน
they
แบบ
have
ดีๆ
light
นะ
shields,
เออ
so it's kind of hard to do
ดี
that.
ดี
I think there's a Shiko still.
You'd say so?
Shiko time.
เห็น
Yeah.
ฟุตโอทีแล้วแบบเดี๋ยวกลัวพวกพี่แบบนานไปหน่อย
You know what? We're calling it a Shiko. Maybe this is what they need. Oh, boot. Spotting at least one. Does he note the second? Maybe.
Purple is slipping that way.
Yeah, Purple's a little bit ahead. Maybe they can work around that. Oh god, he's just gonna get caught by. Oh, hello.
อุ้ย
Oh,
นี่ไง
that's what I want to see. Show me some of that fire there, Purpo. The guy can hit these sort of shots. The paranoia is good.
สวยละ
He's
เฮ้ย
still
มัน
alive.
มันก้ม
Slippery
ก้มหน้าหลบจะเป็น
to
พี่
get
ใน
back
กล้อง
into
นี้
the ult there.
And having the
Lun,
tail
lun.
alive as well. Tail has the ult.
Planted.
Gonna get the salvos too. Good post plant here from Giant X.
อุ้ย
He's starting to get better at these ults
ปี
here.
น
He's heard me.
He has. He's not happy with what you've been saying. There we go. Where are we off to now? Got to go quite far.
Oh,
He
wang,
chooses to go forwards rather than backwards. And we might just see Giant X finally getting into... Oh, no. Benji. Benji, relax, Cloud. Gets him across the line in a pace safe card, Thrifty. A lifeline here, the first. And it comes at round 11.
Yeah, heroics there from Purple. Just slipping the net, not being seen, and then beautiful
ครับ
shot.
หนึ่ง
This was
จะมี
lovely.
ทรานซิชั่น
เข้ามาได้ไง
Still hit a few shots.
แต่นี้
on
ทราน
that.
ซิชั่นรีเพย์มันเอาหลายตัวมาแล้ว ไม่มีแค่ฟินิกส์
But the mad part is,
ช่วงหล
though,
อนเลย
โอ้โห
I feel like this is a weak example of it.
เห็นฟินิกส์ทุ
But
กวัน
these players with Giant X are exceptionally good.
Let's go.
Like they are really,
Football
really
thing.
solid. Cloud's name's been in the conversation for years. Same with Purple. All of these players. Tomasi, what he can do, and when it gets going, when things go right. Stands for now. We haven't quite seen that align here, but just glimmers of it. As they do once again vie for that mid control.
Yeah, they're able to get mid, at least the vents. I want to see what Giant X's layers are here. They haven't been able, we haven't seen them go to layers yet because they've just been shut down most of the time. But what are the layers when they do have control of the main part of the map? Looks like straight into a vent split. They've chosen correctly. Like it's the weaker side of the map. I like this little tail drone. It's cute. Cute again.
Oh, that's really good word. Told you. Did he spray on this? The paranoia is nice. And Rien's just got... I didn't even see
เปลี่ยน
that.
โอเลนเตอร์เฉย
I must have missed that on the
อุ้ย
UI.
เอาแล้วไง
Boo's been cleared. Okay, this is looking better, but they still got to get past Rien's on an operator. Just a pixel shown is enough here. Expects the team.
Ow.
Oh,
my God.
You can't deal with this guy. Goes for another weapon. Tried to cycle through all
เกิดอะไรขึ้น
three
กับ
players
Tomasi?
gun game. Now we're down to a 2v2 though. Plant's going to be coming in. I don't know if that gets denied here. Don't think the paint shell's quite there. No. So now Mini Boo and Wu trying to work it back through. Runner on the other side, and as
อุ้ย
is
อะไร
West
ไซ
side.
หายแล้ว
Runner's got that operator locked in on Heaven.
He's just clearing through CT together. They're gonna have the wall from Woot. Interested to see how they use this. Whether it's a scout through elbow.
โอ้โหแล้วเห็น2เลย
Side. Set up Runner maybe
swear
here.
that.
Nice from Runner, and West side gonna find Woot. 2 rounds in the end for Giant X. It feels like a consolation prize, but at this point, you take what you can get. This has been a rough road for them in this half so far.
Yeah, I want to see it just a little bit. I don't want to see this be a blowout. I want to see a little bit back now from Giant X. What can they do in this other half?
That's what we're going to find out. We'll be back in just a moment.
โคตรเศร้าอ่ะโทเมซี่
รียนเกือบได้ตัว3
อืม
Where they start
Let's see what you got for us, Giant X. Show me something. Give me a reason to believe. Heretics certainly have, if this is the form they want to maintain for the rest of the year. And they're just speeding up on him. Purpo's going to be put right under test. Miniboo hunting. Going to go straight back towards the pistol. And Purpo turns around and catches him. I thought he was dead to rights, but not the case. We're going to catch some attention towards middle, but it's Benji to catch Purpo out and try and fight for the site. But they're already back towards this. Giant X not going to let it slip just yet. Leaving Wood in a 1v4. Now, do you get any 1v1s? If you're Giant X, you're hoping he doesn't. Spike's pretty far away. He's got a lot of people to get through and a lot of crossfires to break. But West side a little low. Tomasi not sitting perfect. And there it is. Cloud the one to get it. And Giant X take the first step in the second half.
Yeah, I think that was beautiful from Purpo. I was a bit worried for a second because he doesn't have the experience playing the Omen on that B site like Boo does, but played well, got the kill, stalled well long enough for Westside to come in and get some nice kills. I do want to highlight Heretics though. There's some, I wasn't able to do it on Haven, but there's some nice ideas they have with this kind of composition.
Bro, I don't know, I just killed full blind the guy, triple click shot.
It's not a composition where you can take map control easily because you have ISO and Raze.
Yep.
Like it's not, so like they do a lot of good pushing and pulling. So, and the other thing they do quite well is they have this like Woot go by himself and distract thing, which we saw on Haven with the C-Long. We just saw it there on middle where he's like, hey, look at me, I'm Woot, I'm really good at the game. And then the rest of them are kind of like scaling into B.
Okay.
So a couple of like Heretics, like, I would call it like their own identity.
Yeah.
I mean?
Little plays that they bring out once in a while. Westside gonna get a good amount of information, try and spam away, get a shot through Viper Wall. Not gonna get much of that. Cloud gonna see everything though. They know they're coming now. Tomasi, you gotta be careful, could be overwhelmed here. And they're just eyeing on Cloud instead. Ignoring Tomasi going straight down towards those vents, but this is mostly kept in hand. Tomasi gotta still be a little bit careful, but he's feeling confident. Trying to play in Boo, who's gonna do the damage, but it's just down to Boo. And Giant X making through this with 3 standing.
Big bonus round from now, Giant X. Like usually you're, you know, this kind of round. Usually you're like, yeah, it's just a bonus round, but it's they need rounds. If they convert this, there's a glimmer of belief.
This is enough to make believe.
If they convert this round, this one, there is a very small. It's not.
เกโก้นี่คือระดับปรมาจารย์นะ
อันนี้คือโทมัสซี่ใช้นี่คือแบบนี่แหละเสียชื่อสำนักเลย
เสียชื่อสำนัก
Okay, so yeah, bonus round in play. Let's see what Giant X do with this. And it looks like proactivity is the name of the game once again. Benji, middle super far. Gets shoulder check, perfect. Down low. And they look to react in middle as well. Look at this positioning from Cloud. It's so nearby. Oh, no.
โคตรรักไก่
Miniboo caught him. Cloud goes down. I thought that could have worked, but it's runner to fight back. Takes away Miniboo too. So now if you look at things, Giant X have the lay of the land. Wait, Rienz comes out of the flash, still standing, still fighting. This is turning into a brawl. And Purpo's walking middle as well. Trying to backfill that space taken away as they convene towards the B side.
His duelist instincts coming in.
That's right as
แล้ว
well.
เพื่อปูมันดันมา
Something working in his brain there. Didn't like it.
Someone said it's A.
Who said that?
Someone wrong.
Who's been lying? Who thought they heard us step through to a...
คิดเยอะอีกแล้ว
มันคุย
หลอนเลย
มันคุยอะไรกันวะ
Heretics
มันเดินกลับไปคือมันเห็นพวกเฮเลติกเดินเข้าราเมงไงกลับไปแม่งคิดว่าไปเอซะงั้น
Yeah. Full sight X.
หน้าบีมก็
Oh, that's
Yeah, tough retake for West
Yeah.
Ham now. They don't have
no
paranoia.
paranoia.
No camera to well, they got a camera, but it's not
ถ้าส
checking
กาย
the
8 นี้
side.
โหกลับแน่นอน 100% ครับ
10 seconds left.
เมื่อก่อนที่เมนสกายเลย
Oh, he didn't get away in time. That was nice. Okay. They brought it back down to even footing, which we take those. Couple smokes for Purpo.
2-2
It's from Boot. Feels like it's all on this, really, doesn't it?
Red
He's just
light.
called
แล้ว
off
มันเจอ
West
คน
side.
กำลังลั่น
Didn't think about it. And Purpo now spotted. Wu can now play
Link
to the
to up,
time.
Wood
Leave
ตอนนี้
Purpo to make all the steps, make all the
ไม่
moves.
สู้
The cross could be
วาร์ปไปไหน
watched
ไม่
as
รู้
no.
วาร์ปอยู่กับ
Purpo
ที่
trying to be singular in his
ปีโป้
focus.
งง
Fighting forward, but the time started ticking.
ปี
He
โป้โด
knows
นเล่น
it.
กับเหยื่อ
Too many potential problems. A tap on the spike, the attention drawn.
Oh,
Wu
wait.
toying with
ต
his
ลกเฉ
dinner.
ย
Time running too low as Boot. Gonna break their hearts. Take away that 10% chance.
Yeah, there just looks like there are no weak links on Heretics right now. Like at times, you know, this year, even times last year, like not every single player at every single moment is firing.
And that's fine normally, but
it's looking good.
มันข่าวแป๊บเดียวมันก็โดนรับ
Giant
แปด
X side,
เต็ม
I like the
รับ
start of
เฉียง
round
เหรอ
aggression, using the Euro pushing through
เฉีย
A
ง
main. It's, you know, sometimes you see other teams, attack teams then react to B, but we have a Euro that can TP away. There's nice stuff that Giant X are trying, especially in these early rounds.
And again, in a traditional game, if the scoreline wasn't 11-4, that'd be good damage in a bonus round. That would be fine. Like you'd walk away with that pretty happy. But at 11-4, we do ask a bigger question if you want to go for the win, which is obviously what they'd quite like to do. So it gets trickier to hold them to the same metrics.
Heretics going for what's their most common default in the last match, kind of working towards mid one ramp at the same time, kind of creating a pincer towards the ramp.
And there's still players here though, right? Like this is still not easy for Heretics. West side need a big amount of impact on this though. They are focused towards CT. A laboured fight wins out for him in the end, but he takes a lot of damage. And Miniboo just sprays through and catches him. Maybe down a runner and Purpo. Trying to pick up the pieces. And Purpo's done well, strides down ramp and takes away Benji. Miniboo's position feels like a checkmate, and it is. Purpo dead and Miniboo on an absolute tear here. Oh, wait, hold on. He made a meal of it. Keeping him alive, a bit of a fumble from Miniboo.
Giant X will take those.
Oh, he takes them every day of the week. Yep.
Yeah, I like the approach from Heretics. They're running a default that I was kind of explaining earlier. It's like they're taking middle and ramp at the same time. If they get pressure towards middle, then they're going to accelerate at the ramp and vice versa. But Giant X didn't seem ready for that in the early round and had to rely on Miniboo whiffing ult here.
Ooh, Death Slam. Ooh.
แม่ง
I love Death Slam. Red Bull clutch, that one.
It's interesting to see someone Death Slam on 11-5.
But the CSGO frogs told me that we're not allowed to have emotions. Do Death Slamming and stuff like that. Only cool people like Nico do it.
Talking about your ex again.
How's Fnatic? Have they ever run something like this?
That we both got.
เล็งตีนอ่ะ
Right now, we've got the
กบโดนต้ม
first
เนี่ย
hit
เมื่อกี้
running to Massey towards middle. And
Locating
this shouldn't be the round to be a problem.
เปิดเดทมันเท่าไหร่
This shouldn't be the round.
I'm surprised that they back off away from the gun as well. Like, I understand wanting to reset the round a little bit.
ดูจากตัวเลข
But Woot with a Vandal might be enough.
No. Woot with a Vandal might be enough.
เอ้าโอ้โหแล้วไปจับเซนติเนล
Oh, this is the one to make count. Woot does have a little bit of a system to this, doesn't he? And it ain't working out right.
มีคนไปล็อกให้
West
เรา
side
ทำงาน
goes
เรา
down, but
ทำงาน
it's easy for Benji, who already predicted the
ไม่เป็นไร
position, but he
ทำดี
might
แล้ว
get checkmate here. Spammed away up
ทำดี
the power
มาก
right to save him. Purple and Runner trying to deal with the problems, and they're all towards ramp. 3 of them sent scrambling back. 25 seconds and a quick
อัน
TP.
ติ
Boo is
บู
out
วัน
of
นี้มันไม่
there
ค่อย
with
ทรง
the
ประสิท
spike.
ธิภาพเลยอะ
Nice open plant here, but TP back from Purple.
Spike planted.
อ้าว
Gets it.
เชี่ยตายเลยที
แล้วมันไม่ได้ยินหร
I
อ
think he's got the time on this as well. I don't think they can get back there in time. I don't think. Yeah, it's close, but it ain't even that close. Defuse is there, Purpo. Really well done in the end. Managed to get that defuse, that quick TP, the right place for it. Heretics couldn't run fast enough.
Yeah, Purple again looking proficient on the Omen. Like, that's the kind of play you expect from your Omen mains, but coming in, not someone I consider an Omen player at all. Having the quick wits to match that ult. Really nice play from
โอ้
him.
โหโดนฟิกอีก
โอ้
อะ
โห
เฮียมันให้
And
เวอ
it's
ร์
a
จริง
nice shot from West side.
And hey, look,
หรือ
we
ว่า
were calling out West side when he was
มัน
struggling
ซ้อม
kill-wise.
ไอ้นี่กัน
He's
มา
now
วะ
up to
มัน
9
รู้ว่าจะโดน
13.
วันนี้
Sorry.
I know you
Don't
love a
you
coach
foul,
cap.
Tom.
But
มันเข้าไป
West side
ยิง
has
ดวล
come
กันแม่น
alive,
จัด
right?
เลย
This
อะ
is
วัน
a
นี้
big
ดีเอ็ก
performance
อะ
upswing from him. He was struggling initially. This is much better. Speed up now from Heretics. Bit of a fight back from Ginex. Trying to see him do a bit more damage, but keep in mind, Heretics had very little in that round. Now we're going to see them fighting back with those rifles, with those vandals, with those phantoms. And it's West side again. Name up in light. 2 big kills, can't quite get the third. But Runner still in unison with him, fighting from ramp. Trying to stand as 5 here. 4 now. Mini Boo.
เฮ้ย
There's no way he gets. How's he left alive here? How is Mini Boo still alive there? I don't get it. Boo should be dead. He is. It got messy, but job done. 7
ไม่
rounds
ไกล
now.
แล้วตอนเนี้ย
Ginex
ไม่ไกลแล้วบอกเลย
ไม่ไกล
Yeah, looking actually competitive. Like I said earlier, like
Yeah.
Ginex do have some
บู
good
จับ
rounds. They
ตรง
do
จั
have
บ
some
จอ
good
ละ
ideas right
เกิด
there.
อะไร
We
ขึ้น
saw
วะเนี่ย
the protocol to the reaction, the protocol reaction to Heretics going that fast ramp. Immediate salvos, immediate breach done, re-clearing together. It's a beautiful round.
Give me that coach cam.
The last one was funny. I think you missed it, but it was
yeah.
like he was almost like sighing in like a we've won the round.
Okay. Like a relief.
Not a good relief kind of.
Oh, I see.
Like a kind
I
of
see. Like a. Like calmer, much calmer.
It's calmer, yeah. Weber not so much.
He's leading it in.
Also Weber talks. I know that Neil has an unfortunate injury today, so that might be part of the reason why he's not talking as much.
On his knee.
Yeah, he's got an injury on his leg, so might not be match fit today for the.
He's not match fit.
No. Weber's taking over.
He does look a little bit down, yeah. Hope he's all right.
I think a coach is good when they can get like a coach is good if they're old enough to get injured playing badminton. I think
Sorry.
Does that make sense?
No.
Like we're
Zero
old men,
right?
Like me and Neil,
right?
And Weber,
right?
You gotta be old to be a good coach. I feel like.
I don't know if that's really the main metric.
I think
that we
it
got.
is.
Right. Okay.
I think it's badminton injuries is the main metric for coaches.
Well, we're going to have a stats guy here. We'll get looking into that, the age correlation to win percentage. Right now,
Cal right on it.
you're not even a coach anymore, mate, so spin on.
Oh,
dear.
Again.
We lost.
No one to capitalize off of it, though.
เมื่อกี้ว่า
No,
เคลีย
which
ร์
kind
ปะ
of feels unfortunate, because I don't think it was necessarily a bad implementation
Ui,
of it. If someone was there to
oh.
catch at least the push up. Yeah, a little bit disjointed, but there's a lot of players on this side of the map for Ginex.
Yeah, just a reset here from Heretics. Getting out of that ult was good from Heretics.
See the pause. the aggression does become predictable though, but that doesn't. Runner saving Purpo.
Yeah, Purpo thinks he's playing Yoru and Runner's had to bail him out.
Yes, that's kind of what has exactly happened. Now Heretics, hey, they've hit a little bit of a stumbling block. Not massive, this wasn't a hefty investment. It was Stingers and a Guardian, a couple of bits and bobs, but Giant X, this is a must-win. You don't see Heretics get to 12. If they can keep 5 standing during this, it'd be perfect. A quick pivot, though, straight through the vents.
Timing on this could be awkward.
Did they check?
30 seconds left.
Oh. Oh, Blair witching him to the corner. Doesn't go well for him. Miniboo and Rienz, though, left to try and navigate what's around them, but they've lost so much control of this map, it's very hard to find a foot forward that feels safe. And you can see the gaps closing around the map here. Purpo creeping behind.
แมป3ให้ใครอะไรครับ
Second.
เดี๋ยวก็จบแล้ว
10 seconds left.
Oh, Rienz, that was bold. And he might just be denied here. He might be dead, honestly. Miniboo trying to save him, though, and it's just not going to happen. Cloud's utility does the job towards Rienz.
คิดถึงวินที่
Giant X, another step now.
มินิบูอันตีพลาดว่ะ
Yeah, great from Giant X. This is, though, for Heretics, it's all well and good when you're winning, but like I want to see them now behind us.
This is what
like what's their mental state? Because I think they are a team that sometimes, you know, when they are a little bit behind or things aren't going so well, that they can kind of, you know, the mental can come down a little bit.
boys. Let's go.
So this is a great time for them to show that, you know, they can bounce back from that.
Resilience, right? Because again, if you're looking at Heretics here, you're going to be seeing them against, if all goes right, big opponents, international opponents that will bring you close competitive games. And this half has been absolutely flying the flag of Giant X. Tomasi maybe looking for the crunch here with the paranoia. Not got much here. Benji
ไม่ถึงไม่เอา
incredibly
วะ
passive, knowing what was
ไม่รู้
going
คอ
on.
มโบ
The
ตรง
right
นี้
call. But at the same time, you look on the other side of the map. Miniboo trying to burst through heaven.
Oi.
This time
Oi.
gets it. West side falls. The B side now looks so open.
หมดเวลาตลกแล้วครับ
เนี่ยตอนนี้ใครเล่นเจอยูรุอันติ
Positioning. And Boo as well. They're
แล้วอยู่
so
บีต้องระวัง
close in heaven
อุ้ย
trying to take
เอา
a fight.
สวยดิ
Boo's getting
3-3
cleared.
โดน
เล
เฉ
ย
ย
From Giant X. 3v3, still some util to work back in with. Gonna send in the drone, try and clear close. That's good. Tick in the box. Free fight comes in. It's Purpo tearing him apart. Just Miniboo now in a 1v2. Like this low reposition though, he's gonna hear this. You need 4 in this round. The time's on his side.
This at all.
Certainly don't, but they're still checking. They're still looking.
ก็มัน
มันเช็คได้ไงอะ
มันมีแกลบที่แบบว่าลงมาแล้วมัน
And
ไม่รู้
another
อะ
step back for Giant X. 9 rounds now. This is
Love
pressure on Heretics.
Yeah, I was getting very worried there for Giant X because they did the KC play, you're ulting out of A, and it's a very easy reaction for Heretics to go toward that B site. But beautiful kill was to get in before this retake.
Oh.
And Purpo again,
เออพวกแม่ง
he's
จัด
looking much better on this Omen.
He looks good. He looks good on it.
ตามมา
When
แพ้
you
น้
talk
อย
about
ด้วย
those role swaps, I think he looks better than Tomasi now sitting on towards the Yoru, right? Like, that's not even...
Yeah.
It's not Flame, it's
ที่เหลือ
the
เชื่อ
fact
จาก
that Purple looks
12
really comfortable. He's played it well. We've been kind of highlighting his
Ajabu.
alt work, his paranoias,
สอง
his
ดู
smoke
เอล
stick,
ด้วย
everything. He looks comfortable,
Jump
which is
the
a very solid tick in the box. Now the buy coming in for Heretics Mini. It's bits and bobs. Why do I feel one of
Straightforward
these?
approach.
Yeah.
Straight into B here.
Purpo again.
Tested.
He's I don't want to say on a platter, but he's certainly the one to
Oi.
try and
Nah,
suffer through it. But it's Wu to best him.
Oh,
But he
yeah.
can't withstand
ปืนไม่ค่อย
Runner,
อำน
who's
วย
been backfilling that space so well.
เฮ้ย
Core trying to step
นี่
ahead.
ไม่ค่อยอำ
This
น
is
วย
getting a bit close
ถ้า
here.
มันเอาส
There
ติง
will
เก
be
อร์ยิง
recoverable
ระยะ
weapons.
เนี้ย
You
นะ
can already see it. Vandal with Boo. He's got
ท
his
ำแม
ult
ซี่
as well.
ทำแมซี่
He's
ไม่
gonna
มั่น
get
ใจตอน
the
นี้
real chance to use it. Rienz with the tether goes in. Just heard
ยังไง
that
ก็ไม่โดน
behind
ตัว
us.
เนี้ย
Tomasi
เอารอ
still
ข
with
อง
a good
ของ
kit.
โปรโมซี่
West side closing, the gap getting closer. Smoke goes in, trying to play to the strengths, but does the barrel
Oi.
show? It's West side again. From
แล้วไป
zero
ดู
to
ทางเดียว
literal
กัน
hero
เฉยเลย
here
ลูก
for this
พี่
side. Giant X, they are knocking on the door of Heretics now.
Beautiful flood in from Runner. I think he's done that a few times. I think you implied it that like Runner to me, you know, again a player that I
ยัง
think
มีแบบ3
we
มาเนี่
need
ย
more from in general this season. But if he's doing things like this, supporting his team, coming in with these floods,
นี่มันยิงเดือดมากเลยนะ
beautiful.
ไอ้พวกแจนอ่ะ
But the question for me now is Heretics, like how are they going to adapt? They've won 1 round this entire half.
Double timeout.
กระจะบู้กระจะบู้
some luck. I saw them doing better than other teams, and I thought that they would be comfortable doing that. I want to see that going forward.
Starting to get their ults back in as well, just seeing there's only one away from his. You still have Clouds there, Purpose,
ต้องได้แล้วล่ะ
West Side, still pretty far off. But on the other side, Couple creeping up as well. You've got Woot very nearby, but it feels like it may not be the best. But straight off the rip here, trying to take a battle, but couldn't quite get past the word go. A stall out from Benji to try and
แบบ
deny
ไม่
the
มีอะไรมาถึง
space.
ซัดเลย
There's a nice idea from Giant X,
What
but
was
nothing
that?
behind it. No follow-up at all.
พอแพ็กเออะ
Looks like Heretics in the meantime pressuring middle as well.
This is this push and pull I'm talking about. This is back to their kind of standard kind of
Bread and
default.
butter. Yeah.
Pressure on the A side of the map, let's take more towards middle.
This puts Tomasi right in the crosshairs, and he's not been having a fun map so far. Has to take the get out of jail free card, TPing away.
Giant X standing still, they haven't got... Okay, using the drone for information, we're going to see rotates across
เขา
now.
โดนใบ้ทำไงอะโดนใบ้ทำไงทำเกมดิ
Terrifying hearing that shield.
Yeah, it's an unpleasant feeling, just the sinking in your stomach, but away we go. Tomasi, back of the site looking a little bit unsure, but that shot was absolutely on the money. Mini Boo gone and now man advantage. Players in the right side of the map.
เข้าไม่ได้ครับ
Heretics need to make
30 วิ
this count with 30 seconds left, and I think they're starting to hesitate here. Being held down, slowed down.
Oi.
Woot misses the chance. Tomasi, Runner, all coming towards this together. This is so well done. Tomasi finally having a
เหลือ
round
เชื่อ
here.
I was getting worried when it's looked like Heretics were going towards his site. You know, we've had game plans in the past where if there's a player not playing so well, you
abuse it.
that.
Yeah, of course you do.
A big round from
Who'd
him.
you do that against?
I'd have to
Who'd you
think
do it against?
back.
Nah, you don't have to think that hard.
Down A.
Boaster's told me mid-game he's adjusted like that
แล้ว
before.
มึงมาแม่นดาว
I feel like it's something that we don't talk about enough of, though. Like,
He
No.
always had it against him, for sure. Like,
of course, if they think there's a weak link, they will absolutely punch you. You think the mental strain on
You
an
did
IGL
come
as well
in,
having to
Wayne.
deal with that? It's like, guys, please help. It is brutal. But yeah, big performance, though, from him there in that round, right?
yeah, back to this push and pull idea, though. Like, the middle A kind of default that they're doing is kind of one-dimensional to a degree. You know that they're going to go middle and A. Like, I want to see them kind of work the map a little bit more. I think Giant X should have done their homework, so they know what to expect if they hear certain noises in certain spots.
Cutting through.
So it needs to be a little bit more, almost loose from Heretics.
I love this. The Giant X, not say probably, but might get to 12 on a round like this. The economy in tatters, but Woot!
Woot!
Oh,
Woot!
no! No,
Woot!
1v1s, please don't give it my
อื
side!
มแล้วตั้งนานไม่ยิง
Is this how you let it slip through your
แม่งเอ้
fingertips?
ย
อภิญาณ
They'll
วุฒ
get away with daylight
ไอ้
robbery!
เชี่ย
And Westside are such an impossible question.
ปืน
Aiming
ขึ้น
to
มือ
1v5
แต่
now
มันมี
Woot's
ปืน
going
คนเดียว
really with an actual big
เฮ้ย
ball. Westside comes alive, but it ain't over yet.
30 seconds
Boo,
left.
the brains of the bunch still standing. 25 seconds. And keep in mind, Westside was having an
ไม่
absolute
หลอกแล้ว
mare of a
มัน
game.
อยู่ข้างบนเมื่อกี้ก็ต้องวางก่อนเลย
Can.
He's got those
โอ้
options.
ตายตายตายตาย
Play this.
ตายคิดเยอะตาย แพ้แพ้
Is he really going this so late?
10 seconds left.
Ooh, I feel like you left it too late in the day. Westside saving the day here. The Red Bull clutch so
Yeah, like,
perfect. As I thought
do what
Woot
I
had
want.
done enough. I was wrong.
หลอกใครวะ
Crazy.
This was
หลอกตัว
criminal.
เองก็ชัด
มึงเป็นแล้วมึงก็ไปยืนแบ็
Every
กไซด์
time
ก็ได้
that JX have gone for these
มี
mid
แค่มุม
players, they
มุ
start
ม
off
เดียว
well and then just seem to overface and just let the firepower from Heretics take over. Who at the end as well, I'm not sure if he was overthinking things.
I think he did
I think
a
he
little
was
bit.
thinking that Westside would just immediately
Already
go to A.
assumed. Yep.
This goes here.
Oh, man. Oh, this is what it's about. 11 to 12. Oh, Tomasi misses the shot. And look at the pressure. Cloud again. Right place here. Denies Mini Boo. They now know what's coming their way. Westside has to be prepared. The ult gets flown in. Finds nothing, I'm pretty sure. Woot now left down low. 34 HP. We're going to get the breach shot throwing in. It is an absolute
แล้ววุฒซ่า
madness on ramp. But they
แล้ว
paused for a
วุฒซ่าครับ
second. We've got 5 players on this side of the map. Giant X. And it's a pause from Heretics.
They're in the perfect position. I don't want to say unlosable, but
Portal closed.
Don't you dare. Tomasi lands these. He lands these. Counter 3, pull the trigger? No. Got off the line.
Heretics will get through. No, they won't.
No, they absolutely will not. They are being torn asunder. I can't believe what I've witnessed. This is the maddest game yet. But Rien's just a small sign of life, but that's all it is. A small sign of life as it's a 1v3 for Benji. 30.
โอ้โหเหี้ยเอ้ยจะบ้าตายโอ้
โอ้ my god
ไม่อยากจะเชื่อ พี่เอ๋ยถือว่ามันหมดคำจะพูด หรือที่ได้ไปนอนไวๆแม่งโคตรแม่ง
เพื่อนในงานแม่นมาก
ไอ้เชี่ยอยากไปนอนเลยแม่ง โอ้อะไรวะ
Match found.
ปวดขมับเลยหมดคำจะพูดยาดมอยู่ไหนวะยาดมสัก10 กระปุก
Enough training. It's time.
จริงๆมันทำแผนการมามันลืมบุกอะลืมแผนบุกหรือเลย
มาซ้อมด้วยกันมา งง แบบ3ไหวครับผม ไหวแบบ3ที่ติก
อุ้ยเสียงไม่มั่นใจเลยพี่เอ๋ย
คือจริงๆอ่ะตั้งแต่ฮาเวทแล้วรู้ปะมันยิงกันถึงสกอร์ขาดแต่แบบ รู้สึกได้ว่าแบบ ที่พี่บอกว่าแบบเฮ้ยมันดูแม่นๆวะ
ตอนกันมันจริงมันเสียหลายราวเกินน่ะถ้าราวมินิบูกับราววูดไปแกจบแล้วจริง13
ลาวอันติมินิบูกับลาววูดเก็บ4อ่ะต้องชนะหรอ
พลาดแบบน่าเกลียดเกินเหมือนโดนของอ่ะ แม่งยังปฏิหารย์เนี่ยจัด
I'm out. Reloading. Gotta go.
Show me a target.
Go away. Reload.
Not enough.
Reloading. Go. Shocking. Gotta go.
Charge your ults. Making cover. Fall.
นี่ใช่คอมเมนต์อะไรขนาดนี้
Reloading. Reloading.
Breaking them.
Reloading. I'm out of here.
Stage 2. Focusing.
Bang bang.
ที่ผมบังนี่วัวลงหลุดไปเลย
Reloading. Work good. Reloading.
Enemy down.
4. I'm out of here.
It's a rampage.
You blink. Reloading.
จะให้ดูอะไรอ่ะ
Break
30 นาทีเหรอ
โอ้ไม่ยิงไอ้เหี้ยกู
Reloading. Deadlock. Go, go. Shock it.
10 seconds
อ๋อ
until stage change. Stage 3.
Roll mini. Too bad. Reloading.
เชลซีเป็นไงบ้างตอนนี้
Four.
Nice try.
เฮ้ยแบ่งกูเล่นมั้งเพื่อน
Ultimate orb spawning.
โอ้โหมึงยังมาดักเสียงกูเป็นพ่อเตือน
Focusing.
This way. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Destabilize. Stage in 10.
มึงโดนเช็คป้อมกูเก็บ
My ultimate is ready.
Final stage.
Go, go, go. Cut in there. Be right back.
Stand aside.
Going in.
Show me a target. Not. It's you and me. Begins. Ultimate orb spawning.
Gotta go.
Got three.
Go, go, go.
My ult's ready.
โอ้ยยังไม่โดนหัวเลยว่ะดูแบบ
มันแม่นมากอะนะ เอาจริงไซแอนเนี่ย
กูซวย
หายแล้ว
จิบหาย
Show me a target.
Reloading.
แล้วตอนนี้แบบรอยยิ้มมาแล้วอะ
Neutralize.
Gotta go. Shortcut.
Destabilizing.
Reloading.
Go away.
เก็บแรงไว้แข่ง
Try again.
Blocking sight. Reloading.
โปรมินิบูหลุดฟอร์มแค่อะไรกูบอกดูหน้ามินิบูดิ
หน้ามันเศร้าอยู่แล้ว แต่มันก็
เอ
ยิงอยู่
อ
Who else? 15 kills to go.
My ult's ready.
I'm out of here.
Focusing.
Shortcut.
I'm out of here.
No one's catching me on rampage.
Nice load.
Got three.
5 kills remaining.
One down. Reloading.
Disappear.
ผมโดนเชฟป้อมซัดหมดเลยวะโอ้ยทำไมมึงคัมแบ็กอะไรขนาดนั้น
ใครยิงเขาสิ
Don't mind. Great, I think purple on Raze is great. Okay, sure, Tomazi's. More of a change.
Yeah, the balance.
เอเลติกมันคือทีมที่ตก G2 3-0 เพื่อเข้าไปรอบชิง
Neon.
ที่มาสเตอร์เซี่ยงไฮ้โอ้ my god
It's
For a
perfectly
moment.
fine for a little while. Okay, fair enough. Right. So Heretics looking a little bit different.
Yeah, I like this approach. I think if you put Mini Boo on Neon, I'm not going to be unhappy.
Not mad about it. Okay.
Going into the meta read, I'll one-up Mitch with the Vice thing. I think if you're not playing Teo on every map, you're controlling. So having both Teo and Vice here, strong look from Heretics. Meta approach, I like it. Giant Exercise, back to that kind of standard approach that maybe I was a little bit critical of in the past, but not bad.
I mean, I'm scared to have any opinions after split. Thought it would be fine. It was not fine. We'll be having Heretics obviously on the defending side here, Giant X on the attack. So let's see. Can Heretics mentally reset? For now, Woot has isolated West side and removed the threat over towards A.
Yeah, lots of map control from Giant X. Surprised that West side's continuing with that lurk despite no pressure on the map anywhere else. A bit of a mistake from him, I think. But gonna be a C hit now for Giant X.
Boo. Spotting a couple on the cross. Not getting what he wants here. Gonna have to rescind away. Fall away.
ฟิลิติกมันเคยโดน G2 คัมแบ็ก11
Wait this one out. Giant X will have at least some control, and they want a lot of control. Trying to set up towards this push on Waterfall, but that's a lot of targets, maybe too many to mention. As Rien's and Wu dealing with it well.
นั่นดิ
เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะ
มั่นใจภาพพวกหรอ
Runner. Holding
มั่นใจ
that.
ภาพพวกของโทมัสซี่
Let's catch Rien's. Now we've got Cloud as
อันต
well.
รายเนี่ยซาก2เลย
Utility back up in 5. Runner.
เอ้า
Just a little further out by the paranoia, and Cloud's full, and it's all on Runner, but just too many targets there.
แต่
Three
มั
of
น
them
ดู
make
วัน
it
ใบ
away
วัน
from
อ
the
ยู่นะ
round.
เมื่อกี้
And diffuse
ไอ้
to
สองคน
follow,
ยัง
and
ไม่ออกเลย
Heretics need to keep themselves focused after split.
Yeah, just a bit of a snowball from that
Mini Boo
mistake
ซากเลย
earlier
นะ
from West side. I
เมื่อ
think
กี้ถ้ามี
again,
ลิบู
just to
ตายนี่
reiterate,
เอาแล้ว
if
ไง
you're by yourself on one part of the map, you
มี
need
เสียวอยู่
noise elsewhere to create that timing for you to push through. Go into a 4v5. Giant X tried to go for the push through. It's a nice idea, but Heretics are ready. Something to look out for this game is the retakes from Heretics in general. They have a composition that's very good at retaking. So I'll be interested to see what their approach is on Lotus. A very different look from their last time they played.
สวัสดีครับ
And looking at this, what we've got 2 sheriffs, a couple of classics, so
พูดซื้อสเปกเตอร์
Straight brawl on Rubble here.
เริ่มรู้สึก
ไม่
ว่า
ใช่ดูยังไง
hard
ต้อ
for
งมี
Giant
ของ
X to try and keep competitive unless some util will tilt it their way. Miniboo wanted to go farming, it looks like. And he's going to find the first fight towards Purpo, who's not that fussed yet. Miniboo down to 44, trying to do some damage, but it's Tomasi. Takes away Boo, and Cloud going to find Miniboo. This is suddenly looking a little bit more threatening. Disadvantage, yes, but Cloud
ใช้เชอรีฟดีอยู่แล้ว
a lot of damage there.
เสียเยอะเกินนี่เสียเยอะ
Very
เกิน
competitive.
I take that if
Yeah,
I'm
you're
Giant
good.
X.
The point
Especially
leg will have
just
issue.
questioning the Rubble control. Doing it with full classics, putting a question mark on how good the Rubble control is. Heretics had more than enough
ครับ
to
แล้วแต่คนถ
deal
นัด
with it
นะ
on
ผ
a
มว่าบ
standard
น
round. And yet still lost 3 people.
This is, my mind, those little moments that kind of keep you on your toes, definitely keep you focused in on this, and the bonus now becomes near or nothing. You're looking at a Guardian. Yeah, there's a Bulldog with Rien's, but there's not much, really. Guardian with Woot.
ปื
I
น
think
เบ
a
น
lot of
จี้แม่ง
util being used for this man control, just
อันตรายจัด
making sure it's safe for Giant X. Looking like fast pressure onto Benji.
Now we'll see how Benji
I'll
handles this. Obviously playing on toward that
I'll
Vice,
mod,
see how comfortable he
I'll
looks trying to control this space.
Yeah, Giant X just doing a good job of just baiting at this util. He does still have the wall there, which is something we need to keep in mind.
It's 1-3-1 as well. 3 players towards B. Quite mobile.
วอลปิดแม่งเลยไม่ต้องดัน
The protocol list is re-clearing A
กู
and
ไม่ได้
after
เข้า
Giant
มึง
X.
ก็ไม่ต้องออก
Got that Viper wall to sneak out. Shouldn't be too difficult.
But it feels visible, doesn't it, after that drone coming in and Spider
The
trying to
wood
remake that
ปืน
cross.
ได้อยู่นะ
But
พี่
the 3 aren't particularly
ได้อยู่
moving yet.
ได้อยู่
You're not seeing
นึกภาพ
Heretics overreact to this, but
โป๊ะโป๊ะ
I quite...
Benji is very comfortable on C.
Yeah. Yeah, while that wall's still there, I
Then
don't
yeah,
think he's
on
going to
the
be
yeah,
calling
like my
for
A
too much
had
support.
to
You've
look
still
about
got
the
the
แล้วคนมีเชอรีฟแม่งก็ไม่มีอะไรเบรกนอกจาก
door area.
Giant X are going to be going for a B split, which is Heretics are set up perfectly for
ยังไง
that.
Yeah, and
มี
it looks like they've read it well.
Yeah,
Rienz
the
is ready
Giant
for this
will
one.
เข้าทาง
Miniboo
อีก
would be the one to swing off the
อุ้ย
stun that
โอ้
comes in. Only good for 1, but decent damage. There is a bonus, so you're looking at
Wait,
damage being the name of the game, and the timing not quite right there. So 4 players standing for Giant X.
สวยเลย
After actually walking into
Ball
what I
line
felt was
เข้าหัว
probably a bit of, I don't want to say a trap,
Ah,
but it was the more
น้อยๆเลย
stacked side of the map. And Benji and
ขอ
Boo,
ตัดให้เยอะสุด
more of
ตอน
a
เนี้ย
formality now to see if they can do a little additional damage or cost any more. towards Giant X side.
อื้อหือ
Not going to get much here, it looks like. Nicely done, Giant X. That's 4 standing. Plant there. You're going to be happy with that.
Yeah, curious that Heretics did stack towards the center of that map. I'm wondering how exactly they made that read.
Yeah.
Like, that could easily have been an A finish for Giant X, so I'm going to keep my eyes on for that one. Giant X going, they are going through the protocol list on attack, but I think they need to get rid of that Vice Wall.
I feel like
easier with the Yoru to do it.
Yeah.
So
that's true. I do feel like it needs to be dug out at this point. I do wonder if there's going to be some versatility towards it being implemented by Benji, but beyond that,
fight again.
Yeah, and look at the rubble side of things. It does mean Tomasi is very alone here. Miniboo is prowling, spotted, but now here comes the cavalry. Oh my, wait, no, the paint shell got Tomasi in the end. Oh my word. Is that what really tilts the scales?
ไม่
How did that
ใจคอไม่ดีเลยไอ้พวก
Did you
ดำ
just,
ล้
like,
วน
I can't even call it a 1G. It's not even a molly, but what just went on? Give me the replay if
But I
you
think
can.
this is the power of the Neon. I think Miniboo's going to be more than happy to take these fights, especially with this comp. We got the Breach Tail and a Neon for rubble control.
Oh. Just going at the end.
Nice,
That's
guys.
brutal.
Well played. Let's go. Nice. Let's go.
So yeah, a little bit surprised at Giant X this early going into
เสียง
rubble
เริ่ม
fights.
ดั
I
งครับ
know we sense
คิด
weakness
ว่า
in
มัน
that
มัน
classics
มันเล่น
round,
กันเสร็จมันจะไปคุยกันว่าทำไงให้มันไม่โด
Heretics
นคัมแบ็ก
can deal with rubble control
ไป
easily.
บุกกระลมมาตอนนี้ดู
And Heretics now, they don't
เสียงมาแล้ว
respect the rubble control from Giant X, so it's shifting their positions across the map for like a trap towards the BC side of the map.
แต่โทมัสซี่แอบโจ๊กอยู่
I
เนี่ย
like
เริ่มมา
that,
แค่
actually.
2 วิน
Seeing
เฮ้ย
the
4-5 ราวเนี่ย
instantaneous reaction, the knock-on effect of it.
But West side should be calling that this util isn't being used. Just the Teo salvos. They've triggered the trap, but nothing there. A bit early from Heretics.
Giant X can refight for this area. Won't go and look in. Not gonna get too much. But you can see him. This does put Boo on a platter. Really tricky situation for him to handle.
The Vice sub isn't here, so this fight should be fine.
Yeah, I think Boo looking to back away, but eyeing it up. Mini Boo willing to put a little bit of his life on the line. Ult going to come in as well. Still guarding, going to make them at least fall away for now. You're looking at the lurk coming in, maybe teed up with some success. Maybe some damage to be done as the plant's in play. The lurk really is the main part of this. Mini Boo checks on
เหลือ
it.
เชื่อ
To that
ก็จะโดน
extent as well.
นี่หนีก็ชื่นใจ
There's a
นะ
step or something happened, but they felt they were on the money. You have the Teo ult to clear out towards water, force Tomasi forward. But then you look at the rest of the team, they'll be down out by Mound.
He's an open plant though, that's the only saving grace.
Guardian there, 2 Vandals, C's still in. C's not bad actually, but it doesn't really do what's needed. But here come the rest of Heretics flying through. Harpo! It's beautiful for Giant X. I thought they were screwed and done for. Forced out by Mound, but he handles the pressure so well.
That's why it's so important when you can at any point getting that open plant. That's one of them run. Like Heretics are in awkward positions, having to fight out Mound, and beautiful shots from Purple.
Nice. Good job. I know.
Oh, the timeout from Giant X though.
After that,
โอ้แม่ง
Yeah.
เอาจัดอยู่เนี่ยตะโกน
what?
Might
They
have been
in what,
called
nah?
early. Maybe
Yeah.
Gibson not really thinking the 3v5 was going to happen. I've been in that position a few times.
It doesn't look too irate yet. For Pipson, at least.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important. I kind of
ไม่ตะโกน
touched on it, but
บัฟ
West
กันหนัก
side is
จัด
this
อะ
Viper outside A on the attack side. And it's going to be down to him to really sense for
He hit
if
Ming.
Heretics are fighting for rubble control or not.
Okay.
We're going to see the salvos there quite a lot, but he needs to be beyond that. He needs to think, is it just salvos and nothing behind it? Is there stuff behind it? Sometimes you just need to sense that. Sometimes you can feel it from the extra util or the sign from like, is there a neon moving? But it's going to be down to him to make calls as to which parts of the map are being taken, which parts of the map are being trapped. And if he can go one step further and even take that space, if he's feeling up for it.
It'd be good to see that, evaluation and the evolution off the back of it. But I'm also quite interested here for Giant X. As much as yes, they are trailing, I do feel like the momentum swung into their favor and the way this is shaken down. Heretics pretty happy with that timer, having the chance to check in.
Yeah.
At this point, I wouldn't be mad about it. Your money's just been broken. You've had a very hard second half on split to swallow, so I feel as though this actually might work well for them here. But as it stands, Rubble will
ใช่
be
ถ้า
one
ทอก
out.
เลยปิดเสียง
Fought for. And it's going to be a swing actually from Benji. Off the swing on the door, the stun comes in, all teed up.
The salvos were used to break the door, the stun came in, the flash,
Oh.
everything was
ที่
beautiful.
นี่ฮะ
Benji with a little 1-2 step here.
อุ้ยเบนจี้
Benji!
Go in, go in,
again,
go in,
doing
go
the
in.
damage on it. Now Cloud and Westside. Oh, that's the spot there. Woot knows now where Westside's gone off to. But look at
โอ้
the
ยนี่
spike.
เดินเพลินเลย
Cloud running.
โอ้ย
Who's got to hear it? Surely. Oh, he don't think he heard it in time, but he can buy time here. He could be a
But you
nuisance.
see
He
it,
can get
you
out of
see it.
danger. But Cloud, Westside trying to close the gap in the correct positioning on the paranoia. Blind, sending it out. Who knows? His life is the thorn in their side. They want to clear him and clear him fast. If he can just buy him a little bit of time, he did the best he could. He cost them some seconds and comfort.
But Heretics have been able to collect all these guns, so they're not in the eco situation anymore.
ได้ปืนเล่น
Westside's pushed out, he's trying to find something, but he's not going to get
โอ
anything.
เค
He's
Ui.
gambled on the wrong side.
Shit,
Right? It was
gab
a
ไม่ให้
risky
ออก
roll,
เลย
but it's the plan for him. I think it is here. Westside going to have to work for it. Tricky. And they've got a good read. They know where he is. The util giving away the game. This is a tough battle to be
Fair.
won. It ain't going to happen. Heretics.
ตกใจ
In my mind, that
ผมว่า
really
จะไม่
starts
ปา
on
ด
that
ซะละ
combination work between Rienz and Benji. And it was
Benji
lovely to
safe.
see.
I mean, I don't want to call it, but like I hope Heretics would have ran that round even if there wasn't timeout.
ที่เฮ็ดส
But
ภา
I
พ
do
ไม่น่ารอ
wonder
ด
if like that kind of thing is going to
Yeah,
be cooked up during. Like it's a set round. You see here, the salvos used to break the door, flash on top, stun. We call it aftershock. Aftershock. Beautiful
Well,
combo there.
I called
Like
it. I
Giant
called
X
it.
aren't even
Yeah,
safe
thank
on
you,
their
Bert.
eco
I do
rounds.
it. I do it as well. I just overpeak and I kill them.
They aren't even safe on their anti-eco rounds.
Yeah.
And love hearing that from Heretics, the confidence to know that they are essentially saying that they're better.
Yeah, and they need a bit of that. After, look, as much as we didn't overly linger on Split's results, I'm sure that's somewhere in their minds, but resetting and coming back in is the name of the game. But Mini
อร่อย
He's trying to be a bit cheeky here, and again, the
Ui.
support system is so well done. Rien's really
Aloy,
trying to
this-
bail him out of that one. He does well to
โด
find
นใบ
a little bit
ไอ้
risky
เศร้าเลย
around
โดน
like
ใบ
this to make the play, but
จะยิง
got the
ไอ้นั่น
support.
ใส่โดนก็ไม่
Why not
ไม่ได้
go for it? But a 4v3 isn't impossible. Benji's got to play this right. The wall is allowing a bit of room for Runner
เอ้า
here. Ah, it's gorgeous from Runner, reading it
เรียบร้อย
well. But
เดอะเพน
the
Lion's kill.
damage is just too much for him to
ไม่ดีเลย
bear.
Tamazi's going to get aggressive again, trying to find something. Knowing that in the 2v3 he has to do something.
But it feels readable though, doesn't it? It feels almost expected.
Heretics once again going for a flank approach.
เอาเลยว่ะ
But that fade out's going to give enough information that potentially this is coming in with numbers.
Yeah, Rienz has a lot of util as well. Boo still with his smokes. Woot with his. It's not clean enough from Cloud. Rienz going to take the first step. And you got to feel that the area left a little unchecked was towards Waterfall. And Tomasi now not subtle in his way. He's trying to find an angle. That's nice. Boo down. Oh, another. Tomasi digging deep here. Gets his head down. Oh, it's brilliant from Tomasi with the Red Bull
อะไร
clutch.
วะเนี่ยไอ้สโมก
I
ลูก
haven't talked
ลู
about
ก
it
เดี๋ย
in
ว
this
ไม่
game yet, but in the last game we saw the roll swaps
Oh
not
my
working for him at all,
God.
and I was going to point out that it needs to work this game. And 8 to 5, around like that, is looking good for him.
บางทีคนเราไม่ก็สโมกทำลายตัวเอง
Genuinely, after shaky performances here and there, that's got to feel damn good for him.
Be Brian Michael Jordan, bro. Yes, yes. You're him, bro.
กีฬาแล้ววะไอ้ลาแบบนั้น
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan.
That's
ไม่น่าเกิดขึ้นหรอ
Tomasi
วะ
now.
John, I'll let you do that because Westside might be dead here. Again, you can see the homework that's gone into this for Heretics, but it's not the little kind of set pieces or the set plays. It's the fact that Benji's about to get a bit. How's he gotten? How's he
ซ่อม
gotten
ซ่อม
cloud?
ซ่อมรัวๆครับ
That feels ridiculous, but fair play.
A nice little idea from Heretics, pushing deep on Westside, and
Ui,
Westside's making
yeah.
the call that
ผมจัด
it feels like every time Westside lurks out anywhere, he's getting
ดู
called.
ดูเองง่ายเลยนะ ถือปืน เล็งหนึ่งหัวแล้วถอยกลับเข้า
It's
ไซ
got
ต์
the Westside
One of
right
those games I wouldn't want to see him his part of. But yeah, the deep push from Heretics, accelerating GX towards C, and then Boo ults back towards C is all very lovely from Heretics.
It does show preparation to
Even
me.
again, pushing out is
Yep.
proactivity.
It's lovely. A lot of faith on Miniboo, but that's fine. He can kind of play to his own tune from Tree.
แล้วบีโบย
I can hear
Hang
Pika
on.
and Yinzu next door being very loud.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Plants in.
It should be a tough post plant now for Giant X. They're kind of surrounded on all corridors, so they could
Yeah, I mean,
isolate
right.
a duel potentially, but discipline from Rian's Miniboo.
I like this little wall put in play as well. So maybe going to try and time that to turn the attention to make him feel overwhelmed. So using it a little against them, but Runner, you can see it, right? There's no
Look.
no good choice to
เขา
be
เรียกว่าโดน
had.
ล้อม
Heretics turning it against them,
โดนล้อม
taking
จริ
a
งอันนี้
step away from keeping this as
เหรียญมัน
close
เดิน
as
กวน
possible.
ตีนนะเดินมาแล้วก็
Might
หยุด
be overstaying it, but like that kind of
ถ้ามัน
retake,
เดินต่อจะตาย
you see them from teams like Heretics, these kind of more disciplined
อะไรทำให้มันหยุด
teams,
ขน
like
ลุก
being able to organize
ไม่มีว่า
a pinch from 3 different
ค่
sides
อย
at
ๆดึง
once
จังหวะ
that all makes
ให้เพื่อน
sense.
ทำด้วย
Beautiful.
ดูดิเดินยิกๆถอยๆเดิน
I did realise as well, Yinzu and Kuka are like
หน้า
2
ไปเล่น
meters
บ้าง
away
ไอ้
essentially. It's like
แต่
leaned
ไม่ต้อง
around the
ต้องรู้
sea.
กับเพื่อนเยอะ
Very far.
โอ้โหคอมมูนิเคทดี
They
จั
are,
ด
yeah, they are, yeah. So I thought you were going to attempt for me to go do like a James Bond mission to.
What, out the window?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, that's fine.
Good God, we're going to have a quad cast soon. We'll bring them on. Try cast? Nah, 4 of you.
Need more.
Yeah, just keep adding people to it.
Nice little push from
God, look at
Heretics.
this.
But it's going to make Giant X feel comfortable scaling this A now.
Now, I guess it then puts pressure towards Benji, but he's got
does
his
have,
ult.
this is like an ult setup. Like they want they're baiting
สเตน
Giant
ห
X
นึ่ง
to go
ทีเฮด
into
มัน
the
ยัง
A
ไม่
side.
แพ้
I
ใช่ไหม
think Benji should be using his Visor.
Felt like it should have been used
Stateหนึ่ง
now
ยั
at
ง
bare minimum, but now it's too late, right? No? I don't know how I feel about this. Benji! You left it to the last second, he gets
ตี
away
ตัว
with
บี
it. He's cost him so much time here. And it's a run through towards B. Trying to get out of there, finally getting their weapons back out. West side lingering a little
Again
longer.
with the lurk.
Does it feel
One of them have got a
ไม่
weapon.
วางโว้ย
Nah, they're reading you. They've got the book. They've
Wait,
got the
Alea.
book open. Ooh!
เฮ้ยมันจะอันตีเหรอหรืออะไร
That's
Oh.
fine. We will ignore the end.
Okay. We'll ignore
Oh,
how it
yeah.
ended, merely how it started. And Purple and Runner, I don't think they'll like the ending to this either, unless they can really.
Wee.
I mean, trade me, boys. He
Yeah,
still
big
gets
foul.
the kill on Runner anyway.
Benji the human Sova drone.
Yeah, apparently so. Just
Like it, I like it.
selfless.
กระโดด
My
ฉีก
guy.
ป้อยพอหันมายิงตัวซ้ายด้วยไง
This is getting away from Giant X.
It is.
Lotus is a very attack-sided map, so having
เล่นเลย
six
ครับ
already for
อย่า
Heretics,
เล่น
they're
กี
gonna
ฬา
be
เล่นเลย
uncomfortable.
ยังไงเกมนี้มันก็ต้องจบ
Okay.
ได้นอนอยู่แล้ว
No, you were right. Like that's late.
ไม่ต้องมานั่งลุ้นถึงเกม4
Ooh.
Nice.
โอ้ยโทเมซี่แบบ เจ็บปวดอะ
Double
เมื่อกี้
time. Giant X again in the first
ให้
half.
กลจัดๆอ่ะ
เออ
It wasn't the Heretics one earlier.
No.
And that's production.
That's,
แกมอยู่นะตรงนั้นอ่ะ
How sure are we?
ดูด้านเดียว
Yes! Let's go, baby!
I
Come
trust
on!
production.
You do.
Nice magnum, baby!
That's your first mistake.
I was. I knew you'd flame.
You just wanted to flame production.
ดูผมไม่
Nice.
ฟังผมมีแป้นจะแตก
I love production. Don't worry. Oh.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, hands are moving. Hands are moving. The gesturing's getting more.
Yeah, I think for me it's just about. I think for Giant X, just going into the defaults, reading if they're trapping A, if they're taking rubble, if they're taking rubble, trapping the other side of the map, keeping it slow, defaulting. I think that's all fine. In these later rounds, they need to make like they've fallen into the traps a lot. You know, they've fallen into these crazy traps that Heretics have put up once or twice. I just need to avoid them. Are you loving that cam?
No, it's because production changed the telestray to say always trust production and then removed it like I've gone mental. Like, they've taken it away just so if I did bring it up, they were like, nah, never said I was going to get a picture, but you ratted me out. Nice one, mate.
I was confused what you're doing. I thought you were taking a picture of Pipson. I thought you were so. You know,
In love with Pipson.
That's
Enamored.
not what I was going to say.
Well,
Said
maybe
it.
I am. Love the coaching scene. Alright, oh my god, Miniboo, here we go, here we go. They're going to start checking this. And Miniboo going to have to fall away at least to the, I don't even want to say like back of sight. He's still going to shoulder this one up. He's very close to his ult as well.
Yeah, no full armors here. So Miniboo should be in a good position.
Ooh, Cloud, alright.
Just the one.
A little bit of that. I'll take one of those.
There's good opening from Giant X though. There's nothing on the C side that's that scary. Just Rion's on breach, which
Ooh. Just avoid Benji, kind of, really.
pretty much
Avoid
the
that
Viper
util.
coming in.
Ooh. Boot. Boo. Oh my god. Ah. This is wild. The Giant X with this buy are looking so good at this. Rien's, Benji, and Woot now. How do they get in? The site, no access to site.
Yeah, they're having to use the other lanes because they're gonna have to dodge this Viper ult, but it's
There's no way in.
Right.
There's no way in. So many players, so much util in the way. Visually, what are you meant to try and do here? Nothing! Giant X! What a lovely pay safe card thrifty there for themselves.
Yeah, it was nice for them to capitalize on that initial kill, getting quick with the Viper ult, but I have to question Heretics' defensive setup. Like on an anti-eco, I just keep it simple. Put Vice towards C, it's been working. You know, take Rubble like normal. Maybe they were scared of the last time that Giant X did that Rubble take on an eco. You know, it went a bit weird.
Yeah.
I think you just play default that round and you're fine.
Yes! Bro, my back is just deadly, you know? My back is just deadly, guys.
Package is deadly.
ทำไมส่งไม่ค่อยดีเลยโดนไป4นะ
Out of context player quotes might be one of my favorite things. We should do a segment on it.
But that's a good segment idea.
Yeah.
I'll pitch that one and say that I came up with it.
Valorant Classic.
Oh yeah, I've not been here long enough. I don't know.
Drone is down.
For now, I need to be careful. Yinzu and Bay are close enough. They can just come and beat me up. Scary, those two.
Oi.
Easy. Oh,
Ui.
it's so good. Why do they make it look so easy to play Rubble like this? I feel like Giant X had like a really nice approach to it a couple of times. That Neon working so well though. Oh, this spot. I hate it. I hate it because no one ever checks it. It always works. Every single time. 7-4 now.
Again, too easy for Heretics. Boost up on Man. He's not being pushed out of Man.
8-4 ครับ
Heretics have the full Rubble control. They know that Giant X are about to hit Rubble, and then you see the Breach Taeho power coming in. Very, very simple for Heretics that round.
Chin's back. Look at it. As much as it was, you know, obviously eyes towards Miniboo, you had Rien's there. It was all together.
It's just not. GX need to default. They need to. If Omen's Man, you're not going to win the round. There's too much information for Heretics that round.
Oh, it doesn't look like the default's coming in anytime soon, alas. So simplistic in approach.
Just putting some pressure on Rubble, Giant X, and they're going to burst that B, it looks like.
The Heretics aren't far away. Wu trying to slow him down here. Ult going to be forcing this. He's going to swing it. He's only got the Sheriff to hand. Woot's ult's going to deny Runner, but it's going to be down to 3. Boo, Rien's, and Benji trying to play it back through, but it's Boo. Named on the headlines here. Boo going absolutely wild as Cloud left in a 1v2 and the positions are rough. Has to give it away. What are these guys up to? We had Benji doing it, now Boo's flying in. Rien's is there, and 8-4.
Yeah, it's a massive half from Heretics. Loving the new approach with the new composition. The new meta approach working for them very well here.
Yeah, looking rejuvenated, revitalized. But we've seen bigger score lines fall away. Let's find out if it can stay true to that after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
เรียบร้อยไอ้สัตว์นั่งดูมิวมาตั้งนานโดนอันนี้ ปิดเสียงแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอวะก่อนไป
Heretics 8 rounds.
ผมช็อกเลยทีเอสพี่คิดว่าไงทีเอสถ้าเจชนะผมโดเนทให้5,000โอ้ยยังไงทีเอสมันก็วินครับไอช็อต4-1แพ้นี่คือปวดหัวจริงคือแบบอึ้ง
Neon for a
Yeah.
and Heretics here. Sorry.
Okay. Full faith.
Full faith.
Percentage. Gotta be quick.
80.
Whoa.
อุ้ย
Giant X now Cloud. I
โอ้
think.
โห
Oh,
คอมโบเนต
the
ไง
paint shell in the seas. It's a classic.
70.
แล้วมาเข้าแก๊ปด้วยนะเข้าบี
Benji.
สวยเลย
Great. Yeah, great combo there.
I mean, it's vintage. I thought
Feels
they
like
beat
a
it. To be fair.
feels like a almost like they knew they were going to be.
Did your voice break or did you get excited?
That might have been excitement.
I can't tell with you. It's a rare treat. Oh my gosh. We got the host is coming in. How you doing, Bayer? Yeah, yeah. You were really loud with Yinzu. It's great. Yeah, yeah. Well, I feel like I'm talking to myself here, but Kukuka did just wave hello and come in for a second.
She didn't. Lost her mind.
It's crazy you're gaslighting me like this. That's there's no way they do anything with this, right? Come on. Come on. Come on now. Benji.
Benji's trying.
I need you to relax a little, Benji. It feels like he's trying to win this or something. Benji.
Oi.
Benji. Benji, I've warned you about
Oi,
these
they
things.
look like
Relax a
what?
little. It's a
He
2v4 rather than a 2v5. But the paranoia. Benji, please. We weren't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, but now I have to. The wall's there. He's stalling him out. He's doing bits. Benji, oh, Boo, you up to it? Time's pretty good here, but it is back to the wall, right? Like, oh my God. Boo, have you done it? Oh, it was so close.
นิดเดียวเองแม่ง
That was so
จะบอม
close.
จะระเบิด
I
แล้ว
couldn't
3 วิ
believe for a minute.
I could tell. I could tell.
เมื่อกี้ตอนที่วอลเปิดมันน่าไปเล่น
Good attempt
ซี
from
เวอร์ชันไปอยู่ที
Benji
นะ
and Boo, but ultimately, still, Giant Axe converting. And I'm getting nervous with my cursing.
คอมโบนี่แม่ง
It
โห
was,
ด
it
มาก
was, it was a decent curse, honestly, mate. That was,
Yeah, I think it's decent.
yeah. It wasn't like
ข่าวแม่น
the
ด้วย
best.
ตัวสอง
10% was
A
good
bit too
last
close,
time.
It was.
but
That was good. Outlaw here for Mini Boo though. The hero Outlaw and Giant Axe with 4
เฮ้ยเอาวะ
half
ฮีโร่บาย
shields.
อ้าวแล้วก็25ทั้งทีม
Seen that clip where Mini Boo got all 5?
ผมอยากจะลองของ
One shot.
มันแง้ม
It was
แง้มยากอยู่
crazy.
ฟอร์มนี้
I don't know if it was this game, but it started similar to this. Up towards Mound, having a look around. And some would have said, well, with all that Vice utility in the way, surely.
ไม่เปิด
Surely
ยิ
it
ง
would
หร
have
อ
been fine.
Wall.
Well, let me tell you what happens next.
อุ้ย
That
อุ้ย
was it.
There it was.
Yep.
You saw it. You saw it for a second, didn't you?
Yep.
Those playing along at home with us, it's gone now. Hope is dead. And the scoreline
Still waiting.
probably getting a bit closer.
Repositioning. He fancies A now.
Yeah?
This is shot.
Here we
Round
go.
2. I think it started on A.
It did it?
Yeah, it started on A.
I'm a play-by-play caster. I can't tell the difference between the sides. There's 3 of them here. It's difficult. Here we go.
Okay, no,
Different map. Different map. It's
อะไรอ่ะโอ้โหอย่างเวอร์
จบ
One enemy
Nice
remaining.
aim. Rien's 1v4.
30 seconds left.
He's got another in him.
เกือบ
มันกะเรียงทีละหัว
More of
เลย
that. I just get nervous, Minnie. I get nervous because I remember Split. It haunts me. I close my eyes.
Yeah, I did. Sorry, I kind of made us forget about it, but
No, you
at
can't.
some point we're gonna have
You
to
can't.
remember.
We will. You know, I see that brilliant TP and I'm like, oh my god, with a fade out. Oh! And then I remember the scoreline at the end, and it just feels like something went
แม่น
wrong.
อะไร
I
ขนาดนั้นนะ
can't quite place it, but 8 to 6.
Looking closer.
It's only the first 2 rounds, right?
Attacks had lowest though.
Yeah.
Should be fine. A fast rubble approach here from Heretics. Using the salvos, the wall, smoke. Giant X gonna re-clear.
Boo. A little cubby. It's nice.
Ui.
He's done
Ah,
well from it,
more.
actually, as has Rienz. Where the hell did these kills happen? Has Prius come over to EMEA? Purpo certainly is on the stage here today. 2 kills already this round. Eyeing up a couple more, can't make it. Runner left in a 1v3, not gonna happen. Rienz
ถือว่ารอบพอครับเรียน
keep things trucking along, but I'm pretty sure that was the bonus and still did pretty good damage.
Yeah, so Giant X do this thing where they throw their Viper Orb, see, from B. What it means is that, you know, the typical 1-1-3 defense is very quickly able to be a 1-4 because the Viper can very quickly go to A. So you saw that round, Heretics go out Rubble, and Giant X immediately have 4 on the A side. You know, the re-clear didn't work,
Well played, nice
but
balls.
the economy wasn't great. So something to look out for. Look, you see it again. Orb being thrown for C.
One thing I do like is now we've got what I like to call a game on our hands. Well,
Yes,
I guess we
okay.
find out now. Can Giant X make a go of this? So far, Cloud says yes. Boo removed. They want a battle, and they're taking them. Woot's gone down. You've got Mini Boo sweating bullets back here. He's got problems just about everywhere. Disrespecting the utility goes about as well as expected, leaving Benji in a 1v4. Beautiful work from Giant X. Now starting to dig into this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised Heretics going for these Rubble fights. They have a comp that's good for it, but I think they're the better team. They're the better players. You don't need to go into these gambles as much. I prefer them going slow, default out, pick their moments. I do wonder though, the last time we saw them on this map, they were playing against Team Liquid, who were playing that crazy Reyna comp, and Heretics didn't have an answer on attack in that game. So I do wonder if that kind of direct approach is a band-aid for their lack of able to like mid-round this
ล้าง
way.
ไม่ดีอีกแล้ว
I'm kind of talking myself into getting scared.
You have really put yourself in a corner, and you might be right about it, because, again, Tomasi is here, and Giant X starting to look like maybe Split wasn't the one off. Because as much as we can talk about that,
Wait,
maybe
for
how
Taiwan,
close this
Wood.
could get, map 1 is still a factor. It's still a thing. We can't ignore it. But a 9-7 scoreline, and Giant X starting to put the pressure on Heretics in 8 rounds, feeling likely. Story changes here. Heretics starting to get flashbacks to Split. Rienz trying to build that ult and look for the best way forward.
Yeah, Giant X ready for the C approach. No re-clear on A from Heretics. Again, something in the last series that they didn't do.
All missiles away.
They do have stuns and sabers, so it's not the end of the world, but
seen him.
isolated.
Oh, this is nice
Oh,
again.
yeah,
Giant
that-
X just putting the wall up. Not literally,
ไปไหน
but
ก็ตันตอนนี้
both of them standing there comfortably. Nothing to move them out of the way. West side, the timing good on this as well. Benji, no options here. Just about makes it through, but subtlety not the name of the game and only a classic. What are you meant to achieve? Oh, that helps matters. Woot's going to take away runner, but there's still 4 more to go. Wow.
อื้อหือ
You're on
เหลือ
this
หนึ่งอะ
too.
ขยับ
That
เข้า
feels
ไม่ได้
almost
เมื่อกี้
overkill at this
ต้อง
time.
ทำขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
You want the round, you want the round. Benji trying to do some damage. Benji, time. Ball drop.
โอ้โห
It's fine.
วอล
It's
หมด
fine.
ก่อน
All
my
good.
God.
Benji every now and then goes, I remember when I won things. It's like a couple of rounds where he's like, I remember the clutch years.
Wait. Isn't there an easy joke there? Winning things did Heretics?
Wow. From a Fnatic man. That's crazy. That's crazy. What?
Got hit with it sometimes.
I mean,
I just wanted to GP,
which champs did you win?
I just wanted to GP. What do you
Yeah, Potter won, I get it. Potter's really good.
Love Potter. Message her today, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
เงียบกิ๊บ
This, it feels a discredit
going through the normal checklist in that last game.
Okay.
You take man control, you go back
Sure.
rubble. Maybe sometimes you go that fast rubble. If you got a read, they didn't. When they went fast rubble, they didn't really have a good read. Big fight though, man.
Oh my God, Mini Boo!
มาครับ
Are you
มาแล้วจริงใจ
serious? While all of that happened, he was actually completely let loose. And that's the one they get away with. Up to 10. We're going to have to watch it back on the replays. You blink and you miss it sort of situation.
Yeah, don't need a checklist if the other team fights for you on mind. I'm surprised Giant X are happy to go for fights on mind. Breach done, Salvo's coming in.
Oh, it's complete free reign and one just drops out of the
จริงใจ
sky.
ต้องแบบนี้แหละ
โหดจัด
Weber, you're the GOAT, bro. I know you're watching this, Weber. Good job.
Your players.
That's
That you.
Weber with the timer.
Shout out to Weber. Never saw Boast saying that about you, mate. Never gave it to the camera. Shout out to Mini.
That's true.
More pacey. Oh! Okay, we've also these players getting caught here, right? We just had, you know, Miniboo getting away with murder, Tomasi making a meal of it. Now it's kind of Miniboo getting caught on the other side. Rienzo going to answer back towards west side. And now down to a 4v4, but it's super quick towards his B site.
They're looking for something here, Heretics. Some proactivity. Maybe we're going to see this breach shot come through.
Yeah. Oh my God, Woot. Rien's trying to hunt behind them. Just every ult.
As well.
เฮ้ย
Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear. This is a horrific round to watch. Boo can't be happy, but now he's got to deal with the mess that's been made. Committed to this. Succeeded from this
กำลังได้
position
เปรียบ
before.
เลย
Find both Runner and Cloud. Time ticking. They've got to make a move. Runner completely unawares, and Boo, that might have been visible. But he's up against Cloud on the other side. He wants to get to Boo, the backbone of the side.
กำลังได้
Back
เปรี
from
ยบ
the
เลย
brink.
Yeah, should never have got that close. Boo's having to save his team there. Got rid of the breach ult, Teo ult, and Vice ult in that round. If Boo didn't win that round, that was looking very bad for Heretics.
Oh,
Cute. Oh, I keep saying cute. The strat was quite nice. The idea of Mini Boo just, again, like this, hey, look, I'm good at the game, I'm running out here, it feels like an A. Secretly, you've got people walking to the B. Nice little distraction.
หลับ
Looked a bit
ด้
silly
วย
because he got killed, but
Bobber.
fast out A again. In fact, big re-clear here from Giant X once again with the 4.
And here comes that refight. This time, Heretics go, nah. We've been on the receiving end of, you know, purpose damage, all these sort of players. We don't fancy that yet. We can re-hit in a moment's time if they have to.
ถ้าเจอวิทย์แพ้เอเวอร์ติกไม่แน่ครับ
We've
ผม
only used refresh
ขนาด
util.
เอเวอร์ติกก็สูสี
Baited like paranoia nade. This is where the mid-rounding comes in. We see already Giant X are completely mirroring what's happening. Heretics on Mound, Giant X ready on C. Are these next layers available for Heretics? Do they understand how to kind of push and pull on this
วิ
map?
ทย์ชนะ
Sadly not easy.
85% ครับผม
Show some intent on that C site, but I don't think they fancy it. I wouldn't. I can see what's on the other side, though. They don't have that luxury.
เกมให้กูหน่อย
Runner making it look rather uninviting and a pivot through towards that B site. Still with util, can clear out towards blue door, might force forward the player, but no, didn't put it towards it. It's Miniboo to try and deal with it. Now isolated, 1v1. Cloud wins out, stalls out. Looking back towards main, he knows they got to come through 25 seconds or they run towards C, and look who's in the corner. Runner waits. Obvious work this time from Boo, couldn't save him. And now starting to run out of time and options. They're gonna go. 15 seconds. Rien's just got 2 of them out of nowhere. I have no idea how. The plant is
จุด
pivotal.
นี้เลิกคัด
I thought Purple was going to stick that home.
I know. I was a bit worried for it myself, but Cloud has crept so
แล้ว
close.
เข้ามาไม่รู้ไง
Done well this early on. Oh, spotted! Couldn't snap up though. Benji outdone, leaving just Rienz who made this look doable in the first place with the 2 picks he found earlier. But now, you give him a
อุ้ยวิวเหรียญ
Rienz will get you around! A Red Bull clutch, but they again bailed out by an individual.
Look at Rian's KDA here, 21
เรา
11,
สำคัญด้วยครับ
22. He's killing them all, and every time his teammates are killing them, he's assisting. Like, he's doing everything right now.
So this is Rien's second in. Gorgeous work from him, surgical. And then this. Oof. Can't believe we got Cloud first.
Okay. I'm
Coach
still
Minnie's
worried
about
about
to have a
Heretics
meltdown.
in-
He's
like, they're not against Giant X, sure. Going into the future.
not
Ui.
enough.
GG เลย
Okay, who cares?
GG
Individuals
ว่ะ
It's done. It's done.
เป้า
It's
บินว่ะ
cooked. Runner, Cloud, and Westside trying to get aggressive, and Benji out here making
อย่าทำให้มันเป็นเรื่องยาก
the last man
ขอร้อง
alive
ขอ
in
ร้
a
อง
1v3. There's bigger conversations to be had, but
ข
for
อร้องเลย
now,
นะ
can he deny what feels inevitable? A run
ไป
through
เอ้ย
towards
จะวาง
Ace,
จะวางเลย ให้มันจบ
heading over to that side.
Fade out to work with, but it's going to have to be a massive round for Cloud.
Cover going out.
Cloud has the possibility to do this. He's one of those players. And look at his kills, 23. The guy's been good. Right now he's being toyed with. Tough situation for him. Next step to take. So many potential threats. Boo being passive, smart. Cloud
Mini Boo is just...
in spawn. It is weird.
ง่วงนอน
Go the
ผมก็
salvos.
ยังเอาชัวร์
Gonna pop the ult on this, but time's running so low here.
โอ้โห
It's just
โอ้
not
โห
happening.
เฮ้ยปาหูฟังเลย
2-8 in the
แม่ง
เหนื่อยจัดเหนื่อยจัดคู่
จะจ
นี้
บให้เลย อยู่ดีก็แสดงอภินิหาร โดนคัมแบ็กเฉย ไปแล้วครับแชทไม่ไหวแล้วง่วง ไปแล้วพี่ง่วง เจอกันฝันดีครับ
เชิญครับสวัสดีครับ
พรุ่งนี้มีไหม
พรุ่งนี้มี
ไปแล้วเจอกันครับ
พรุ่งนี้เดือดจัด